have the ankles of a 70-year-old person instead of a 45-year-old person.
This is Carrie, and her love for gymnastics and dance was starting to take a toll on her body.
There's a group of us that actually did adult gymnastics. I'm sure that wasn't good for my body either.
So, of course, she sought treatment for those rapidly aging ankles.
I started seeing a new podiatrist. Even those treatments weren't working.
And that's when someone close to her recommended Dr. Mark Wagner, MD, at Seattle Sports and Regenerative Medicine.
It was my therapist that told me about Dr. Wagner. I did not know there was such a thing as stem cells. I started researching. I thought it was super fascinating.
And how has the treatment worked so far?
I used my crutches to leave the office. After that, I never used my crutches again.
Whether it's a shoulder, hip, knee, or old ankles, consider stem cell therapy with Dr. Mark Wagner, MD, at Seattle Sports and Regenerative Medicine. Schedule your consultation at drmarkwagnermd.com.
If I win the lottery, I would get stem cells from Dr. Wagner on every joint in my body.
We're here with our friend Steve Teitler of Best Mortgage, the reverse mortgage expert. Steve, mortgage rates have been dropping this year. How could that help seniors struggling to stay in their homes?
Lower mortgage rates means seniors can now get more money from their equity with a reverse mortgage. You can pay off your existing mortgage, have extra money to help with today's high cost of living, or believe it or not, you can even buy a home with a reverse mortgage. There are many uses, and best of all, you have no mortgage payments the rest of your life.
But as you always say, a reverse mortgage is not for everyone.
That's right. Avoid the high-pressure sales pitch from those out-of-state call centers. I give you a consultation, not a sales pitch. I'll tell you if a reverse mortgage is right for you, and I always tell you if it's not.
Honest advice you can trust from the reverse mortgage experts. Best Mortgage, the VA loan experts and debt consolidation specialists too. 425-649-6000. Best Mortgage, 425-649-6000.
Oh.
Glad you're with us. Jeanette Wilmot learned CPR when she was 17 years old and never needed it in the 40 years since. But recently, when a 15-year-old went into cardiac arrest during a baseball practice, Wilmot remembered everything as if she had been trained yesterday. GoodNewsNetwork.org says Evan Tucker had just finished his freshman season at Pinson Valley High School in Alabama and was trying out for a travel team when he collapsed. His mother thought he'd been hit by a ball. Someone else thought he was having a seizure. Turned out to be cardiac arrest. That's when Ms. Wilmot, there for her own son's tryout, sprinted toward Tucker's side. She performed CPR for about 8 minutes before an ambulance arrived, and Evan was taken to Children's Hospital, where doctors had to shock his heart to restart its rhythm. Evan's condition eventually stabilized after a few days. If his physical therapy continues to progress, he should make a full recovery. That'll do it for this hour. For Nicole Murray and Dom Savino, I'm Gordon Deal. Thanks for listening to This Morning, America's First News.
This could be the oddest gift anyone's ever given me.
But I'll bet you use it.
When the time is right, I suppose.
That's the idea.
A plunger.
An Apollo plumbing plunger.
Free for me?
Actually, free to everyone we visit.
Because?
We believe some things you can do on your own.
And if this plunger can't fix it?
Apollo Plumbing will.
Just like that.
You call, we come, it's fixed.
Wouldn't you rather I just call?
You're welcome to.
Okay.
But for a simple backup?
Something I can solve myself?
Try your free plunger.
I'll admit it's kind of spiffy.
Apply a little pressure.
And if it still won't clear?
Call Apollo Plumbing.
The Ready Right Now plumbers.
Our big blue trucks come stocked full of fixes.
And a plunger wielding plumber.
A clean screen trained and trustworthy Apollo plumber.
They come in a jiffy?
Arriving when promised to put plumbing problems in your past.
And give me a free plunger.
That too.
You know, I kind of like this plunger.
I'm sure it'll come in handy.
Just like Apollo Plumbing.
Apollo Plumbing.
Your best source for local news. KIRO Newsradio, KIRO FM, and HD1, Tacoma, Seattle, Northwest News.
Plea deal in Idaho student murders.
He has agreed to plead guilty to avoid the death penalty.
amending the Trump budget bill.
This has to get through the Senate, but it faces hurdles over in the House.
New Everglades Deportation Center.
Its nickname, Alligator Alcatraz.
Good morning. I'm Steve Kathan. With the CBS World News Roundup, the man accused of killing 4 college students in Idaho has cut a deal just weeks before his trial was set to begin. Here's CBS's Jonathan Vigliotti.
Brian Koberger accepted a plea deal that would keep him in prison for the rest of his life, without the possibility of an appeal or parole. We spoke to Ben Mogan, the father of victim Madison Mogan, who was relieved.
If you get a quick death sentence, and you don't have to spend decades thinking about how terrible you made the world.
I spoke with Steve Gonsalves, the father of victim Kaylee Gonsalves, earlier this year during the pretrial hearings.
You see all these people there to protect him, and no one was there to protect your daughter.
But in a social media post Monday, the Gonsalves family said they did not approve a plea deal, writing they were, quote, beyond furious at the state of Idaho. In a later statement through their attorney, they added that the victims' families had not been consulted. For Mogan's father, the plea deal is justice.
We can actually put this behind us and not have these future things that we don't want to have to be at, that we shouldn't have to be at, that have to do with this terrible person. We get to just think about the rest of our lives.
Also in Idaho, CBS's Omar Villafranca has more on what's been learned about the victims and the gunman in the ambush attack on firefighters.
Coeur d'Alene, Idaho is mourning the loss of 2 firefighters, 52-year-old Battalion Chief John Morrison and 42-year-old Cooney County Fire Chief Frank Harwood.
It's obviously very, very emotional to see the support that we have in our community.
Officials say when Morrison and Harwood arrived on scene to a brush fire Sunday, they asked 20-year-old Wes Rowley to move his vehicle. That's when Rowley opened fire, killing the 2 firefighters and injuring a third, 47-year-old Dave Tisdall.
Now to Washington, CBS's Caitlin Huey-Burns has the latest on Senate work on President Trump's big budget bill.
The Senate continued its marathon voting session all night.
This, Mr. President, will make this country safer, stronger. This bill is going to ruin people's lives.
But while Republicans work to secure the votes they need, former Trump advisor Elon Musk has reignited his fight with the president. Musk fired off a series of tweets criticizing the bill and pledged to fund primary challenges against Republicans who support it, writing, "If it's the last thing I do on this earth." Trump shot back in a post of his own, suggesting the government efficiency department Musk once headed should take a look at the subsidies Musk's companies receive and the country would save a fortune. The bill has also raised concerns for those in the renewable energy industry due to provisions like a new tax on wind and solar projects that use materials from China and rolling back incentives.
We're all a little scared right now.
Galen McKee is the president of Brooklyn Solar Works.
If we're basically saying we don't want to incentivize solar anymore, we want to rely on these other technologies, then you're going to see the price of electricity continue to rise.
Correspondent Manuel Bojorquez tells us President Trump goes to Florida today to see a new migrant detention center in the Everglades.
The isolated outdoor facility dubbed Alligator Alcatraz is surrounded by dangerous wildlife, oppressive heat, and raises alarms with immigration advocates over due process concerns. And there's another issue. Protesters say the facility will pollute the Everglades.
I feel that this landscape helped my people survive. So I have that responsibility to stand up.
For Betty Osceola, it's personal. She's a member of the Miccosukee tribe, which lives in and around the Big Cypress National Preserve, where the airstrip lies.
4 minutes after the hour.
Think O'Reilly Auto Parts for all your car care needs. Get the parts and service you need fast from the professional parts people at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
What is dedication?
The thing that drives me every day as a dad is Dariana. We call him Day-Day for short. Every day he's hungry for something, whether it's attention, affection, knowledge. And there's this huge responsibility in making sure that when he's no longer under my wing, that he's a good person. I think the advice I would give is you don't need to know all the answers. The craziest thing was believing that your dad knew everything. So as a dad, you felt like you had to know everything. You had to get everything right. It's okay to make mistakes. As long as it's coming from love, then, it kind of starts to work itself out. I want him to be able to sit back one day and go, we worked together, we did a good job.
That's dedication. Find out more at fatherhood.gov. Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services and the Ad Council.
Experts and the Trump administration remain at odds over the damage done to Iran's nuclear sites, and there's debate over where talks on the country's nuclear program go from here. CBS's Imtiaz Tayeb spoke with Iran's foreign minister.
President Trump has said that talks with your government could restart as early as this week. Will that happen?
I don't think negotiations will restart as quickly as that. In order for us to decide to re-engage, we will have to first ensure that America will not revert back to targeting us in a military attack during the negotiations.
The Trump administration has filed suit against Los Angeles, claiming the city is obstructing the enforcement of immigration laws and creating a lawless environment with its sanctuary policies. CBS's Adam Yamaguchi has more on ICE raids in Southern California.
Hey, leave him alone, bro.
Each new arrest brings the plea of a son.
That wasn't correct, and that was not just.
A daughter.
I just want my dad to come home safe.
Or a neighbor.
What you're doing is kidnapping. People are being ripped away from their law-abiding lives.
In the heavily Latino community of Santa Ana.
It's no longer a safe place to be for a lot of people.
Martin Charez is a minister who arrived from Mexico at age 9. He's among those known as dreamers, people brought into the U.S. as children who hope to get its citizenship.
Are you afraid?
Yeah, I'm going to be racially profiled.
He tells us much of his ministry has moved online because people are too scared to go out. Now, Pasadena's mayor says he won't go anywhere without his U.S. passport.
Last month, a multi-billion-dollar settlement between the NCAA and current and former student athletes paved the way for a new era that begins today.
For the first time ever, college athletes will be allowed to accept payments directly from the universities they attend and play sports for. And for that matter, drive hundreds of millions of dollars to those universities. It's a very, very significant moment.
Brendan Marcello of CBS Sports says schools hope this tamps down the unregulated market for paying college athletes through third parties. Time on the roundup, 8 past the hour.
The IRS finally caught up with Louie.
I hadn't paid my taxes in 8 years. I owe the IRS a lot of money.
Louie was in deep trouble.
We're going to take your house, put a lien on your bank account, garnish your pay. They don't care. They're going to take your paycheck.
Louie found out about Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. 8+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $1 billion for their clients.
Optima Tax, they help me. They calm me down. They make me feel comfortable, and I trust them.
Louie has a lot to be thankful for.
I don't owe the IRS anymore, and I'm able to live a comfortable life, a lot better life. It was because of Optima Tax.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation. Take it from Louie.
If you owe the IRS, don't go it alone. Give Optima Tax a call. They can help you.
Call 800-783-8055. That's 800-783-8055. 800-783-8055.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
The price tag for a traditional Independence Day cookout could be hard to swallow.
Grilling burgers for the 4th? The ground beef will cost you more than ever. The American Farm Bureau Federation estimates the retail price has jumped by more than $6.60 a pound. The group blames drought, high grain prices, and inflation for a historically low cattle supply and surging demand for beef. Throw in cheese to melt on top, chicken, potato salad, plus some pork and beans, and the cost of a 10-person cookout will be about $70. And that doesn't include drinks, dessert, or fireworks. Deborah Rodriguez, CBS News.
At an auction, billionaire Kenneth Griffin has spent $18 million on 2 Civil War documents signed by Abraham Lincoln, including a handwritten copy of the 13th Amendment abolishing slavery and a signed copy of the Emancipation Proclamation. That's the Roundup. I'm Steve Kathan, CBS News.
KIRO Newsradio 97.3 FM Northwest News. Now, the latest from KIRO Newsradio and mynorthwest.com.
Good morning. I'm Katrina Gashard. Brian Kohberger, the man charged with fatally stabbing 4 University of Idaho students, will plead guilty to avoid the death penalty. KIRO 7 TV's Jake Chapman has more.
While family and friends of the victims express shock and grief by the court's actions.
I'm not entirely surprised, to be honest with you.
Meredith Hutchinson has been a defense attorney for nearly 17 years and explains how a plea deal like this was reached.
Oftentimes, there will be some sort of offer from the prosecutors. So they will make an offer to the defense, and the defense has the opportunity to either counteroffer, accept it, or reject it.
And Seattle U law professor Deborah Aaron says Kohberger isn't done answering questions.
Kohberger's change of plea hearing is set for tomorrow. More details are being learned in the tragic ambush of Idaho firefighters responding to a call for a wildfire. 2 responders were killed, Frank Harwood, 42 years old, and John Morrison, 52. A third firefighter was badly injured. CBS's Omar Villafranca has more from Coeur d'Alene.
Officials say when Morrison and Harwood arrived on scene to a brush fire Sunday, they asked 20-year-old Wes Rowley to move his vehicle. That's when Rowley opened fire, killing the 2 firefighters and injuring a third, 47-year-old Dave Tisdall.
Law enforcement, right now there's an active shooter zone. Everybody shot up here.
Hundreds of local, state, and federal officials rushed to the area. After a 6-hour standoff, they found Rowley's body near a shotgun.
Authorities say the suspected gunman killed himself. This morning, you'll start paying even more to fill up your tank. The 6-cent gas tax increase is the first of its kind in nearly a decade. KIRO 7 TV's Brooke Griffin is in Tacoma.
Lawmakers tell us, though, without the increase, these road projects that need to be done across the state will not get the funding. Now, in the spring, Washington lawmakers passed a transportation revenue package that includes a 6-cent gas hike, bringing the per-gallon tax up to 55.4 cents. Diesel is also increasing by 3 cents per gallon today, too. By next year, the tax will increase 2% annually to keep up with inflation. Washington drivers pay the 3rd highest gas prices in the country, behind California and Hawaii.
Seattle police are investigating a shooting that left 1 man seriously injured in the Chinatown International District. Just before 5 p.m. Monday, officers found the victim with a gunshot wound to the leg on 12th Avenue South and South Jackson Street. He was treated at the scene and taken to Harborview. No suspects have been arrested, and the motive remains unclear. Former Seahawks All-Star cornerback Richard Sherman pleads not guilty to a DUI charge Monday afternoon in Redmond. KIRO News Radio's James Lynch has details.
Richard Sherman was stopped on 405 in February of last year. Troopers say he was swerving, slurring his speech, and they noticed the smell of alcohol. Sherman blew a .11, well above the .08 limit in Washington. Casey McNerthney with the King County Prosecutor's Office on why it took more than a year for charges to be filed.
We wanted to have the toxicology report back from the State Patrol Crime Lab before making a charging decision.
James Lynch, KIRO News Radio.
A round of not guilty pleas were entered Monday for the man accused of breaking into high-profile homes. Local athletes were the targets. KIRO News Radio's Gwen Baumgardner was at the arraignment.
Robbery in the first degree on or about March 30th, count 4 residential burglary on or
A judge laying out the charges against 21-year-old Earl Riley IV, unlawful possession of a firearm, eluding police, robbery, and 4 burglary counts. To all, he pleaded not guilty Monday. Prosecutors call him the ringleader in a string of home break-ins, targeting former Seahawk Richard Sherman, Mariner Julio Rodriguez, and other pro athletes at their King County homes. Riley's arraignment was scheduled for last week, but he refused to leave his jail cell. He returns to court in mid-July. Gwen Baumgardner, KIRO News Radio.
This morning, another toll hike goes into effect at Seattle's downtown tunnel. The 3% rate increase goes up 5 cents during non-peak and morning hours. During peak hours, it goes up to 10 cents. The added revenue covers tunnel maintenance and construction debt. The last increase was July 1st of 2022. Now to your KIRO News Radio real-time traffic. Tacoma to Seattle about 26 minutes right now. Puyallup to Renton 18. Renton to Bellevue about 15. Everett to Seattle about 26. And for your KIRO News Radio forecast on this Tuesday morning, we're starting off pretty cool, but we will warm up again for another day of sunshine and highs close to 80. Right now, it's about 58 in downtown Seattle. Coming up, Crime and Punishment, our weekly check-in with Casey McNerthy at the King County Prosecutor's Office. I'm Katrina Gashard. You're listening to KIRO News Radio.
Your best source for local news, serving Western Washington and the world with the KIRO News Radio App. Always streaming live on your smart speakers. You're listening to KIRO News Radio, Northwest News.
This hour of Seattle's Morning News is brought to you by Closets by Design Seattle.
The Jake and Spike Show.
Weekdays, noon to 3.
Seattle is the nation's most male-skewed major city. There's more men in Seattle. They say in the article here, they said the most masculine city, but I absolutely disagree with that.
You've seen the men in this town.
Exactly.
Please. It's not like it's 80-20.
No,
that's when it's hard to meet a lady.
That's true.
When there's 4 guys for every girl. That's when it's here come the bride's time.
The Jake and Spike Show.
Weekdays, noon to 3.
On KIRO News Radio 97.3 FM.
Kick off your 4th of July weekend with a Mariners fireworks show at Seattle's summer home, T-Mobile Park. It's a Mariners patriotic party this Thursday, presented by T-Mobile. Fly ball right field, sailing back, gone! Legend, Cal Raleigh! Catch Cal and the crew take on the Royals at 7:10. Then stick around as the sky explodes with red, white, and boom! Fireworks and Mariners baseball. That's 2 spectacular shows in one unforgettable night.
J.P. Crawford with a walk-off single. Holy smokes, what a finish.
Lock in your seats now at mariners.com/fireworks and check out the full fireworks lineup this summer, including an 80s night on July 18th and Show Tunes theme on August 1st. Plus, don't miss big-time giveaways like patriotic trucker hats on Friday and J.P. Crawford basketball jerseys on Saturday. Mariners baseball. Tridents up.
Summer is fast approaching, and it's a great time to get ready for the busy season with help from WaFd Bank.
Remember, Dave, you can get ahead of the game with WaFd Bank and implement services like payment processing so customers can buy through kiosk, mobile, online, contactless, whatever option they want to pay.
And Brad, I've heard that WaFd Bank has the equipment to make tracking transactions and getting paid easier than ever, right?
Right. With industry-leading security and personalized help from dedicated IT support, you can get peace of mind and get back to helping customers. You can also find a variety of business accounts at WaFd to fit your specific needs and a suite of other services to take things to the next level. We have the knowledge, experience, and offerings to make your business goals a reality.
Thanks, Brad. And you can learn more by visiting wafdbank.com or just drop in at your local branch. I think you'll discover why they've been awarded Best Bank by multiple companies many years in a row. WaFd Bank, built for business. Member FDIC.
When the heat's in 11,
cool AC would be heaven.
Dayandnight.net.
Beat the rush.
Act now before summer.
Because that heat's a real bummer.
Dayandnight.net.
This is the time to plan ahead so you stay cool this summer. Hi, I'm Bruce with Day and Night Plumbing and Heating. Call us about installing a high-efficiency cooling system or servicing your existing one so you're cool when you need it.
Get 10% off an air conditioner or heat pump. Call for details. Dayandnight.net.
Business leaders know to solve a problem, you gotta look at it in a new way. Like travel between Seattle and Portland. Why is it such a pain? I-5 traffic, TSA slowdowns, SeaTac hassles. Seaport removes those pain points. We fly out of Boeing Field and a private terminal at PDX. You park for free, steps away from your plane. And with flights every 45 minutes, you're always home for dinner. Problem solved. Seaport Airlines. It's about time.
Bringing you Seattle's morning news since 1974, this is KIRO News Radio.
It's time for Crime and Punishment with Casey McNerthy of the King County Prosecutor's Office. Casey, good morning.
How are you? Good to see you.
There are a lot of questions about what's going on Aurora Avenue North. We hear about shootouts there and pimps. And tell us what's happening.
The short answer is every day King County prosecutors are working on cases that happen all along Aurora Avenue North. You know, it's as frustrating for prosecutors as it is for people driving up and down that arterial or who have businesses there who say, come on, what's going on? Prostitution cases go to the city of Seattle at the city attorney's office. When you're a pimp, when you are involved in shootings, cases like that go to the King County prosecutor's office. And in court this morning, there's 2 cases from Aurora. One of them is a case involving a daytime shooting. It was, about 1:30 across from the Burgermaster, where there was this shooting. The guy was hit in the leg. It wasn't real clear what the shooting was about because neither the victim or the suspect were very forthcoming with police. But there was a witness who called 911 who said, hey, what's going on? This was referred to us by SPD, and we're really thankful that they were able to make that arrest. And so we asked that this guy be held on a $250,000 bail. And so he's charged with felony assault. He's in court this morning.
And there's another case from Aurora too, right?
Yeah. So there was a robbery at the 76 station there, right off of 85th and Aurora.
Yes, I know that exact spot.
Yeah, I go there all the time, all the time too, like when you're going up and down when
sure.
Cheap gas. And there was a case where there was a guy, allegedly, each of these cases, the defendants are innocent until proven guilty in court. But what police say is that this guy went in there, stole a couple of drinks, and the clerk was working and said, hey, don't steal those, as anybody would. That's when the guy pulled out a gun, allegedly. And when you have those cases, what the law says, when you take a couple of drinks, that's a misdemeanor case under the law. But if you pull a gun, that becomes a felony very quickly. And when people think they can get away with that, they should see cases like this and know that you end up in court charged with robbery in this case. And each of these folks are in the King County Jail, as they have been since the King County Prosecutor's Office filed these cases. It's really concerning to see this.
What about potential punishment for the guy at the 76 station?
So if convicted as charged, that would be a pretty significant sentence, because this guy's got a history out of Texas. And so if convicted as charged, that would be a pretty significant sentence, because when you have that previous history, also with a conviction on a new case, the court takes all that into consideration.
Another thing I want to talk about is the wire theft, the cable wire theft we were talking about that disrupted light rail service and frustrated a lot of commuters. That case is still being investigated. Where does it stand?
That one is still with police, and so I'm sure they're working on that, every day. And when they get that to us, King County prosecutors, of course, will take a look at it. There's another case that involves Comcast and Lumen that's in court this morning. There's a guy who's accused of taking hundreds of pounds and thousands of dollars of wire from Comcast. And that happened, according to police, over time, multiple different instances. They also say that he had a stolen SUV and an unlawfully possessed handgun. And so a lot of time, people hear about this, sometimes they hear about it when their internet is out for a day or two, and it's super frustrating. But it really affects a whole lot more than that. 911 services, in some cases, these have real consequences. And when you get cases like this, and this one was referred over by Bellevue PD, prosecutors looked at it and said, absolutely, this, there's 11 felony charges that this guy is facing, not only for the theft and the other related crimes, but also for failing to register as a sex offender, because he was previously convicted of a sex crime, didn't register, and so we added that charge too.
We were talking about this case last week, the copper wire theft, because these guys steal it and then sell it, right? Does anything ever happen to the buyers?
Yeah. One of the things that King County prosecutors showed was the problem with buying it for catalytic converter thefts for metal, that is. And so what we also showed is that there's got to be better resources for going after buyers. And anytime that we get a case where, they show that a buyer is responsible, we'll handle that the same way too.
All right, Casey, thanks for stopping by this morning.
Yeah, it's good to see you, man.
Casey McNerthy with the King County Prosecutor's Office.
For your KIRO News Radio forecast on this Tuesday morning, we start off a little cloudy, but plenty of sunshine later today. Right now, it's about 58 in downtown Seattle. And coming up next, let's see what our tease is here. Our weekly economic report with CBS business analyst Jill Schlesinger. I'm Katrina Gashard. You're listening to KIRO News Radio.
If you have unfiled taxes or are in debt to the IRS, this is important news. Did you know the IRS has programs specifically designed to help people struggling with tax debt? Powerful tax assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution firm. A-plus rated by the Better Business Bureau, their award-winning tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. One call to Optima can start the process, helping to put an end to your worries about wage garnishment, asset seizure, and other aggressive IRS actions. Find the best options to solve your tax problems. Call the experts at Optima Tax Relief today for a free consultation.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Ron is a musician.
Guitar is my love, and the thought of losing that ability was devastating.
You see, Ron was suffering from osteoarthritis.
I was starting to have pain, especially in my right thumb. I had gone to an orthopedic specialist, and they were coming up with options like fusing the joints together.
That's when Ron decided to see Dr. Mark Wagner, MD, at Seattle Sports and Regenerative Medicine for stem cell therapy.
The results are astounding. I couldn't have imagined it working as effectively as it has.
You'd recommend this to other people?
Oh, wholeheartedly. I am quite the fan of the stem cell therapy.
So, whether it's a shoulder, hip, knee, or even your thumb, before you choose surgery, consider stem cell therapy with Dr. Mark Wagner, MD, at Seattle Sports and Regenerative Medicine. Schedule your consultation at drmarkwagnermd.com.
I'm singing from rooftops. Go see Dr. Wagner.
Your new beginning starts now. D.R. Horton has new construction homes available throughout the greater Seattle area. With spacious floor plans, flexible living spaces, and home technology packages, you can enjoy more cozy moments and sweet memories in your beautiful new home. With new home communities opening throughout the Seattle area, D.R. Horton has the ideal home for you. Visit drhorton.com to learn more. D.R. Horton, America's builder, an equal housing opportunity builder.
Did you know that nearly half the homes in Western Washington are not properly insulated or not insulated at all? That may be the reason why your home is way too hot in the summer and way too cold in the winter. It may also be the reason that your energy bills are sky high. Right now, Insulation Northwest is offering a free inspection of your home's insulation. This is a $199 value and it's absolutely free, no obligation. Just call today and Insulation Northwest will arrange a time that works with your schedule. We'll perform a thorough exam of your home's insulation and give you the advice you need to start saving thousands. Everyone who calls today will also receive a free infrared screening of your home using the latest technology. This will help reveal any hidden flaws in your home's protective energy blanket. What do you have to lose? It only takes about an hour and it's absolutely free. Call Insulation Northwest today, the real insulation company.
InsulationNorthwest.com. It's a new year, but many seniors are struggling with the same old problem: high prices and rising property taxes. We're here with our friend Steve Teitler of Best Mortgage, and he says a reverse mortgage may be the answer.
Many seniors cannot afford to stay in the home they love. A reverse mortgage gives them access to equity in their home without having to sell. They can pay off their mortgage if they have one, and maybe pull some extra cash out of their home, and best of all, they have no mortgage payment the rest of their life.
But as you always say, a reverse mortgage is not for everyone.
That's right. Avoid the high-pressure sales pitch from those out-of-state call centers. I give you a consultation, not a sales pitch. I'll tell you if a reverse mortgage is right for you, and I always tell you if it's not.
Honest advice you can trust from the reverse mortgage experts. Best Mortgage, the VA loan experts and debt consolidation specialists too. 425-649-6000. Best Mortgage, 425-649-6000.
For more than 75 years, the VA Home Loan Benefit has helped millions of eligible veterans and service members achieve their piece of the American dream, a home for their families. Did you know that you could purchase a home or refinance your current home loan with your VA Home Loan Benefit? VA home loans have lower closing costs and generally enjoy lower interest rates than other borrowers. The VA home loan may save you thousands of dollars on your mortgage. For more information, visit www.va.gov or talk to a lender of your choice. Choose VA.
Hey, I want to tell you a sellwithwes.com success story. Wes Jones knows how important your home sale can be for your future plans. So when he got a call from Susan in Federal Way, he was eager to step up and help her sell her home of 25 years.
Her house was her biggest asset, and this home sale was super meaningful for her. So she's like, I know that I'm leaving money on the table in the condition that it's in. Like, what can we do?
I told him up front that I did not have the time or finances to do what needed to be done. And he immediately jumped in with, well, I do.
He told her about their Listing Boost concierge service.
We identified probably 4 or 5 major things.
It just was all so fast. They did everything.
I'm a son of a builder, and I've done a lot of flips over the years. So this is work that we actually like to do. We are seeking this out.
And I would just tell anybody, here's his phone number, give him a call. He'll take care of it.
So if you're in the market to sell your home, do what Susan did. Check out Wes Jones and his team at sellwithwes.com. Sell with Wes, a better way to sell your home.
Want to cut your home energy bills, breathe cleaner air, and improve comfort? The answer, AeroSeal from Home Comfort Alliance. This advanced process seals leaks in your ductwork, improving efficiency and air quality. Normally $2,500. Right now, for PSC customers, get AeroSeal for as little as $99 when they install a furnace or heat pump. Plus, save up to 25% on remaining 2024 heat pumps and air conditioners from Home Comfort Alliance. Visit homecomfortalliance.com today.
Active Liver is the easy way to get a daily detox to keep you healthy and feeling your best. Find Active Liver at your local CVS or online at Amazon or newnordicusa.com.
Hartley Wilcox here from Wilcox Family Farms. It's been fun meeting people at our recent egg demo events. I'm often asked, what do the hens eat? Well, Wilcox hens eat natural grains, seeds, and grass. They forage for worms and bugs, and their diet is free from pesticides and fertilizers. For fresh local eggs, look for Wilcox eggs at Safeway, Town & Country Markets, or Amazon Fresh. Wilcox Family Farms, locally fresh since 1909.
KIRO Newsradio 97.3 FM Northwest News. Now, the latest from KIRO Newsradio and mynorthwest.com.
Good morning. I'm Katrina Gashard. Brian Koberger has agreed to plead guilty in the deaths of 4 University of Idaho students back in 2022. The families are divided over the stunning development. CBS's Jonathan Vigliotti has more.
But in a social media post Monday, the Gonzalez family said they did not approve a plea deal, writing they were, quote, beyond furious at the state of Idaho. They have failed us. In a later statement through their attorney, they added that the victims' families had not been consulted. For Mogan's father, the plea deal is justice.
We can actually put this behind us and not have these future dates and future things that we don't want to have to be at, that we shouldn't have to be at, that have to do with this terrible person.
Koberger has been a criminal justice graduate student at Washington State University. We're learning more about the man investigators say started a wildfire in northern Idaho and then shot and killed 2 firefighters who responded.
I'm Heather Bosch. Investigators described 20-year-old Wes Rowley as a transient who'd been living out of his car in Coeur d'Alene and at one time wanted to be a firefighter. But they have few clues as to why he would start a wildfire and then shoot at responding fire crews.
We have not been able to find any manifesto.
And Kootenai County Sheriff Robert Norris adds,
at this time, we can't locate a criminal record for this individual.
He says local law enforcement had contact with Rowley, but for minor issues like trespassing.
They say Rowley shot himself to death after a gun battle with deputies who rushed in to help the ambushed firefighters. Drivers here in Washington are waking up to higher gas prices. Today, the gas state tax just rose by 6 cents. That puts it at 55.4 cents per gallon. Only California and Pennsylvania are higher. Lawmakers say the hike is needed to fix a $1 billion budget gap. It's part of a $3.2 billion transportation package passed earlier this year. The diesel tax also went up by 9 cents a gallon, and both taxes will keep rising with inflation starting next year. Flames tore through a church in Auburn just after midnight on Monday. KIRO 7 TV's Deborah Horn has details.
The pain of the loss at All Saints Lutheran Church was evident in the hours after flames ravaged the building.
There's like 12 different groups that meet there.
Laura Hughes lives across Military Road in sight of the church.
All their toiletries are closed and all that stuff is gone.
South King Fire says initial reports were of a pretty minor fire.
And the first 2 crews arrived on scene to discover a trailer behind a church that was actually fully involved.
Captain Brad Cheney says it was immediately upgraded to a working commercial fire to bring in more resources.
The cause of the fire is now under investigation. The Mariners kicked off their homestand with a big win over the Kansas City Royals. M's outfielder Randy Arozarena came up big in the game, leaving the yard twice.
Now the stretch. And the 2-1 to Randy, swinging a fly ball into deep center field. Going back his belt to the one, he tracked the wall. He does it again. Randy Arozarena with a second home run in back-to-back at-bats.
Mariners went on to win 6-2. They face off again against the Royals today. First pitch is at 6:40. You can catch the game and every game on our sister station, 710 Seattle Sports. Now to your KIRO News Radio real-time traffic. Everett to Bellevue about 28 minutes right now. Federal Way to Seattle about 31. Tooele to Bellevue about 18. Issaquah to Seattle about 60 minutes right now. And for your KIRO News Radio forecast, plenty of sunshine again today with highs in the mid-80s. Right now, it's about 58 in downtown Seattle. I'm Katrina Gashard. You're listening to KIRO News Radio.
Your best source for local news, serving Western Washington and the world with a KIRO News Radio app. Always streaming live on your smart speakers. You're listening to KIRO News Radio, Northwest News. Seattle's morning news. Hear it live, stream it online, watch the show, or catch the podcast anytime. Seattle's morning news, wherever you are.
We check in with CBS News business analyst Jill Schlesinger. You can check out her blog at jillonmoney.com. Jill, it's June 30th. How did this happen?
I don't know.
The year's
it's
half
horrendous.
over.
It's horrendous. And, it's what a year, right? I mean, we're walking into this day, the last day of the second quarter. And, even if you just look at the financial market, it's been completely crazy. And there's been wars and tariffs and DOGE and the Fed and interest rates. And, you look at the roller coaster of markets and you think, well, this is dizzying. I'll just do nothing. No, don't do nothing. In fact, this is a moment where what I think is really helpful is to kind of take stock of what you can and cannot control. You can't control markets, but you can, for example, control how your allocation looks. You can control whether you've rebalanced your retirement accounts, and you certainly can control a lot of your spending.
Give us some specifics.
All right, let's talk about the spending for a second. In the first half of the year, maybe you went a little bit awry. You had a plan of action. Maybe you don't even realize it. I think it's important not to judge yourself, but to say, hey, what happened? Look at if you're using an app, just look at the data that of how your spending went. If you don't, then maybe pull a bank statement, a credit card bill. Look at those subscriptions, those automatic renewals on Apple and Google Play. They're really pernicious. I mean, we're spending over $1,000 a year on subscriptions on average. That's incredible. So what I think is helpful is to say, hey, is my spending in line with what I really want? I am not saying you shouldn't have your subscription to BritBox. Go crazy. But if that's something you say you're not using, you'd like to save that money and redirect it somewhere else, that's what we're trying to do. We're trying to find some money where you can be more in control of how it is spent.
It is so easy to sign up for these things, the free trials, and then forget to cancel.
Yeah, exactly. And I think that's important. And also it's important to kind of keep your guard up. There are a lot of fees that are being charged out there. Keep your little antenna up to make sure that you're not getting a fee charge that you did not actually or doesn't belong to you. I think this is also a great time of year to look at your insurance coverage. It's amazing to me that homeowners or renters insurance, as well as auto insurance, up so much since the pandemic. Homeowners, it's up by 25% in 3 years. And auto insurance, oh my gosh, it's up by more than 50% since the pandemic. Have you actually reviewed that coverage? Are you shopping around? Are there ways to actually qualify for a discount? And while you're at it, when you think about your own insurance needs, look at your health insurance. Maybe you got a new diagnosis. Maybe that's something that should be on your radar before the big changeover comes in benefit election. If you got married or divorced or had a baby, should you be looking at your life insurance? So all of these things are things you can control. And there's a lot of available information online to search for the best prices.
What should we be doing with retirement accounts this time of year?
Well, I think that it's amazing to me how many jobs people have over their work lives. And we've seen this, a lot of churn in the labor market over the last couple of years. Are there old retirement accounts floating around? Is there something you can do differently with those accounts? Yes, you can consolidate them. So if you've got a couple of old plans, maybe it worked over the last bunch of years, you've got different retirement plans, move all the money into your current plan or move it into an IRA rollover account at an investment account or a Roth account, but put them all in one place so it's easier to manage. And while you are at it, make sure that you rebalance your accounts. What does that mean? It means that if you actually thought, hey, I want to have 70% in stocks and 30% in bonds, and now the allocation's off. It's a little bit different. And, maybe all of a sudden you're 50% stocks and 50% bonds, you're going to move things around, or vice versa. You move from one asset class to another. And finally, I will tell you, this is a great time of year to say, if things are going well for you and your household, maybe it is time for you to boost your retirement savings. Can you put a little bit more into the 401k, the 403b, 1%, 2%? You can make a big difference if you do that now rather than waiting towards the end of the year. I think this is a great time of year to really try to kickstart some of those retirement savings.
Jill, you are the best. Thanks for all the tips. I appreciate it.
Thanks for having me.
Take care.
Coming up, we'll have a check of national headlines. I'm Katrina Gauchard. You're listening to KIRO News Radio.
You listen to the John Curley Show every afternoon. What does John listen to every morning?
I listen to Charlie and Manda, get my pot of coffee going, then turn on Seattle's Morning News, and I begin to build my show that way. And you want straight news without opinion, just giving it to you with the facts. There's only one place to go, Seattle's Morning News.
The perfect bookends to your daily commute. Seattle's Morning News and the John Curley Show on KIRO News Radio. Download the KIRO News Radio app to listen anytime.
4,000 women are diagnosed with breast cancer every year in Washington state. I'm Dr. Suzette Miranda with Northwest Hope and Healing. We provide a lifeline to breast and gynecologic cancer patients. Join us at Life in Color, a brunch auction and fashion show on August 17th at the Columbia Collective in Woodinville for an unforgettable afternoon celebrating 25 years of hope and support. Get your tickets now for Life in Color on August 17th at nwhopeandhealing.org. That's nwhopeandhealing.org.
Hey, Brock Ewart here with Shannon O'Kelly, President and CEO of IRG Physical and Hand Therapy, inviting you to come work with IRG. And Shannon, what kind of staff are you looking for at IRG?
Brock, we're looking for all kinds of clinical staff, physical therapists, occupational therapists, athletic trainers, certified occupational therapy technicians, physical therapy assistants, you name it on the clinical side. We are looking for those folks. But we are really looking for folks that want to come to an organization that want to be part of our culture and change the culture and work with us to provide the best care and service we can to our patients, our team, and our community. So those clinical people out there, we're looking for you. We also provide advanced certification. We want to provide you mentorship. We want you to grow personally and professionally here at IRG.
And with over 40 clinics throughout the Pacific Northwest, you've got the opportunity to work in the city you want. Just head over to irgpt.com/careers. That's irgpt.com/careers.
Summer is fast approaching, and it's a great time to get ready for the busy season with help from WaFd Bank.
That's right, Dave. And WaFd Bank offers Collect Early to Do It, which opens cash flow for things you need, like hiring summer staff or adding inventory. Collect Early helps you get your invoices paid in hours, not weeks. You'll also get access to other services to efficiently run your business, like projection programs for income and expenses, so you can focus on what really powers your business, your customers.
That sounds like a pretty helpful tool, Brad, because cash flow can be an issue for small businesses. So how does that work again?
With Collect Early, you don't wait weeks to get your invoices paid. It works with just about any invoicing software. So all you need to do is drag and drop to get funds deposited in your WaFd account and use it to help run your business.
Getting paid in hours, not weeks, the way nature intended. Go to wafedbank.com or visit your local branch. Discover why they were awarded Best Bank 3 years in a row. Wafed Bank, built for business. Member FDIC.
CBS News Brief. Brian Koberger has agreed to plead guilty to murdering 4 University of Idaho students in 2022, avoiding the death penalty. Benjamin Mogan is victim Madison Mogan's father.
It's going to be nothing nice to go through for the rest of your life, and he'll have to think about that every day, all the terrible things he allegedly did.
CBS's Alice Gaynor tells us jury deliberations in the sex trafficking trial of Sean Diddy Combs will go into day 2.
Jurors do have the option to stay past 5 p.m. to deliberate, but they sent a note they wanted to go home for the day. Deliberations resume at 9 a.m.
A settlement between the NCAA and college athletes now allows schools to pay $20 million per year to athletes.
Most schools are expected to give about 75% of that amount to football players, 15% to men's basketball players, 5% to women's basketball players, and 5% to players of all other sports.
CBS's Christopher Cruz. CBS News Brief. I'm Michael Toscano.
For your KIRO News Radio forecast, plenty of sunshine again today with highs in the low 80s. Right now, it's about 58 in downtown Seattle. Coming up, former State Attorney General Rob McKenna breaks down the decisions made on the final day of the Supreme Court session. I'm Katrina Gashard. You're listening to KIRO News Radio.
Your new beginning starts now. D.R. Horton has new construction homes available throughout the greater Seattle area. With spacious floor plans, flexible living spaces, and home technology packages, you can enjoy more cozy moments and sweet memories in your beautiful new home. With new home communities opening throughout the Seattle area, D.R. Horton has the ideal home for you. Visit drhorton.com to learn more. D.R. Horton, America's builder, an equal housing opportunity builder.
Did you know that nearly half the homes in Western Washington are not properly insulated or not insulated at all? That may be the reason why your home is way too hot in the summer and way too cold in the winter. It may also be the reason that your energy bills are sky high. Right now, Insulation Northwest is offering a free inspection of your home's insulation. This is a $199 value and it's absolutely free, no obligation. Just call today and Insulation Northwest will arrange a time that works with your schedule. We'll perform a thorough exam of your home's insulation and give you the advice you need to start saving thousands. Everyone who calls today will also receive a free infrared screening of your home using the latest technology. This will help reveal any hidden flaws in your home's protective energy blanket. What do you have to lose? It only takes about an hour and it's absolutely free. Call Insulation Northwest today, the real insulation company.
InsulationNorthwest.com. We're here with our friend Steve Teitler of Best Mortgage, the reverse mortgage expert. Steve, mortgage rates have been dropping this year. How could that help seniors struggling to stay in their homes?
Lower mortgage rates means seniors can now get more money from their equity with a reverse mortgage. You can pay off your existing mortgage, have extra money to help with today's high cost of living, or believe it or not, you can even buy a home with a reverse mortgage. There are many uses, and best of all, you have no mortgage payments the rest of your life.
But as you always say, a reverse mortgage is not for everyone.
That's right. Avoid the high-pressure sales pitch from those out-of-state call centers. I give you a consultation, not a sales pitch. I'll tell you if a reverse mortgage is right for you, and I always tell you if it's not.
Honest advice you can trust from the reverse mortgage experts. Best Mortgage, the VA loan experts and debt consolidation specialists too. 425-649-6000. Best Mortgage, 425-649-6000.
Seattle's tradition for news and conversation. This is Seattle's Morning News with Charlie Harger and Manda Factor.
Friday, the U.S. Supreme Court wrapped up their session, releasing opinions on several cases, with a big focus coming to the case of birthright citizenship. Joining us now to break down all the rulings is former State Attorney General Rob McKenna. Rob, nice to have you. Thank you.
Good morning. Thank you.
So the first decision was pretty intricate. Can you help break this one down for us?
So this is the decision in which the court held that what are called universal injunctions, which are court rulings that temporarily block a presidential executive order, can only apply to the individuals that brought the lawsuit, not to the entire country. Although that applies to individuals who bring lawsuits, they also sent back to the lower courts the question of whether lawsuits brought by states, like the state attorneys general, can have a universal or nationwide effect. So that remains to be seen. So if you're an individual who goes to court to say, my child was born here, should be a citizen, even though I'm not a citizen myself, they're saying the court's preliminary injunction applies to you, but not to everybody like you in the country. So it means that more generally that by limiting universal injunctions, which the court said really were non-existent for most of our nation's history, we're not going to let individual district courts block nationwide an executive order that the administration issues.
So where does this go now?
Well, it goes back to the district courts in terms of these specific cases. And it means that other individuals who want, an injunction, a temporary, block on this executive order would have to bring their own lawsuits. But it's important to remember that these injunctions are just temporary. One scholar went in and researched all the injunctions that have been issued against executive orders and discovered that since the Obama administration, every major presidential executive order has been blocked by a district court. And the reason that's been possible is that opponents of Obama or opponents of Trump, opponents of Biden will pick a judge, or pick a court where they think they'll have a judge who will support their position, and are able to obtain these injunctions, these temporary blocks in every case. And the courts finally said, after complaints by the Obama administration, the Biden administration, both Trump administrations, power given to district courts by Congress.
We're speaking with former State Attorney General Rob McKenna. There was another big ruling on Friday that came for the religious rights of schools. Can you explain this one?
Right. So this was a case brought by a group of parents in Virginia who objected on religious grounds to their children having to be in classes that were teaching LGBTQ inclusive storybooks in their children's elementary school curriculum. And these parents obtained an injunction, a preliminary injunction that only applied to them in Virginia, to allow them to opt out of those instructions. The court ruled that a government burdens the religious exercise of parents when it requires them to submit their children to instruction that imposes a, quote, very real threat of undermining the religious beliefs and practices that the parents wish to instill. And the government then cannot condition, and again, I'm quoting the ruling, the government cannot condition the benefit of free public education on parents' acceptance of such instruction. So it's a pretty significant broadening of the parents' powers versus the school or school district's powers.
There was also a ruling on the Affordable Care Act that requires most insurers to provide free preventative care without copays. Was that a surprise?
It was a little bit of a surprise because unlike the other decisions we're talking about, this is a decision that was issued by a 6-3 vote with a mix of liberals and conservatives voting to uphold that provision of Obamacare that allows for preventive care without having a copay. And so that was a decision written by Justice Kavanaugh. 3 conservatives dissented, Alito, Gorsuch, and Thomas. But Chief Justice Roberts, Justice Amy Coney Barrett, Justice Kavanaugh, and the 3 liberals on the court teamed up on that one.
Throwing a lot at you this morning, but there were some big rulings. Another one was in Texas. The court upheld a Texas law that requires anyone seeking online access to sexually explicit material to provide proof of age. Seems like a pretty easy decision to make. What happened?
Well, in this case, he had another 6-3 vote, this time conservatives versus liberals, upholding against this free speech clause challenge, a Texas law that requires any website that publishes content that is 1/3 or more, quote, sexual material harmful to minors to verify the age of every user before permitting access. And the court held that the law is not subject to what we call strict scrutiny, which is the highest level of scrutiny you apply in a free speech case, but rather to what's called intermediate scrutiny. And they said, look, to the extent that the law burdens adults' rights to access such speech, in other words, these these pornography websites, it has only an incidental effect on protected speech. So it's subject to this lower level of scrutiny, and it survives that scrutiny because it advances the important governmental interest in shielding children from sexual content. It furthers that interest by preventing minors from easily circumventing a prohibition on their accessing sexual content while allowing adults full access to the content in question after the modest burden of providing proof of age. And by the way, I misspoke. This is another decision where you had a mix of conservatives and liberals teaming up on it.
All right, Rob, you have said, before I let you go, you have said 6-3 several times. How would you analyze this first Supreme Court session under the Trump administration?
Well, it's been a term where the conservatives have really been in control. And look, at the same time, there are lots of decisions that we haven't talked about this year that were unanimous. Last week, I noted prior to Friday, a series of decisions that came out that were, 9-0, 9-0, et cetera, or 8-1. So at the same time, in what people consider the most important cases, you have a conservative supermajority on the court now that is really having its way on issues like the free exercise of religion, speech, and it's a court majority that definitely is more sympathetic to executive power, to presidential power. So this is something we're going to feel the effects of for quite a while.
We really appreciate you spending some time with us. Thank you. Former State Attorney General Rob McKenna.
For your KIRO News Radio forecast, plenty of sunshine again today with highs in the low 80s. Right now, it's about 58 in downtown Seattle. Coming up next, Seattle's Morning News with Charlie Harger and Manda Factor. I'm Katrina Gashard. You're listening to KIRO News Radio.
A KIRO News Radio exclusive on Seattle's Morning News.
Seattle Mayor Bruce Harrell running for re-election. On the issue of crime, people in Belltown are saying it's the worst they've ever seen it.
I take the feedback, so I don't say you're wrong. But the fact is that the data would sort of refute some of that. Am I satisfied with the progress we've made? Absolutely not. You don't want a mayor that says, oh yeah, everything is safe. So you're going to continue to see a very aggressive approach.
Watch the full interview on the KIRO News Radio YouTube page or download the KIRO News Radio app. KIRO FM and HD1, Tacoma, Seattle.
Millions of Americans take medicine like Ozempic and Zepbound. Many of them are overpaying by thousands of dollars a year. These GLP-1 medications for diabetes, weight loss, and more may not always be covered by your insurance, but GoodRx can help. GoodRx helps you save every month on prescriptions at over 70,000 pharmacies nationwide. Best of all, it's free to use. Check GoodRx to save on GLP-1s. Just go to GoodRx.com/GLP. That's GoodRx.com/GLP. GoodRx is not insurance, but can be used instead of insurance, including Medicare and other federal and state-funded programs.
When might you be buzzed? When you suddenly love everything.
You guys, I love this song. I love these nachos. I love our kickball league. Ugh! I love this guy. What's your name? You know what I'd love? A ride when it's time to head out.
If you see a buzzed warning sign, call for a ride when it's time to go home. Buzz driving is drunk driving. A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
I love your car. Is this real leather?
It started as a puddle.
Where?
In the shower.
Uh-oh.
Then the kitchen sink.
Started backing up?
Yeah.
I know where this is going.
Clogged up.
Right. No problem.
Beg your pardon?
There's no clog we can't clear.
You're Dan.
From Apollo Plumbing.
This is going to get pricey.
How about $83?
To clear my drain?
Apollo Plumbing clears main drains every day.
For $83?
$83 or it's free.
What's the catch?
No catch. We'll even do a camera inspection.
Why's that?
It's the best way to find the cause of your clog.
And it's included?
No extra charge. Truth is, we hate clogs.
I don't love them.
Seen them all.
Ew.
I promise, there's no clog Apollo can't clear.
Guaranteed.
83 or free.
Goodbye, slow drains.
All it takes is an accessible clean out.
And Apollo gets my drains draining again.
You call, we come, it's fixed.
My heroes.
Just doing our job.
Thank you, Apollo Plumbing.
ApolloPlumbing.com.
Every year, 4.5 million young adults between the ages of 18 and 24 visit the ER.
It's every parent's nightmare.
Umergency gives you all the tools you need to quickly and effectively manage your family's emergency. Umergency provides instant access to vital resources, customized to your student's campus and local community, digital consent form, and built-in urgent alert button. Umergency gives you peace of mind when you need it most. Download your Umergency app now.
Good morning, I'm Heather Bosch.
Your best source for local news.
A minimum wage increase proposal is moving forward in unincorporated King County.
KIRO News Radio.
Free consultations, no fee guarantees, 5-star reviews. JP Pendergast with Pendergast Law explains the importance of going beyond these familiar offerings.
Accident victims want an attorney, Tom, that satisfies their needs. Someone who handles those needs with the highest degree of care. Pendergast Law offers the no-fee guarantees and free consultations, but these only scratch the surface.
Okay, explain more.
We make sure that every member of our team is genuinely passionate about helping others. Customer service and communication are our top priority. It's how we take care of our clients so they always feel one step ahead of the insurance companies. Our strong reputation for high standards provides comfort and confidence when it's needed most.
Pendergast Law offers the free consultations, the no-fee guarantees, and of course, they are 5-star rated. But what really makes them different is their genuine passion for helping others. I can't recommend them enough.
If you or a loved one has been injured in a car accident, call Pendergast Law. We can help.
That's PendergastLaw.com.
If you have aging parents, you've probably worried about their bathroom. That old tub, it's a slip and a disaster waiting to happen. Hi, this is Ursula Royteen. With Bathfitter, you can convert it into a walk-in shower, custom fit, installed in just one day, and backed by a lifetime warranty. No mess, no demo, just a safer, better bathroom. Call Bathfitter today or visit bathfitternw.com to schedule your free consultation. And right now, take advantage of 0% interest for 24 months.
Check out the Puyallup Tribe's Firecracker Alley's new location at 3509 72nd Street East in Tacoma. Stock up now for your 4th and enjoy great food at Firecracker Alley. 3509 72nd Street East in Tacoma. Open now through July 4th.
Your best source for local news. KIRO News Radio. KIRO FM and HD1. Tacoma, Seattle. Northwest News.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
I'm Deborah Rodriguez. President Trump's just taken off for what he calls Alligator Alcatraz, a migrant detention center in the Florida Everglades, but not before cheering on Republicans in the Senate, who've pulled a second all-nighter trying to get his massive spending package passed.
I think we're doing well. We're going to have to see some very complicated stuff. Great enthusiasm, as you know. And I think in the end, we're going to have it.
Democrats are pushing back, among them Michael Bennett of Colorado.
They are wrestling with the legacy of 50 years of trickle-down economics that have benefited the wealthiest Americans while leaving working and middle-class families behind, which this bill does again.
A vote-a-rama on amendments continues. The president said he wants the bill passed and on his desk by July 4th. Accused killer Brian Kohberger has agreed to plead guilty and avoid the death penalty in the stabbing deaths of 4 University of Idaho students in 2022. Benjamin Mogan's daughter Madison was among the victims.
We can actually put this behind us and not have these future dates and future things that we don't want to have to be at, that we shouldn't have to be at, that have to do with this terrible person.
Day 2 of deliberations has just begun at Sean Combs' sex trafficking and racketeering trial in New York. It follows a red flag from the panel yesterday. CBS's Jerika Duncan is at the courthouse.
Within an hour of the start of the jury deliberation, the foreperson presented a note to the court regarding concerns about one juror's ability to follow instructions. In response to that note, the judge sent them back to work and did not call any alternate.
If you have hamburgers on your 4th of July menu, they'll cost you more this year. CBS's Danya Backus.
Ground beef prices hit a record high in May, just in time for the summer grilling season. Ranchers have been dealing with drought, high grain prices, and inflation, forcing many to reduce the size of their herds. Economists say it's about shopping smart this 4th of July. Take advantage of in-season domestic produce like watermelon and strawberries, and even broccoli and cauliflower.
Starting today, colleges can pay as much as $20 million a year directly to their student athletes, thanks to an almost $3 billion settlement between the NCAA and former athletes. CBS Sports' Brandon Marcello.
This new revenue-sharing model
is going to give a lot more money to players overall, but for a select few, it's actually going to end up paying them less than what we saw previously in the NIL era.
Dow futures down 45. This is CBS News.
Progressive Insurance, with insurance for cars, home, boat, motorcycles, RVs, and commercial vehicles at 1-800-PROGRESSIVE and Progressive.com. Coming up, we're headed live to Moscow, Idaho to hear what people there think of Brian Koberger's guilty plea after we check at the Beacon Plumbing traffic desk with Sully.
Good morning, Charlie. Happy gas tax increase day. Looking at the roads right now, we've got
For those who celebrate.
Well, I'm sure all of us do. Who doesn't love paying another 6 cents a gallon to what is already one of the highest gas taxes in the nation? But I digress. Auburn to Renton is our heaviest drive at this point. We've got 20 minutes on there, 40 from Puyallup, but not bad overall. Going further north, Renton to Bellevue is running under 20 minutes, so that's pretty good. We've got some sun glare already up the hill toward Mounts Road, kind of a carbon copy of what we had yesterday. Give yourself 40 minutes from Olympia to Tacoma. Federal Way to Seattle's not too bad yet, 40 minutes on that entire drive. Snohomish County's looking pretty decent, a little slowing westbound on the trestle, a little bit around 128th and South Everett, but overall 35 minutes from Everett to Seattle or Everett to Bellevue. Good start. This traffic report brought to you by Seattle Sports. Download the Seattle Sports app and stay in the know with the latest scores, news, opinions about your favorite teams.
Now, the latest from KIRO Newsradio and MyNorthwest.com.
Live from East Lake Avenue.
You're listening to Charlie Harger and Manda Factor, Seattle's morning news.
It was a shocking turn yesterday in the case of Brian Koberger, the man charged with the brutal murder of 4 University of Idaho students. A plea deal was reached, which allows Koberger to avoid the death penalty.
Joining us live from Moscow, Idaho, where members of the community are reacting, is KIRO News Radio's Luke Ducey. Good morning.
Yeah, good morning, Manda. Good morning, Charlie. Yeah, I'm here at the scene, actually, of those murders from back in 2022. The house here was demolished about 2 years ago, but at the University of Idaho. But there is a makeshift memorial still. People leaving plenty of candles. I'm looking at stuffed animals here in front of me, flowers, notes to the victims. And there's been plenty of reaction here in Moscow.
I feel like he should have gotten the death penalty. So, I feel like that's really frustrating, but
I feel like he got off easy.
Yeah, definitely got off easy.
Others like Scott tell me hopefully the university now and the town can heal.
I think after the case is complete, I think that's when the healing will begin. Even though he's just, he's not going to get the death penalty, that's up for us to decide. We just got to move on but continue honoring the family and honor those people that passed away, and we'll heal together.
Prosecutors say this plea agreement ensures Koberger will be convicted and spend the rest of his life in prison. Family, though, of the victims took to social media yesterday. One of the sisters of the victims blasted the deal, calling it shocking and cruel, and that they believed in the system and the system failed them. This case was just weeks away from trial. Koberger is expected to ask a judge to accept his guilty plea in court tomorrow. We're live in Moscow this morning. Luke Ducey, KIRO News Radio.
And we'll continue to check in with Luke throughout the morning. We are learning new details this morning about the deadly ambush of 2 firefighters in Coeur d'Alene.
And this morning, a public procession is planned for the fallen heroes, as we hear live from KIRO News Radio's Gwen Baumgardner.
Yeah, that procession starting at 10 this morning, a public tribute to slain battalion chiefs John Morrison and Frank Harwood, with thousands expected to line those streets in mourning. Both firemen were killed while responding to a weekend brush fire that we now know was arson. The local Kootenai County Sheriff pointing to 20-year-old transient Wes Rowley as the person who started that fire, then opened fire on the responding crews. An hours-long manhunt ending when Rowley killed himself. The investigation continues.
We have not been able to find any manifesto.
So the sheriff says while the motive for that attack is still unclear, new details suggest premeditation. Rowley going on social media the day of those killings and allegedly posting a picture of himself decked out in camo with a corresponding song. Some of those song lyrics, "I'm going hunting."
Really disturbing. Thank you for that update, Gwen. All 4 senators from Washington and Idaho called for a moment of silence for the firefighters who were killed Sunday. This is Idaho Republican Mike Crapo.
While business continues here, life for the North Idaho community of Coeur d'Alene remains at a very painful standstill as we mourn the horrific loss of 2 firefighters.
That community will be devastated for a long time to come.
That's Washington Democrat Patty Murray.
Keeping you informed since 1974. This is the city's longest-running radio news show.
Seattle's Morning News on KIRO News Radio.
Well, good morning.
Hey, welcome back.
Missed you guys.
No, you didn't.
I really, truly was watching the show on YouTube and thinking,
Oh,
man, they look like they're
Charlie.
having a lot of fun
We
without
had
me.
a blast without you.
Yeah, we did.
I'm kidding. It's nice to have you back.
Yeah, I'm kidding too.
Well, we're at the midway point for the year, Tuesday, July 1st.
Wow.
Sully is over there keeping an eye on the roads for us, and, he gets his hair cut, and he gets all testy about the news, so
I'm
thanks for
feeling
that,
pretty
buddy.
good about it, yeah.
Yeah, okay. Producer David Burbank is here, Katrina Gishard out at the news desk, and Nick Krasia is in the control room running the board.
Should be up around 80 again today. We'll talk more about that later. This hour of Seattle's Morning News is sponsored by American Crawl Space and Pest Control.
And Sully, you have a choke point coming up?
Yeah, we do. Big weekend coming up at the coast for the 4th of July. Got some advice and maybe some warnings if this might be your first attempt driving in the sand.
Okay, we will check that out coming up soon. And we'll also have our weekly personal finance segment with Brian Evans from Madrona Financial Services and CPAs.
It's 6:09. Frontline workers walked off the job at Multicare in Parkland. Emergency department employees are frustrated over contract negotiations, and they're claiming labor violations, as KIRO 7 TV's Ranji Sinha reports.
The strike was seen as a last resort, and the workers say having it go into a holiday where emergency calls add up wasn't planned.
The care isn't going to be there, which is very disheartening.
Staffing has also been an issue for these workers since the union says the staff levels dwindled from 120 to about 75 workers.
Multicare says it's negotiating in good faith, adding it does not anticipate any disruption to patient care.
We now know former Seahawks all-star cornerback Richard Sherman blew a .11 when he was arrested for a DUI in February of last year. He was on 405 in Renton when he was pulled over. Troopers noted Sherman was swerving in and out of the lane. His speech was slurred and they could smell alcohol. Charges were delayed as prosecutors waited for toxicology from the State Patrol Crime Lab. Here's Casey McNerthney with the King County Prosecutor's Office.
We just wanted to make sure that we had the most complete information available from the State Patrol. And once we had that report, then we made the charging decision.
Sherman is due back in court late next month.
Well, we already have some of the most expensive gas in the nation. Now gas costs even more here in Washington starting today. The state gas tax just went up 6 cents a gallon. That brings the total to 55.4 cents per gallon, third highest gas tax in the country. Lawmakers passed the hike to help cover a $1 billion shortfall in the transportation budget. They say it'll keep road projects moving and promises on track. The diesel tax also jumped 9 cents. More increases are coming in the next few years.
You got to listen to this cam sound. This is from a doorbell cam, apparently. Pierce County deputies say a modified M80 firework damaged a home near the corner of 19th Avenue East and East Gaylor Street. This happened Saturday. KIRO News Radio's James Lynch has the story.
Pierce County deputies say the M80 had been modified to increase its explosive power and was thrown from a passing car. Deputy Carly Capetto says it was a targeted attack. Fortunately, no one was injured, and this could have been a lot worse.
Essentially, this home could have burned down, and then it would have been even more destructive than just a hole in the side of the house.
The 45-year-old suspect faces felony charges. James Lynch, KIRO News Radio.
Well, the Mariners kicked off their homestand with a big win over the Kansas City Royals. M's outfielder Randy Arozarena came up big in the game, leaving the yard twice.
Now the stretch. And the 2-1 to Randy. Swinging a fly ball into deep center field. Going back his belt to the one. He tracked the wall. He does it again. Randy Arozarena with a second home run in back-to-back at-bats.
That was his 101st home run of his career. Mariners went on to win 6-2. They face against the Royals again today. First pitch, 6:40. You can catch every game on our sister station, 710 Seattle Sports.
And did Cal Rowley get a home run last night, too?
He did. His 33rd of the season.
My goodness. All right.
He's tied for Griffey at this point.
That's right. I mean, I think
saw
he's
that.
Yeah, with the amount of home runs before the All-Star break.
Yeah.
Just fantastic. Cool to hear. All right, it's 6:12. Let's get a check on weather. It's brought to us by State Roofing and Exteriors, and a lovely day today, 82 and sunny. Tomorrow, 74, partly cloudy, right around 70 on Thursday. 4th of July, Friday, right now looking like we'll have maybe a few clouds, otherwise sunny, and a high of 72. You know, unofficial start of summer is July 5th in Seattle. So if we get these nice, dry, sunny days now,
it's going to blow that right out of the water.
Right now in Seattle, it is sunny and 59.
And it's 6:13. That's time to get back to the Beacon Plumbing Traffic Desk. We do this every 10 minutes. And here's Chris Sullivan.
And with the sun, obviously, comes the sun glare at certain times of the day, and this is one of those times. And that's kind of can explain some of the braking that we have, especially coming up from Nisqually towards Mounts Road. You're kind of looks like the gates of heaven opening up in front of you. That's how it's like, oh, you're like blinded by the sun right there. So you got about a 40-minute trip from Olympia to Tacoma. Once you get through that, it's a nice and easy drive all the way up through Tacoma. A little braking up towards 18, and then Federal Way to Seattle is not bad at all, under 40 minutes. Little sun glare around the corner and Puyallup as well on eastbound 512 as you tie into 167. And then the Valley Freeway itself, a little over 40 minutes. Heaviest part of that drive is right there through Auburn, and of course tying into Renton. And then 405, if you're continuing up the corridors, only 20 minutes to get you to Bellevue, maybe even a little under, so that's pretty good. Coming down from the north end, and not bad at all. The heaviest brakes are right there at the Boeing Freeway, as you would expect, right past the Everett Mall. Not too bad away from Linwood, but you might need 40 minutes to make the drive from Everett to Seattle or Bellevue. Getting conflicting reports, so I could use a little help from our KIRO Army out there helping me out on the road. What's going on northbound 3 getting out of Gorst? I've got reports of a couple different crashes in that area. I know there's a ton of sun glare as well, but we're backing up towards Bay Street coming out of Port Orchard around the corner through Gorst, so could use a little help there. I can't see from the camera because I'm blinded by the light. Yeah, I went there. KIRO News Radio Real-Time Traffic. I'm Chris Sullivan.
Revved up like a deuce. Another runner in the night.
I've made you do that twice now, and I'm really happy.
Yeah, there you go. 6:14 now. Gird your loins, fashion fans. The Devil Wears Prada 2 is officially in production. Here's Katrina.
Hey, after nearly 2 decades after the original...
No, it's just baffling to me. Why is it so impossible to put together a decent run-through? You people have had hours and hours to prepare. It's just so confusing to me.
So confusing. Meryl Streep, Anne Hathaway, Emily Blunt, and Stanley Tucci are reuniting for the sequel. This time, Miranda Priestley faces the collapse of a traditional publishing world, while her former assistant Emily, played by, of course, Anne Hathaway, is now a power player in luxury advertising. So expect high fashion and high drama. It's set to hit theaters next May.
Katrina, thanks. It's 6:15.
Charlie Harger and Manda Factor, Seattle's morning news.
Hey, oh, let's go.
Now, Choke Points with Chris Sullivan.
Presented by Carter Subaru.
Well, thousands of people will head to the coast this week to celebrate the 4th of July, and that means a lot of first-timers will be testing their driving skills in the sand.
And if you haven't done that, that is also a time to gird your loins.
Yeah, it is.
Sully is here with a warning and some tips.
Yeah, well, driving in the sand is a lot of fun. I mean, I don't want to be Captain Bring Down here, but I'm trying to bring a little common sense to this because I've been driving in the sand since I was a kid. I love it. It just takes a while to get used to it, but let me be blunt. This weekend is probably not the best time to try driving in the sand for the first time. The sand is going to be packed with people this weekend. The Long Beach Peninsula is expecting 100,000 people over those 4 days there. I've been down there when it's like that, and it gets nutty. Ocean Shores told me they talked to several people there, chief of police, chief of the head of the fire department. They're like, we don't even know how many people are coming. We just know a ton are coming. So there's not going to be any room to move, and there's not going to be any room to air. And if you don't believe me, please listen to Paul, who volunteers with Long Beach Peninsula 4x4 Rescue.
And if you've never driven on the sand, best thing is don't make the 4th of July weekend your first try.
The nonprofit rescue group volunteers its time getting people out of trouble.
We're just a bunch of people down here that realize that tourism is the lifeblood to the peninsula, and so we're here to help as locals. And that, we don't take any money. We just help people get out.
So here are some really good tips for driving in the sand. Pick the line you want when you're on the approach and just go with it. Keep your speed up, but don't go super fast. Watch for deep ruts. And don't assume that your truck or SUV will take care of you.
All-wheel drive versus four-wheel drive. They are not the same. If you have four-wheel drive or all-wheel drive and you're on the beach, disengage your traction control. That will get you stuck faster than anything.
Yeah, don't trust the car or truck to do what it's supposed to do. Got to take it out of that so you can have a lot more control. A lot of people have told me in the past, take a little air out of the tires. Problem with doing that in some places like Long Beach where the approaches are really, really difficult, the ruts can get super high. And when you take air out of your tires, that reduces your clearance a little bit. So that's just something to think about. And don't even think about trying to go into the sand with anything bigger than a car or a truck.
People with motorhomes and vans and stuff, just don't try it. We've pulled, in the last 2 or 3 weeks, we've pulled several motorhomes off and Sprinter vans that are four-wheel drive, but they just, for whatever reason, don't do well.
Again, don't assume that your car or truck can handle it just because it's four-wheel drive. Now, this 4th of July weekend is going to be particularly dangerous because of the tides. High tide will be between 9 and 10 p.m. on the 4th. So just about the time you're shooting off your fireworks or watching the big displays, the tide's going to be coming in. And it's a high tide, meaning the water will be coming in a little bit further than you might expect. Paul's advice is to park up higher on the softer sand and make sure that your car doesn't end up in the ocean.
If you're going to be down there firing fireworks, you want to be up above that on the dry sand because the tide is coming in and your car, if you don't think about it, is going to be all of a sudden in the water.
And I've seen this happen more times than I could count. We go down there every 4th or most of them, and people get distracted by the bonfires, the fireworks, and then they don't realize that the water's at their tires, and then they freak out. And then that's like the worst possible time. And then, of course, when the fireworks are over, everyone's going to be trying to leave the beach at the same time. You're going to be doing this in the dark, dodging the ocean, unpredictable people and pets, raging bonfires, debris piles, oh, and yes, drunk drivers. Not the best time to get stuck in the sand. But if you do find yourself in trouble, the best thing to do is don't panic. Stay calm, put on your flashers, and look for help. Plenty of people down there want to help. Be careful if someone offers to throw a chain on your bumper. While it might help you, it might also pull your suspension apart or rip off a part of your undercarriage. You'll likely damage your vehicle. So it's best to carry a small little shovel. I carry a little snow shovel with me, a little one that's foldable, like a camp one, and you just a flat piece of wood, try to dig yourself out. You can always call a tow, or of course, if you're on the Long Beach Peninsula, you can call 4x4 Rescue.
We'll jump people. We'll get them unstuck out in the sand. But if they're in the surf, we won't touch them. They're going to have to go to a tow company to get out for that. We just can't do that.
And if you're already in the surf, the best thing to do is call your insurance agent because the car's not going to be worth it by the time you get out. I have the number and all the contact information for the 4x4 Rescue at mynorthwest.com. Again, have a great 4th. Be smart, be safe, and always point your nose of the car towards the ocean. If you're parking on the beach, that's way you can see what's coming at you and you can be prepared.
Perfect. What a nice thing they do down there.
Yeah,
right?
It's amazing. And they use really good and good nylon stretchy cord, things that aren't going to hurt the undercarriage of your car. Matter of fact, I think one of these guys, I wasn't sure back in the day, Holly got stuck in the SUV one morning while I was sleeping in. And I believe I was like, here, get $20 here, take some money. I really appreciate it. He's like, no, we're good. We got her out. We're fine. So yeah, really, really cool people down there, really trying to help people out. But yeah, if you've never been down there, I mean, it's the ocean. It's dangerous. If you that's why you never turn your back on it. And especially with the tide coming in, you mix a little alcohol. It can be really kind of create a bunch of anxiety trying to get out when everything's kind of going on like that.
Well, it's very cool and also just very surprising that you are able to drive on the beaches here in parts of Washington State. Like, for example, in Westmore, you cannot, but go down the road to Grayland and it's just fine.
Yep.
One of the things that I think people really need to keep in mind is you don't want to be parking on the beach for a long time. That's what I tend to see is people get a little too close up and they're not thinking of tides. I like to just go down for like an hour or two when I know I'm very close to my car. I can watch the waves, bust out some of the gear, and then get out safely and in a timely way.
You haven't been to Long Beach lately, have you? For the 4th of July.
For the 4th of July.
People go down there at about 9 a.m.
and
they set up massive compounds, block them off with whatever, and then next thing you know, there are 20 cars all part of this group. They have pit toilets. They stay there all day long and they don't leave, and then they have to pack up all of that stuff after the fireworks are gone. And you're right, a lot of them park.
Back up the toilet, Agnes. We got to leave now.
Yeah, a lot of people park too close to the water and then find themselves Even before the high tide comes in, they park right in the middle of the road, and their kids running everywhere. Kids and dogs are incredibly unpredictable.
Yeah.
So if you're driving, you got to be like, Dave Wyman. You got to be like a NFL linebacker, head on a swivel the whole time. You got to be careful. Go have fun, but there's a lot of danger down there if you kind of get too confident or too complacent.
All right, go check it out, mynorthwest.com. Thanks, Sully.
Good advice.
It is time for traffic, though, so we got to switch hats over there. Hat has changed.
Sully. It's now the Beacon Plumbing traffic desk.
Well, I guess I better actually look at the map again to find out what's happening. The coast looks great. No, looking at northbound I-5, still struggling getting up through the Nisqually Basin and then on up towards Mounts Road. Over 40 minutes now to make that drive from Olympia to Tacoma. That's sun glare. I'm looking for some help as well on eastbound 512 to see if we have anything down by the fairgrounds, because we're backed up bumper to bumper all the way up towards the South Hill exit. So we're losing a couple of minutes there, and then some brake lights through Sumner as well and Auburn. So we're up over 45 minutes now to go from Puyallup up to Renton. Renton to Bellevue's still seeing the brake lights in the S-curves like we normally get them. About 22 minutes now to make that drive. Federal Way to Seattle, about 45 minutes. Coming down from the north end, still doing okay. You need about 42, 43 minutes from Everett to Seattle or Bellevue. The Lake Bridges continue to be fine, and I'm still seeing very heavy brake lights on westbound 16 now, almost to Sedgwick, around Port Orchard and through Gorst up Highway 3. I have reports of a crash up there about halfway up to Bremerton, but I haven't gotten a confirmation, and I can't see it because of the sun glare on the cam there. But either way, you're backed up pretty significantly. This traffic report is brought to you by Kia of Everett. During the Kia of Everett Summer Sticker Sales event, save thousands on lease and financing offers on hundreds of tariff-free Kias. Experience simple, easy fun at KiaofEverett.com.
It's going to be another beautiful day. A little toasty. We'll be up around 82 in the sunshine. Some clouds roll in tomorrow. That'll keep us a bit cooler, down around 74, pushing 70 on Thursday, and then for the holiday on Friday. Nice, partly sunny by afternoon and 72. Right now in Seattle, sunny and 61.
Coming up, a live report from KIRO Newsradio's Luke Ducey in Moscow, Idaho, where 4 University of Idaho students were killed over 2 years ago. Now the man charged with their murders is accepting a plea deal. Luke has reaction from community members there with a live report.
And we'll get you your opening bell report here on Seattle's Morning News.
You listen to John Curley every afternoon? What does John listen to every morning?
Here's how I start my morning. Get my pot of coffee going, and then I turn on Seattle's Morning News. I listen to Charlie and Manda. This is how I prep for my show, because I know those guys have, hundreds of years of experience, although Manda looks better than Charlie. I'm going to get the straight news.
Experience matters. Seattle's Morning News, weekday mornings 6 to 9 on KIRO News Radio, 97.3 FM, and the KIRO News Radio app.
Guys, did you know your testosterone level impacts your energy, libido, sleep, weight, hair loss, mood, and even ED? And right now, Revive Men's Health Seattle will check your testosterone for free. They've helped thousands of men since 2011 feel and perform better. They're so confident they can help you, they even guarantee it. Schedule your free testosterone test, exam, and consultation today. Call 206-529-1111. That's 206-529-1111. Or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com.
If you have aging parents, you've probably worried about their bathroom. That old tub? It's a slip and a disaster waiting to happen. Hi, this is Ursula Royteen. With Bathfitter, you can convert it into a walk-in shower, custom fit, installed in just one day, and backed by a lifetime warranty. No mess, no demo, just a safer, better bathroom. Call Bathfitter today or visit bathfitternw.com to schedule your free consultation. And right now, take advantage of 0% interest for 24 months.
When the heat's an 11,
cool AC would be heaven.
Dayandnight.net.
Beat the rush.
Act now before summer,
because that heat's a real bummer.
Dayandnight.net. This is the time to plan ahead, so you stay cool this summer. Hi, I'm Bruce with Day and Night Plumbing and Heating. Call us about installing a high-efficiency cooling system or servicing your existing one so you're cool when you need it. Now save $50 off our pre-summer AC tune-up. Dayandnight.net.
If you've been thinking about surgery or even joint replacement, here's something to consider. Hi, it's Dave Ross. I've talked to over 100 patients of Dr. Mark Wagner, MD, and many of them have told me about life-changing results. Their words, after treatment at Seattle Sports and Regenerative Medicine. These are people with severe osteoarthritis, even bone on bone, and they're back to hiking, jogging, playing tennis, skiing, golfing, walking up and down stairs, playing with the kids and the grandkids, and they're doing it without pain and without surgery. Dr. Wagner's 60-minute outpatient procedure uses your own stem cells, and because they're your own stem cells, they can help regenerate your own cartilage in your own joints. Dr. Wagner is a board-certified Seattle physician. He has over 30 years of experience, and he's performed over 20,000 stem cell procedures. And he's one of the few doing it the right way. So, listen to his patients, and remember, whether it's a shoulder, hip, elbow, ankle, wrist, or knee, before you choose surgery, first see Dr. Mark Wagner, MD. Get the facts, then get back in the game at drmarkwagnermd.com.
Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. This weekend only, Friday through Sunday, Angel of the Winds Arena, Everett. Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. This weekend only, Friday through Sunday, Angel of the Winds Arena, Everett. 18-month interest-free financing. Our factories have demanded we sell 1,000 hot tubs and swim spas this weekend. Angel of the Winds Arena, Everett. Huge factory incentives, factory rebates, this weekend only. Angel of the Winds Arena, Everett. We can remove your old hot tub. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Hot tub starting at $2,999. Angel of the Winds Arena, Everett. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Just relax and enjoy. Angel of the Winds Arena, Everett. Friday, 2 p.m. to 8 p.m. Saturday, 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. Sunday, 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Free admission. Free delivery. Angel of the Winds Arena, Everett. Call 833-SPA-SALE or visit hottubandSwimSpaSale.com.
Hey, it's Matt, your leaf filter trusted pro. Gutters are an often neglected part of the home. They're also one of the most important. Clogged, overflowing gutters can cause serious problems like foundation damage or basement flooding, which can cost thousands of dollars to fix. Let's face it, cleaning gutters yourself is not only a hassle, it can be dangerous. But when you get Leaf Filter, you'll never have to worry about cleaning clogged gutters again. Get started today by visiting leaffilter.com/radio to schedule your free inspection. If you decide to move forward, we'll professionally clean, realign, and seal your gutters before installing our patented stainless steel micro mesh system. Leaf Filter keeps out everything but the water. And it's backed by a lifetime transferable no clogs warranty. So you're protected for good. We're in your neighborhood and ready to help. Visit Leaf Filter today for a free inspection and estimate, and you could save up to 30%. Visit leaffilter.com/radio. That's leaffilter.com/radio.
Now more than ever, Lowe's knows you don't just want a low price, you want the lowest price. And with our lowest price guarantee, you can count on us for competitive prices on all your home improvement projects. If you find a qualifying lower price somewhere else on the same item, we'll match it. Lowe's, we help, you save. Price match applies the same item, current price at qualifying retailers. Exclusions and terms apply. Learn how we'll match price at lowes.com/lowest price guarantee.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime. We're not here to be the biggest. We're here to bring you something we believe is better. Our plans start at just $20. You'll get the same fast nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com/fax or a store near you. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
Olympic Hot Tub has terrific ways to achieve total wellness at home. Saltwater hot tubs, swim spas, saunas, and cold plunges, all waiting for you. You'll be saying, ah, in no time. OlympicHotTub.com. Better you, better life.
Now, the latest from KIRO Newsradio and MyNorthwest.com.
Live from East Lake Avenue.
You're listening to Charlie Harger and Manda Factor, Seattle's morning news.
Good morning. It's 6:31. A shocking turn in the case of Brian Kohberger, the man charged with the brutal murder of 4 University of Idaho students. A plea deal was reached, allowing Kohberger to avoid the death penalty.
And joining us live from Moscow, Idaho, where members of the community are reacting, is KIRO News Radio's Luke Ducey. Good morning, Luke.
Hey, good morning, Charlie. Yeah, I'm here at the scene of those murders from back in 2022 here on the campus of the University of Idaho. You know, the house that was here was demolished some 2 years ago, but people still leaving plenty of notes behind, stuffed animals, plenty of candles, and a makeshift memorial right at the edge of that property. You know, news of that plea deal is hitting people here who live in Moscow pretty hard. The majority of people I talked with this morning, like Nicole, they wanted the death penalty for Kohberger.
I'd rather see him get the death penalty, but also prison's not easy because there's a lot of people in prison who's from Idaho, you know, so they're not gonna let it slide.
Koberger is expected to enter that guilty plea in court sometime tomorrow and then spend the rest of his life in prison. Live in Moscow, Luke Ducey, KIRO News Radio.
A homeless 20-year-old is the suspect in this weekend's deadly ambush in Coeur d'Alene.
He's accused of starting a fire to lure fire crews to their deaths. Some shooting and killing battalion chiefs John Morrison and Frank Harwood. KIRO News Radio's Gwen Baumgardner joins us live with new details.
Amid that morning, so much confusion over the past few days about what could possibly motivate someone to target firefighters in this way. The Kootenai County Sheriff says 20-year-old Wes Rowley is responsible for all this. No manifesto found, but the sheriff said they learned this during their investigation.
We have information that he at one time wanted to be a firefighter. So we don't know if there's a nexus to that desire and what happened.
The sheriff also giving more details about the tragedy, stating that Rowley used a flint to start the fire, then waited for crews to arrive. He was believed to be living out of his car in recent months. And when crews arrived, they actually spoke with Rowley, asking him to move that car so they could start their firefight. The sheriff says Rowley then opened fire and shot at some of those firefighters, at one point climbing into a tree for a better vantage point with his shotgun. Hours later, Rowley shot and killed himself. And while investigators do believe he acted alone, we're told that local law enforcement is offering to go on calls with Coeur d'Alene fire crews for the time being for their safety and protection.
Appreciate that update. Thank you, Gwen. It's now 6:33, and Chris Sullivan is at the Beacon Plumbing Traffic Desk.
And again, I could use a little help from Sully's Army out there on, if you're over there trying to get towards Bremerton, coming up from Port Orchard through Gorst. We've got a really heavy backup on westbound 16 from Sedgwick all the way around the corner to Gorst for a crash that's been reported north of that Gorst interchange. I can't quite see very well there because the camera's got the sun right in its face, so I could use a little help there. Either way, you've got a pretty significant backup there over on that side of the water. Coming over here to this side of the sound, we're looking at some northbound slowing, getting through Lacey up towards DuPont. That's a little sun glare. About 45 minutes from Olympia to Tacoma. Some brake lights up the hill towards 18. And then Federal Way to South Center is running about a half an hour. That puts us over 50 minutes to get you all the way up into Seattle. Looking at the Valley Freeway, there's some brake lights off and on from Sumner and Pacific today, making that drive from Puyallup to Auburn about 25 minutes. And then you add 25 from Auburn, and you've got 50 to get you all the way up there. And then Renton to Bellevue's a little over 25 minutes. The lake bridges are still fine. We're seeing a little slowing in Marysville, but not too bad. And a little bit by the Boeing Freeway, Everett Mall. Give yourself about 45 minutes from Everett to Seattle, 50 Everett to Bellevue. KIRO News Radio Real-Time Traffic. I'm Chris Sullivan.
It's going to be a beautiful day. Sunshine, 82 for today. We'll cool off to about 74 tomorrow as we see a few clouds in the mix. Thursday, a mix of sun and clouds and 69. And then Friday for the holiday, nice, partly sunny by afternoon and 72. Right now in Seattle, we have sunshine. It's 61.
Time for the opening bell report. There's a big change at the top for Boeing's money team. The company just hired a new chief financial officer. Jay Malave is coming from Lockheed Martin, where he also served as CFO. He'll take over for Brian West, who's been in the role since 2021. Malave starts August 15th, and unlike West, he'll live here in Seattle.
This morning, you will start paying even more to fill up your tank. The 6-cent gas tax increase is the first of its kind in nearly a decade. KIRO 7 TV's Brooke Griffin is in Tacoma.
Lawmakers tell us, though, without the increase, these road projects that need to be done across the state will not get the funding. Now, in the spring, Washington lawmakers passed a transportation revenue package that includes a 6-cent gas hike, bringing the per-gallon tax up to 55.4 cents. Diesel is also increasing by 3 cents per gallon today, too. By next year, the tax will increase 2% annually to keep up with inflation. Washington drivers pay the third highest gas prices in the country, behind California and Hawaii.
Starting today, it'll also be more expensive to hunt and fish here in Washington. Here's KIRO News Radio's Frank Lindsay.
State lawmakers approved a roughly 38% increase in license fees, and it's the first time the price has gone up in more than a decade. The increase in price is designed to cover rising operating costs for the Washington Department of Fish and Wildlife. State economists figure the bill could generate $19.6 million next year, even after accounting for an expected 11% decline in license sales. Frank Lindsay, KIRO News Radio.
Martin Selig's famous ski chalet in Idaho is up for grabs. The Sun Valley home is listed for $13.5 million, a drop from the spring price, down about $1.5 million. It's packed with unique features. It has 6 bedrooms, sits on more than an acre, and uses a pond to cool the place. The cold air from the pond moves through the house using air shafts. The home was finished in 1986. It's about 8,600 square feet. A longtime Seattle developer is working to keep his company afloat. It's been around for 67 years, but according to the Puget Sound Business Journal, he's given up large chunks of it to meet debt obligations.
We have to use space heaters to warm my ski chalet. Lawmakers pulled another all-nighter to try and pass the GOP's big, beautiful bill ahead of President Trump's self-imposed deadline this Friday. Here's CBS News correspondent Naomi Ruckin with more.
The marathon vote on amendments continued overnight as Senate Republicans raced to pass President Donald Trump's massive spending package.
This is Congress's job, and by God, we ought to do it.
The bill includes an extension of the president's 2017 tax cuts, his campaign promise of no tax on tips, a new tax on wind and solar projects that use materials from China, and increased border and defense spending. But lawmakers in both parties have come out against its steep cuts to Medicaid.
This bill is going to ruin people's lives.
Fiscal conservatives have balked at the latest Congressional Budget Office report that predicts the Senate's bill would add up to $3.3 trillion to the deficit over the next decade. On social media, President Trump pushed to get his one big beautiful bill across the finish line by his July 4th deadline, calling the legislation the greatest and most important of its kind in history.
Lululemon is suing Costco, accusing the discount retailer of selling confusingly similar replicas of its jackets, sweatshirts, and pants. We learn more from CBS's Steve Kathan.
Lululemon claims that certain Costco products imitate its own design so closely that it constitutes what's called trade dress infringement. That happens when a product mimics another so closely that customers get confused. The items at the center of the lawsuit include Lululemon's scuba hoodies and sweatshirts, its Define jackets, and ABC stretch pants. Costco sells a hoodie for $8 that Lululemon sells for more than $100. The suit seeks damages and for Costco to stop production of the items in question. Costco has not commented. Steve Kathan, CBS News.
Very flat on the Dow Jones Industrial Average. It's down 3 points right now. Well, nope. Now it's up 11 points. That's 0.03%.
Way to be on top of it, Charlie.
I am. The S&P 500 is down 15 points, and the NASDAQ is off by 89.
A word for KIRO 7 News, live starting at 4. It's news that puts you there so you can see for yourself. News that's happening now so you're ready. News that investigates to get you answers. News that's local because where you live matters. Know more, know now on KIRO 7 News at 4, 5, and 6 p.m.
Sully, where are you going to go with us on the traffic report?
Well, we're going to go with a 4-mile backup trying to get into Gorst and on up into Bremerton because of an earlier crash. So we'll break it down for you next.
The opening bell is brought to you by Legacy Group Capital Common Sense Lending.
A KIRO News Radio exclusive on the G and Ursula Show.
New Seattle Police Chief Sean Barnes, with the mass deportations and the actions by ICE, clarify when Seattle Police would step in and when they would not step in.
Just to be clear, Washington state law prohibits us from being involved. The only time we would get involved if there was a dangerous situation, if there was gunfire, just like we would for anything else.
Watch the full interview on the KIRO News Radio YouTube page.
Hey, it's Mike Rohn. If I have a choice, I like to do business with companies that actually stand for something. That's why I switched from Verizon to Pure Talk. No offense to Verizon, I'm sure they stand for something. I just don't know what it is. Pure Talk, on the other hand, is a veteran-owned company that supports our military in a big way, and I appreciate that. Yeah, I also appreciate unlimited talk and text and plenty of data for half the cost of the big guys, and I do like being on America's most dependable 5G network for just $20 a month, but what I really appreciate is no contract, no cancellation fees, and Pure Talk's commitment to handle all their customer service in this country. I saw it for myself. I went to Georgia, I got a tour of their headquarters, I met their CEO, and I talked to the same customer service folks that you'll talk to when you dial pound 250 and say keyword micro. Switch today and save 50% off your first month when you dial pound 250 and say keyword micro. Pure Talk. A wireless company that actually stands for something.
And now, tales of another way. You're packing for a trip. Stuffing clothes in a suitcase works mostly. but such chaos in your carry-on. Then you try packing cubes. Organization? Meet harmony. Sometimes another way is the better way. Like the new SR 509 Expressway, the alternate route that'll help manage congestion on I-5 and other local roads, plus provide better access to the ports. It's open now. Try it free through summer. Learn more at goodtogo509.com.
Hey, it's Doctors King and Kopstein from K2 Vision. If you're at the stage where you need readers, whether you've had LASIK or not, it may be time to consider K2 Vision RLE. I tell my King LASIK patients, laser vision correction won't solve the eventual need for reading glasses due to an aging, dysfunctional lens.
But K2 Vision RLE will. It's not a question of if your lens becomes dysfunctional, it's when. At that point, you'll need reading glasses and could benefit from refractive lens exchange, a permanent solution to distance, intermediate, and near vision problems. In other words, no glasses, no contacts, and no readers.
And no cataracts.
Exactly. After K2 Vision RLE, you will never develop a cataract.
K2 Vision RLE is quick and painless.
And because we've performed over 100,000 procedures and followed the outcomes, we have the experience to know if RLE is right for you.
Schedule your free Zoom consultation today at k2visionrle.com and let's get your vision feeling young again, permanently.
Go to k2visionrle.com.
6:43. Let's head over to the Beacon Plumbing Traffic Desk with Chris Sullivan.
I'm starting to get some reports from our friends out there making the way over to Bremerton. It said there was an earlier crash about halfway around from Gorst up the Sinclair Inlet to where you get off to the Navy Yard. But the problem is we got about a 4.5-mile backup all the way to Sedgwick on westbound 16. So plan on losing about 15 minutes trying to make that drive, though it is starting to thin out now a little bit. Over on this side of the water, we're definitely seeing a little bit more slowing, but for a Tuesday of a holiday week, it's not bad. It's not as bad as some Tuesdays can be. I'm going to start up in the north end where we have the braking through the Tulalip area. Nothing super significant. A little bit southbound 204 over to the Trestle, and then really away from Linwood is where we have the braking. But it's about 50 minutes from Everett to Seattle or Bellevue. For a Tuesday, that's about 10 minutes faster than normal, but maybe a little slower than you were expecting based on the current conditions, being a holiday week. Looking at Federal Way to Seattle, getting closer to 55 minutes now. We have brake lights, 30 minutes up to South Center, about 25 out of South Center. The northbound 405 corridor, Renton to Bellevue, is not too bad, 25 to 28 minutes. We're looking at the Valley Freeway of about 50 for overall. Behind that, we're also seeing brake lights on eastbound 512. Northbound I-5 through the Olympia area is not too bad. Tiger Mountain starting to heat up a little bit, heading over to I-90 just from the top of the summit of Tiger Mountain. But overall, we're in not that bad of a shape. This report brought to you by Fred Meyer Pharmacy, which welcomes Express Scripts Medicare D and TRICARE Department of Defense Plan members. You can transfer prescriptions at fredmeyer.com/pay or update.
Our forecast now, a lovely day. It's going to be sunny and 82 today, so a little bit cooler than yesterday. For tomorrow, partly cloudy, 74, and a mix of clouds and sun for Thursday and Friday. Highs around 70 for Thursday and Friday. So far, the weekend looks nice, too. Right now, we have sunshine in Seattle. It's 61 degrees.
The show goes on for Beyonce after a mid-air scare over the weekend. KIRO News Radio's Katrina Gashard explains.
24 hours after Beyonce was left suspended and sideways as she sang from a flying red Cadillac in Houston, Texas. She scrapped the prop and also cut her song 16 Carriages from the show, which wrapped up a little bit earlier than usual. Beyonce was quickly lowered to safety the night before. She told fans she wasn't worried, explaining, "If I ever fall, I know y'all will catch me." Beyonce's Cowboy Carter tour wraps up in Las Vegas later this month.
I think Beyonce fans would just line up underneath the car.
I know that my sister-in-law would
for
sure. I mean, she just saw her in London. She was horrified seeing this online.
Okay. Thank you, Katrina. Coming up, your personal finance moment with Brian Evans from Madrona Financial Services.
Now more than ever, Lowe's knows you don't just want a low price, you want the lowest price. And with our lowest price guarantee, you can count on us for competitive prices on all your home improvement projects. If you find a qualifying lower price somewhere else on the same item, we'll match it. Lowe's, we help, you save. Price match applies the same item. Current price at qualifying retailers. Exclusions and terms apply. Learn how we'll match price at Lowes.com/lowest price guarantee.
Hey, Green Gobbler here. So you've got a clogged drain in your bathroom. Water in the sink's overstaying its welcome. You're spitting today's toothpaste on top of yesterday's toothpaste. You hope that it go away. Yeah, clogs don't just go away. I make them go away. I'm Green Gobbler, the only clog dissolver you need. I'm bleach-free, safe for your pipes, and I work. Guaranteed or your money back. Because I never met a clog that was gonna unclog itself. Green Gobbler. Let the gobbler get it.
Citizens, since we each upgraded to Xfinity in our homes, the Wi-Fi has been booming. It's fair to say our town has officially become a boomtown.
Mayor, will I be able to drop into multiplayer gaming battles with low lag?
The lag won't be an issue, but your questionable skills may be.
And what if I have hundreds of devices on the Wi-Fi? Purely hypothetical.
Seems like a lot, but sure, hundreds of devices all booming together with the Xfinity Gateway. Yes, friends and neighbors, with Xfinity, the Wi-Fi is booming.
The Wi-Fi isn't the only thing that's booming. Now get the most reliable Wi-Fi and our best-in-class equipment for one consistent price for 5 years guaranteed. All in. Plus, get unlimited data included and no annual contract. All with the 5-year price guarantee from Xfinity. Visit Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. New residential customers only. Select plans only. Xfinity Gateway with X5 Complete required for unlimited data except in certain areas. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024. Actual speeds vary.
This could be the oddest gift anyone's ever given me.
But I'll bet you use it.
When the time is right, I suppose.
That's the idea.
A plunger.
An Apollo plumbing plunger.
Free for me?
Actually, free to everyone we visit.
Because?
We believe some things you can do on your own.
And if this plunger can't fix it?
Apollo Plumbing will.
Just like that.
You call, we come. It's fixed.
Wouldn't you rather I just call?
You're welcome to.
Okay.
But for a simple backup?
Something I can solve myself?
Try your free plunger.
I'll admit it's kind of spiffy.
Apply a little pressure.
And if it still won't clear?
Call Apollo Plumbing.
The ready right now plumbers.
Our big blue trucks come stocked full of fixes.
And a plunger wielding plumber.
A clean screen trained and trustworthy Apollo plumber.
They come in a jiffy?
Arriving when promised to put plumbing problems in your past.
And give me a free plunger.
That too.
You know, I kind of like this plunger.
I'm sure it'll come in handy.
Just like Apollo Plumbing.
ApolloPlumbing.com.
For more than 50 years, the voice Seattle trusts. This is Seattle's Morning News on KIRO Newsradio.
Time for another personal finance update with Madrona Financial and CPAs. Brian Evans joins us. Brian, thanks for being here today. And one of the big conversations, I know I do as a Gen Xer, we talk about Social Security and whether that's going to be around for our retirement. So you have done a lot of digging, a lot of research on this. So maybe the big question is Social Security going to be around?
Yeah, I get this question so much, especially when I'm doing financial plans for clients. They're like, well, are you even going to put Social Security in there? I hear it's going bankrupt. Well, there is a Social Security trust fund that's going to run out by 2035. And so at that time, we'll only have 80 cents on the dollar coming in because there's not as many workers for every recipient as there used to be. I know when I was born, there was about 5 workers to every one recipient. Now there's about 2.5. It's about half that right now.
So what happens if we're talking 80 cents on a dollar? Is that what we're going to get in our check once we do retire?
Well, if nothing's done, there has to be some political will to fix this. I hope that things will get fixed at some point. Now, what does fix look like? That's really what it's about. If nothing's done, yeah, it would be 80 cents on the dollar. I mean, that's just the math.
What are some of the fixes you're hearing about?
Yeah, there's several fixes. One is there is a cap on Social Security, how much you can earn before it's taxed, so they could take the cap away. The rate of withholding on our wages could go up. The most likely one that I have seen is they raise the age. They did this in Europe, had riots and all this stuff, but in the end, sorry, younger generation, frankly, the older generation took too much out of the system, and they're going to have to raise the age. So right now, full retirement age is age 67. They might have to raise it to 69 or 70.
And this seems to me like there are a lot of solutions here. And Social Security probably, if you're able to, should not be your only option for retirement money.
That's really the underlying current here. I mean, especially for younger people, if you're thinking about Social Security later, there will be changes, and they won't be positive for you. But it'll be there, but it won't be as good as you thought. And so because we don't know the future and what it's going to be, the big advice is to don't rely solely, if you can, Don't rely solely on Social Security for your retirement planning. Consider, that's why we have 401k plans. That's why we have other, investing and so forth that we can do. But just to rely on that as your financial plan, probably not a good plan.
What's your top piece of advice if somebody is pretty new to this? They are, let's say they're in their 40s and they don't know what to do. What is your top piece of advice for them?
I've never met somebody retired that was mad that they put a bunch of money away in their retirement plan when they were younger. So older self will thank younger self, that's you today, if you up your retirement contributions.
All right. Brian Evans, Madrona Financial and CPAs. You can click the link below and find out more. Brian, thanks for your time today.
It's coming up on 6:53, and it's time to check traffic. Once again, we do that every 10 minutes for you. Chris Sullivan at the Beacon Plumbing Traffic Desk.
And our biggest issue is over across the water, trying to get into and through Port Orchard, around Gorst, and up to Bremerton. We've got about a 5-mile backup now on westbound 16, well before Sedgwick, all the way up and around the corner into Gorst, where we have about this crash that we've been working with about halfway up to the Naval Shipyard. So plan on some delays there, probably about 15 minutes. So I've heard from my drivers that the crash has cleared. Over to this side of the water, the Valley Freeway is just misbehaving today. It's looking at about an hour drive to go from Puyallup to Renton. The brake lights begin in Pacific before you even get up into Auburn, extend up past Emerald Downs. Then you have a very heavy drive at the north end. And just kind of ugly. 30 minutes into Auburn, 30 minutes from. And then Renton to Bellevue, we've got 35 minutes now as well with the brake lights working as they do, getting up towards SR 900 before they break free. Federal Way to Seattle's about an hour. It's about average for this time of day on a Tuesday, so not exactly getting the holiday week discount there. It's not as bad past the West Seattle Bridge as it could be. The lake bridges are still in very good shape, so that's a positive. Coming down from the north end, we're not too bad through the Marysville area and away from Everett. It's really just away from Linwood where it's the heaviest. For I-5, it kind of continues down through Shoreline, and for 405 down through 522. But overall, if you've got about a 50 to 52 minute trip from Everett to Seattle or Everett to Bellevue at this time of day, that's a little better than a typical Tuesday. This traffic report is brought to you by FlySeaportAir.com, introducing convenient flights between Boeing Field and Portland on Seaport Airlines with parking just steps away and no TSA lines. FlySeaportAir.com.
It's been a few days since Sully has shaved. And I just, if you're watching the YouTube live feed right now, what's happened here, as producer David pulls it up, Sully, his chops, he looks like Lemmy from Motorhead right now.
I was going to say Wolverine or something.
Wolverine. Well, that's only because this part is the only part of my beard that still has color. Everything else is white.
Just
for white. I'm an old man. I've decided to kind of.
It's a fabulous look.
No, it isn't. From this, I look foolish.
The ladies are going to see that on YouTube Live, and you're going to have to say, sorry, I'm married.
Yeah. And Holly's going to be like, hello, Razor.
It's going to be a beautiful day, people. Sunshine, 82 for today. Tomorrow will cool off to about 74. Right now in Seattle, sunny and 61.
Well, coming up, we will have more reaction from people in Moscow, Idaho. We head there live as we hear about the plea deal being made by Brian Coburn. This is Seattle's Morning News on KIRO News Radio.
You listen to Charlie and Manda on Seattle's Morning News every morning. What do they listen to every afternoon?
I listen to John all the time when I'm driving home, driving my kids around.
I also listen to the John Curley Show, and even by the end of the day, I still like to keep my brain active, and he's very good at doing that.
John, first of all, is hilarious. I never know where this dude is coming from.
The perfect bookends to your daily commute with KIRO News Radio on 97.3 FM and the KIRO News Radio app. KIRO FM and HD1, Tacoma, Seattle.
There's a sink at the brink and a drain that's a pain.
DayandNight.net.
Your old water heater, she's starting to peter.
DayandNight.net.
Plumbing emergency? Don't feel trapped. Do the smart thing and get a second opinion. Hi, I'm Bruce with Day and Night Plumbing and Heating. I guarantee you, whether Day and Night is your first choice or smart second opinion, we'll work harder than anyone to earn your trust.
DayandNight.net.
Throw down to second base, tagged by JP on the money, and he is out.
Home. Home is your domain, where you know every inch like the back of your hand.
Julio racing back out of the warning track, but he makes the catch, and he flashes to the no-fly zone.
A place that brings out your protective side, and a place you'll always stand up for.
Going, it will fly away.
Because what's inside is the most valuable thing in the world. Your family. Mariners baseball at T-Mobile Park. Welcome home.
Don't miss out on great Mariners deals all week long, including $11 value game seats tonight and tomorrow versus the Royals and the 4th of July weekend AmeriCombo offer. That's a ticket, Mariner dog, and a refillable soda for just $20. Available Friday through Sunday against the Pirates. Snag your seats today at mariners.com.
Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. This weekend only, Friday through Sunday, Angel of the Winds Arena, Everett. Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. This weekend only, Friday through Sunday, Angel of the Winds Arena, Everett. 18-month interest-free financing. Our factories have demanded we sell 1,000 hot tubs and swim spas this weekend. Angel of the Winds Arena, Everett. Huge factory incentives, factory rebates, this weekend only. Angel of the Winds Arena, Everett. We can remove your old hot tub. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Hot tub starting at $2,999. Angel of the Winds Arena, Everett. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Just relax and enjoy. Angel of the Winds Arena, Everett. Friday, 2 p.m. to 8 p.m. Saturday, 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. Sunday, 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Free admission. Free delivery. Angel of the Winds Arena, Everett. Call 833-SPA-SALE or visit hottubandSwimSpaSale.com.
What's the biggest mistake you can make when selling your home? Settling for less money. That never happens with Orchard. Disappointing offers can wear you down, causing you to settle for thousands less. You don't have to settle when you sell with Orchard. Orchard reinvented the real estate industry by guaranteeing your home sale and helping you sell on the market for top dollar. First, Orchard gives you cash up front so you can buy and move into your new home first, on your timeline. No waiting, no showings, no double moves. Then once you're all settled in, your Orchard agent helps sell your home on market for top dollar. Here's what one Orchard customer said. I never could have sold without Orchard. I made way more than I expected, and it couldn't have been easier. With Orchard, you never have to settle for less. Buy before you sell and get top dollar for your home with Orchard. Curious how much your home is worth? Visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com. Orchard.com.
Celebrate the red, white, and beautiful during the July 4th sale at Dania Furniture. Take up to 50% off an assortment of styles for your whole home. Be sure to shop early for the best deals. Stop by our 4 local showrooms today or shop online at DaniaFurniture.com.
Your best source for local news. KIRO News Radio. KIRO FM and HD1. Tacoma, Seattle. Northwest News.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by O'Reilly Auto Parts.
I'm Deborah Rodriguez. Republicans' push to pass President Trump's mega spending and tax cut bill has stretched into a third day as they work to win over GOP holdouts. They've already voted on dozens of amendments. Maryland Democrat Angela Alsobrooks is standing firm in her opposition.
President Trump claims to fight for the working class, yet we have before us a bill that gives tax breaks to the top 1% that will be paid in cuts to Medicaid, SNAP, and more. Programs that serve hard-working Americans.
Tesla shares sank more than 6% this morning as President Trump and Elon Musk renewed their feud.
He's upset that he's losing his EV mandate, and he's very upset about things, but he could lose a lot more than that.
Musk is threatening to fund primary challenges to Republicans who vote in favor of that budget bill. The president is on his way to a migrant detention center in the Florida Everglades, where protesters are awaiting his arrival. Correspondent Manuel Bojorquez is there.
Officials say could house up to 5,000 detainees. The isolated outdoor facility dubbed Alligator Alcatraz is surrounded by dangerous wildlife, oppressive heat, and raises alarms with immigration advocates over due process concerns.
A change of heart for an accused killer. Brian Kohberger has agreed to plead guilty in the stabbing deaths of 4 University of Idaho students back in 2022. CBS News legal contributor Caroline Polisi says it's a win for prosecutors.
They're getting a conviction right away. They're getting the absolute guarantee of life behind bars without the possibility of parole.
They're saying au revoir to lighting up in outdoor public spaces in France.
Smoking is now banned in public parks, on beaches in summer, and outside schools.
It's good for the child.
It's for the health of the kids, so I think it's good.
Parents we spoke to all approved. Many Parisians fear the only place left to smoke in comfort is on a cafe terrace. But for how long?
It's important for business too.
Catherine Kirer heads the Hotel and Hospitality Lobby Group and points out 30% of cafe and bar business in Paris is on the terrace. Elaine Cobb, CBS News, Paris.
In Philadelphia, almost 10,000 municipal employees responsible for everything from picking up trash to repairing roads went on strike this morning after contract talks broke down. The city is proposing a 13% pay raise over 4 years. Union leaders are demanding more, along with cost of living adjustments and fully paid health care premiums. This is CBS News.
Think O'Reilly Auto Parts for all your car care needs. Get the parts and service you need fast from the professional parts people at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
We're headed live to Moscow, Idaho to hear what people there think of Brian Kohberger's guilty plea. We will have that after we check the Beacon Plumbing traffic desk with Sully.
And we are dealing with about a 15 to 20-minute delay trying to get into Port Orchard, Gorst, and then on up into Bremerton. Westbound 16 is backed up from Sedgwick all the way around the corner because of a crash. We've been working there about halfway up to the Bremerton shipyard. It's also backing up northbound 3 as well. So if you're over on that side of the water, it's going to be a pretty lengthy delay trying to get into Bremerton. Rest of the map, about what you might expect for a Tuesday, maybe a little lighter, but not by much. You're looking at 45 minutes from Olympia to Tacoma. Still have a heavy volume in Sun Glare up the hill getting into DuPont. After that, a pretty good drive through Tacoma. Up the hill to Federal Way is not bad, and then Federal Way to Seattle is about an hour. An hour, though, is what we're also dealing with from Puyallup to Renton. About 15 minutes slower than I was expecting today. Off and on brake lights getting up through Sumner into Pacific and Algona. And then at the far north end, we actually had a crash to southbound 405 on the ramp there, so that's one of the reasons. So give yourself extra time there. Renton to Bellevue over 30 minutes. The lake bridges are fine. We had an earlier crash near 175th on southbound I-5. It's out of the way, but we have hour drives from Everett to Seattle or Everett to Bellevue. This report brought to you by Northwest Hope and Healing. Join them for Life in Color August 17th, honoring the journey of those impacted by cancer. You can get tickets at nwhopeandhealing.org.
Now, the latest from KIRO Newsradio and MyNorthwest.com.
Live from East Lake Avenue.
You're listening to Charlie Harger and Manda Factor, Seattle's morning news.
Good morning. It's 7:04. A shocking turn yesterday in the case of Brian Kohberger, the man charged with the murder of 4 University of Idaho students. A plea deal reached, allowing Kohberger to avoid the death penalty.
KIRO News Radio's Luke Ducey joins us live with the latest from Moscow, Idaho.
And a lot of strong reactions here in Moscow to that plea deal. I'll have that in just a second, but I do want to share with you, I am actually standing just a few feet from the scene of those gruesome murders from back in 2022. The house that was here in this lot at the University of Idaho has been demolished. It was demolished the following year, but there's a makeshift memorial here at the beginning of the lot, plenty of candles, there's stuffed animals I'm looking at, there are flowers and plenty of notes for the victims here. Again, back to those reactions, some here in Moscow, like Nicole, they're still scared.
It crosses my mind all the time that someone could just break in and just kill my family. I've got 2 little girls too, so I'm always worried.
Others like Scott tell me hopefully this is a moment now where the university and the town can heal.
I think after the case is complete, I think that's when the healing will begin. Even though he's just, he's not going to get the death penalty, that's up for us to decide. We just got to move on but continue to honor the family and honor those people that passed away, and we'll heal together.
Prosecutors say this plea agreement ensures Kohberger will be convicted and will spend the rest of his life in prison. But family of the victims took to social media yesterday. One sister of one of the victims blasted the deal, calling it shocking and cruel. This case was just weeks away from trial. Kohberger is expected to ask a judge to accept that guilty plea sometime in court tomorrow. That's the scheduled date. But again, plenty of reaction here today. Most people I talked with this morning in Moscow wanted the death penalty. And that's where we're live this morning. Luke Ducey, KIRO News Radio.
This morning in Coeur d'Alene, a procession is planned to honor the fallen fire crews.
Battalion Chiefs John Morrison and Frank Harwood were shot and killed over the weekend when fire crews were lured to a brush fire and then ambushed with gunfire.
KIRO News Radio's Gwen Baumgartner is here live with new details about their accused killer. Gwen?
Good morning. The Kootenai County Sheriff naming 20-year-old Wes Rowley as the suspected arsonist and gunman. According to family, Rowley once aspired to be a firefighter, but he's described as spiraling in recent months, living out of his car and having some minor run-ins with law enforcement. Ahead of the ambush, Rowley posted on social media a photo of him in camo, accompanied by a song with some really eerie lyrics of "I'm going hunting." The sheriff says Rowley used a shotgun to open fire, killing 2 battalion chiefs and injuring fire engineer David Tisdall before turning the gun on himself hours later. Tisdall remains in the hospital today following multiple surgeries. In just a few hours, a motorcade procession will roll through Coeur d'Alene to honor the fallen man. Thousands are expected to stand there and pay tribute.
Thank you, Gwen. Washington Democratic U.S. Senator Maria Cantwell joined her Republican colleagues from Idaho in calling for a moment of silence on the Senate floor yesterday. This was to honor the firefighters who were shot and killed.
Many Washington police and responders participated in yesterday's activities. Our hearts go out to the people of Idaho.
This evil attack on the people who dedicate their lives to protecting and serving our communities is despicable, and it's not Idaho.
That's Idaho Republican Senator Jim Risch.
For over 50 years, this is Seattle's Morning News on KIRO News Radio.
You just kind of want to rock out, don't you, Amanda?
I do. How'd you
That's
know?
That's a great guitar riff. It's July already.
I know. It's hard to believe, but true.
July 1st. Well, I'm Charlie. That's Amanda. And we got Sully in studio keeping an eye on the roads for us. Producer David is keeping us running on time behind the scenes. Katrina Gishard out at the news desk. And Nick Cretia is at the control room board picking the music.
And coming up on this hour of the show, New York Times investigative reporter David Farenthold breaks down the debates happening on the Senate floor as Senate Republicans look to pass President Trump's big tax bill. Plus, the latest on the fight between the president and former first buddy, Elon Musk.
And all morning, we will be continuing to follow these big stories out of Idaho with team coverage. It's now 7:09.
Former Seahawks All-Star cornerback Richard Sherman has pleaded not guilty to a DUI charge. This happened yesterday afternoon in Redmond. We get the details from KIRO News Radio's James Lynch.
Richard Sherman was stopped on 405 in February of last year. Troopers say he was swerving, slurring his speech, and they noticed the smell of alcohol. Sherman blew a .11, well above the .08 limit in Washington. Casey McNerthney with the King County Prosecutor's Office on why it took more than a year for charges to be filed.
We wanted to have the toxicology report back from the State Patrol Crime Lab before making a charging decision.
James Lynch, KIRO News Radio.
In Parkland, emergency workers hit the picket line.
They just want us to bargain against ourselves, and we're sick of it.
She works for Multicare, where frontline workers say they are frustrated over contract negotiations. KIRO 7 TV's Ranji Sinha reports from Parkland.
These picketers are taking this moment leading up to the 4th of July to hold a 5-day strike.
I have worked the last 3 4th of Julys here. We always have trauma. It always has to have you function at your top skill level. And at this point, we don't know the caliber of the employees that they have brought in to replace us.
The union representing these workers only certified their union in May of 2024. And since then, the workers say Multicare has been engaged in unfair labor practices.
We reached out to Multicare, and they say they are negotiating in good faith, adding they do not anticipate any disruption to patient care.
As Americans prepare for Independence Day celebrations, doctors at Harborview are bracing for patients. Here's KIRO News Radio's Heather Bosch.
Orthopedic surgeon Chelsea Bowe says some of the most severe injuries happen when people get too hands-on with fireworks.
People trying to hold the tubes or be close to the tubes as they're lighting them to kind of project them. Sometimes people try to light the fireworks and then throw them.
The result?
Pretty impressive and horrendous blast injuries.
Victims can lose fingers and hands. In an interview provided by UW Medicine, she adds,
we see a lot of teenagers and young adults really not aware that that split-second decision is then going to change the entire course of the rest of their life.
Heather Bosch, KIRO News Radio.
You guys, I think that Cal Raleigh guy is pretty good.
You think?
Yeah. He continued his historic season last night, launching home run number 33 into the center field seats.
2 balls, 1 strike. Here's the pitch. Swung on a drive. Center field. Isbell back. He's at the track. He's looking up. Makes a jump. It's over his glove. It is gone! Cal Raleigh has done it again!
Well, the Mariners went to win the game 6-2. Raleigh is a finalist for the All-Star team. You think? He currently sits as the MLB home run leader. Mariners face off against the Royals again today at T-Mobile Park. First pitch, 6:40, which you can hear on our sister station, 710 Seattle Sports.
Yes, I do think.
I do.
He's so darn good. He leaves me speechless.
There was that ad, the biggest no-brainer in the history of Earth.
Yeah.
That would be it.
There it is.
33 home runs. Yeah, you bet you're going to the All-Star game.
It's 7:12 now. Time for a check on the weather. It's brought to you by State Roofing and Exteriors. We're going to see a sunny day, 82 for today. Tomorrow, partly sunny and 74, and then clouds early on Thursday. Sunshine by afternoon, right around 70. Friday, the holiday looks terrific. Partly sunny by afternoon and 72. Right now, it is clear and 61 in Seattle.
And now let's head over to the Beacon Plumbing Traffic Desk, where Sully's keeping an eye on the roads for us this morning.
And our biggest problem is trying to get into the Bremerton area. We are working with this crash just north of the Gorst corner there, working your way out of the Sinclair Inlet and into Bremerton. And we are backed up on northbound 3 all the way into Gorst, and 16 is backed up westbound well before Sedgwick. It's pretty ugly over there. That's at least a 15-minute delay trying to get over and around. So plan on big-time delays from Tacoma to Bremerton. Looking at this side of the water, we've got kind of average drives, maybe a little heavier than now. For those of you on westbound 2 across the trestle, it's getting pretty thick now, getting away from the east side, and 204 is kind of caught up in that. Southbound 5 really slow around the weaving and merging by the Boeing Freeway at the Everett Mall. And then away from Linwood, it is really slow. Over an hour from Everett to Seattle or Everett to Bellevue today. Looking at Federal Way to Seattle of about an hour and 10 minutes. We've got 35 minutes into South Center, 35 minutes from. The Valley Freeway is struggling today as well. We have brake lights beginning in Sumner. They continue up in Auburn. It's about an hour to go all the way into Renton, which is not pleasant. We had an earlier crash on the ramp from northbound 167 to southbound 405 there in Renton that kind of put us behind. Then Renton to Bellevue is about 35 minutes. That's about average. The Lake Bridges, though, are still quiet as we work our way this morning. KIRO News Radio Real-Time Traffic. I'm Chris Sullivan.
It's now 7:14. Well, a pair of shoes dropped, dazzled, and disappeared in seconds. It's not any old pair of shoes, as we hear from KIRO News Radio's Katrina Gishard.
Just minutes after a new Nike sneaker was named after WNBA star Caitlin Clark's favorite shoes, they sold out.
Clark, another long 3.
The shoes are a special version of the Kobe 5 Pro Tro. It's a tribute to the late Kobe Bryant. Clark has said that the navy kicks with bright orange laces are the only shoes she plays in. Her version retails for $190. Right now, though, they're going for more than $450 on the resale market. And there are reports saying that yesterday there were about 13,000 shoes available.
Are you guys familiar with sneakerheads? These are people
My
who
best
are
friend is a sneakerhead.
big into collecting. I stopped in one of the stores at the mall the other day. I mean, these are old shoes that are selling $500, $1,000.
Yep.
Wild. Wild. All right. Thank you, Katrina. 7:15.
Hear it live, stream it online, watch the show, or catch the podcast anytime.
Seattle's Morning News, wherever you are.
On Tuesdays, we call up New York Times investigative reporter David Farenthold to discuss the big national stories of the week.
David, nice to have you with us again. Let's start with a big, beautiful bill. The Vote-A-Rama is underway. What exactly happens in these type of marathon voting sessions?
Well, the Senate is taking up what President Trump calls his one big, beautiful bill. It's this bill that tries to wrap together a bunch of the things he wants: lower taxes for rich people, less aid for the poor, and a lot of money for immigration enforcement. It wraps them all together. And basically what the Senate does is they spend a long time, sometimes it's hours, sometimes it's days, voting on a whole bunch of different amendments to that bill. So people propose things, anybody can propose things, including Democrats, and the Senate votes, and then most of the votes fail, but in some cases they add or subtract things to the bill before they have final passage.
I thought Republican senators were very loyal to President Trump, but they don't seem to have the votes quite yet. What is holding this up?
Well, it's just a really unpopular bill. It takes away a lot of aid from people, Medicaid. It makes it really hard to get, or much harder to get, food stamps and other benefits. So there's a lot of senators who feel like that's going to hurt the safety net in their states and maybe cause political problems for them. It's also going to blow a huge hole in the deficit. They're talking about, I think the last estimate was $3.3 trillion being added to the deficit and debt. So a lot of these Republican senators got elected saying that the deficit and debt were our biggest problems and we had to get them under control. So their loyalty to Trump is going up against, in some cases, things that they've said were the most important political issues to them for a long time.
David, the president has claimed there will be a whopping 68% tax increase if this bill does not pass. What does he mean by that?
Well, part of what they're trying to do is extend tax cuts that President Trump and Republicans passed in 2017. So what he's talking about is if they allow those tax cuts to expire, somebody somewhere's taxes might go up by a lot, probably more like rich people rather than poor people. But that's part of what they're trying to do. That's just the beginning, though. It's just the beginning of what they're trying to do is extend the tax cuts from 2017 and then add on to them a lot more.
One of the president's most well-known advisors in the early months of his administration, Elon Musk, is coming out strongly against this. What do you make of that?
It's hard to know. I mean, Elon Musk, obviously, starting last year, through his work with Doge and now to these arguments, seems like he really, really cares about the deficit and debt, thinks the country shouldn't have as much debt and try to get its debt under control. The weird thing is that he sort of waxes and wanes in it, becomes so strident as he is now and as he did a couple of weeks ago. I'm going to fund challengers to anybody who's going to vote for this bill. I'm going to start a new political party to oppose President Trump. And then all of a sudden he goes silent. He's quiet for a couple of weeks. And then he comes back again and he's really, really mad again. So I don't know what to make of that. Also, he got President Trump into office. And Trump, if you look back at Trump's first term, he blew a huge hole in the debt. He does not care about the deficit and the debt. So backing Trump as your horse in 2024 doesn't make a huge amount of sense if the deficit is the most important thing to you.
They had a little back and forth on X overnight. So what's their discussion?
Well, Musk is saying how this bill is, going to cause this horrible debt slavery is what he calls it. It's going to add make the United States weaker in the long term. And Trump says, you're wrong. This is going to create prosperity, blah, blah, blah. I think the fact that Musk has already done this and then backed off once, I think makes Trump probably a lot less scared of the long-term consequences here.
We're speaking with New York Times investigative reporter David Fahrenthold. Let's move over to the trade negotiations between the United States and Canada. There are reports out the U.S. will look to restart those negotiations. What would that look like?
Well, what happened earlier this week was that Canada was going to impose this tax, the kind of tax that a lot of European countries have on things, basically taxing U.S. big tech companies, Facebook, Amazon, Apple, on the purchases that Canadians made from those purchases from those companies. So that was going to cost like $2 or $3 billion to those tech companies. The Canadian Prime Minister claims he wasn't that attached to that idea, but it was about to go into effect. And then when Trump said, no, we're going to shut down trade negotiations until this tax goes away, Canada said they would repeal it. So now they're back to the drawing board. But, it's what Trump wants. We talked earlier about Elon Musk being so inconstant. What Trump wants out of Canada has been really wildly fluctuating. He's talked, everything from, I want to annex it and make it the 51st state to, they just need to stop fentanyl from coming over the border. So I think it's really unclear what Trump would count as a victory in those negotiations.
All right. And lastly, David Fahrenthold, New York Times, I need your definitive take on this. All right. The 4th of July is on Friday. A lot of hot dogs. Is a hot dog a sandwich?
I knew you were going there.
To me, actually, I think it's technically a taco.
Nice way to work your way out of this, Fahrenthold. David Fahrenthold from the New York Times. David, always great talking to you, and we'll check in with you next week.
Thank you.
I never really looked at it that way, but it is more taco-like, isn't it?
Yeah. Although, tubular meats generally don't. Yeah.
Anything described as a tubular meat is just not something I want to be eating.
Oh, that's where you're wrong. Hot dogs, sausages. I'm in. Sully, your take, is it a sandwich? No.
A hot dog is a hot dog.
It's a hot dog.
It's its own thing.
Yeah.
I don't care that the definition of sandwich is something with two slices of bed on the other side of it.
Well, it's hinged.
Yeah,
it's not
I
really
agree.
two.
Hinge is like, the hinge is important.
Things can just be their
yeah,
own
they are.
things.
It's okay to be you, right?
You know, sometimes it's hard to get a definitive answer from a politician. I once asked that of Governor Inslee a few years ago, and he goes, "You're bleep right. It's a sandwich." So he really came down strong on the sandwich side of
Shocking that he and I might disagree on something.
Isn't that weird? It's such a weird
But you
turn.
do know that the sandwich casings, the climate impacts. So okay, I got to get out of here.
Yeah, you do. All right, 7:22. Seattle gearing up for the World Cup, but it's still missing some key safety equipment. According to the Center Square, the city is suing the Department of Homeland Security over delayed funding. Seattle police and fire crews have been training for major threats, including radiation, but more than $1.1 million in equipment funding still frozen. City says it can't move forward with a safety plan until that money is released. Up to 6 matches are expected here in 2026, with up to 750,000 visitors.
A fire ravaged a building attached to an Auburn church just after midnight Monday. KIRO 7 TV's Deborah Horn has more.
South King Fire says initial reports were of a pretty minor fire.
And the first 2 crews arrived on scene to discover a trailer behind a church that was actually fully involved.
Captain Brad Cheney says it was immediately upgraded to a working commercial fire to bring in more resources. Firefighters continued to pour water on the fire until early morning. Still, soon after they left, flames reignited.
But there were some spots that we just couldn't quite get to.
All of it made for a difficult start to this last day of June.
Cause of the fire is under investigation.
7:23 now. We'll head over to the Beacon Plumbing traffic desk where Sully is keeping an eye on traffic.
And we're still struggling getting into and through the Gorst area, working your way up to Bremerton. This crash, DOT reports, has been in the right lane as you work your way up towards Bremerton. It may have just cleared, but either way, we've got a backup of about 5 miles on westbound 16, well before Sedgwick, all the way up and around the corner. Northbound 3 is jammed up as well, trying to get up into Gorst. Bay Street is just not moving. Got a beautiful look at Sinclair Inlet, but it's just not moving, trying to tie into 16. So let's wait a little while maybe before you make that drive, because it is really struggling. But Tacoma to Bremerton is not going to be pretty. Looking at the Valley Freeway now, maybe a little under an hour. We've seen just a little bit of improvement there over the last little bit, but it's still 30 minutes out of Auburn. And of course,
it's a reminder that, yes, it doesn't get there very often, and only when it really has to.
$15 in the hot lane as you make your way up out of Auburn really won't save you much time. The Renton to Bellevue Drive, if you're continuing up the corridor, is about 30 minutes. The Federal Way to Seattle Drive really slow up past the Kent Des Moines Road and then past the West Seattle Bridge. Hour and 15-minute trip for you guys. Coming down for the north end, over an hour from Everett to Seattle or Everett to Bellevue. Most of the brake lights now just away from Linwood. The Lake Bridges, though, are in good shape. This report brought to you by Seattle Sports. Search Seattle Sports on YouTube and click subscribe. Get fresh video content daily.
And our forecast, beautiful sunny skies, 82 the high for today. Tomorrow we'll see a few more clouds roll in. That'll keep us cooler. About 74 for tomorrow. Mix of clouds and sun for your Thursday. Friday, the holiday looks great. We'll start out with some clouds, but then see a mix of clouds and sunshine, and 72. Right now it's 61 and sunny in Seattle.
KIRO News Radio has been the only media outlet, TV or radio, reporting from Idaho this week with the 2 major stories. We have a live report in Moscow, Idaho, coming up with reaction to the plea deal for Brian Kohberger. That's on the way here on Seattle's Morning News.
You never know what's in store each morning once you hit the road.
We've got a major traffic alert in effect right now.
Well, you're getting ready every morning. Make us part of your routine.
What morning, huh?
Yeah. Got off to an early start.
Just tell your smart speaker to play KIRO News Radio or stream us on the app.
Both directions of I-5 are closed.
We'll help you get where you're going faster.
Maybe bail at 512.
KIRO News Radio. We're on your smart speaker, the app, and 97.3 FM.
Need a new roof, a deck, siding, windows? Get up to $3,000 off any new installation. Hi, it's Justin Shirley, CEO of State Roofing and Exteriors. Home projects can add up fast, but we're here to help you save big. Book now and lock in up to $3,000 off in savings. That's $3,000 off any new installation. Call 866-ROOF-ROOF or visit stateroofing.com to schedule your free estimate today. State Roofing and Exteriors, held to a higher standard since 1968.
With Clear Choice dental implants, one day can make the difference between hiding your smile and saying cheese. Thanks to our dental implant experts, our one-day teeth transformation culminates in your Clear Choice Day, the day when you start loving your smile again. Visit clearchoice.com or call 888-SMILE-05 to schedule your free consultation today. And let us help Seattle start smiling again.
Majority qualify for same-day dental implants after doctor recommendation. Offices owned by Dr. Alfonso Pinheiro.
At Les Schwab, we've been changing the tire game for more than 70 years. Our Go the Extra Mile service means more hustle, less hassle. We design our own exclusive tires to give you more tires made for the road you drive, less compromise. All backed by America's best tire warranty included with every tire we sell. We're talking more unbeatable tire warranty, less charging you extra, like the other guys. It's why you get more from less. Book an appointment at leschwab.com.
Business leaders know to solve a problem, you gotta look at it in a new way. Like travel between Seattle and Portland. Why is it such a pain? I-5 traffic, TSA slowdowns, SeaTac hassles. Seaport removes those pain points. We fly out of Boeing Field and a private terminal at PDX. You park for free, steps away from your plane. And with flights every 45 minutes, you're always home for dinner. Problem solved. Seaport Airlines. It's about time.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime. We're not here to be the biggest. We're here to bring you something we believe is better. Our plans start at just $20. You'll get the same fast nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com/facts or a store near you. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
Hey, Green Gobbler here. So you've got a clogged drain in your bathroom. Water in the sink's overstaying its welcome. You're spitting today's toothpaste on top of yesterday's toothpaste. You hope that it'd go away. Yeah, clogs don't just go away. I make them go away. I'm Green Gobbler, the only clog dissolver you need. I'm bleach-free, safe for your pipes, and I work. Guaranteed or your money back. Because I never met a clog that was gonna unclog itself. Green Gobbler. Let the gobbler get it.
You know what's faster than your paycheck? Literally everything. It's time to get your pay up to speed. With EarnIn, you can access your pay as you work instead of waiting days and weeks for a paycheck. Get up to $150 a day with a max of $750 between paydays. No interest, no credit checks, and no mandatory fees. Because, hey, it's your money. Download the EarnIn app now to get it and join millions of people making any day payday. That's EARNIN. EarnIn is not a bank. Access limits are based on your earnings and risk factors. Available in select states. Expedited transfers available for a fee. Terms and restrictions apply. Visit earnin.com for full details.
Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa this weekend only. Friday through Sunday, Angel of the Winds Arena Everett. Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa this weekend only. Friday through Sunday, Angel of the Winds Arena Everett. 18-month interest-free financing. Our factories have demanded we sell 1,000 hot tubs and swim spas this weekend. Angel of the Winds Arena Everett. Huge factory incentives, factory rebates, this weekend only. Angel of the Winds Arena Everett. We can remove your old hot tub. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Hot tub starting at $2,999. Angel of the Winds Arena Everett. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Just relax and enjoy. Angel of the Winds Arena Everett. Friday, 2 p.m. to 8 p.m. Saturday, 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. Sunday, 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Free admission. Free delivery. Angel of the Winds Arena Everett. Call 833-SPA-SALE or visit hottubandSwimSpaSale.com.
The old throne's not too well, and who does it smell?
DayandNight.net. Hi, I'm Bruce, General Manager of Day and Night Plumbing and Heating. Over the past 70 years, I think we've seen every drain clog out there. If your pipes aren't draining, I promise you, our experienced technicians will find the issue, the right solution, and do it at a fair price. We'll work harder than anyone to earn your trust.
Call Day and Night to save $50 off any drain cleaning.
DayandNight.net.
Hartley Wilcox here from Wilcox Family Farms. I've really enjoyed meeting so many of you at our recent egg demo events. I'm often asked, are omega-3 eggs really better for you? They sure are. Omega-3 eggs are an incredible source of natural omega-3s, providing on average 3 times that of other eggs. Eating omega-3 eggs promotes strong bones and joints and is proven to reduce cholesterol and blood pressure. Choose Wilcox Family Farms eggs today. locally fresh since 1909.
Tired of sitting on your suitcase? 2 words. Packing cubes. Sometimes a different way is the better way. Like the SR 509 Expressway, an alternate route that'll help manage congestion on I-5 and other local roads. Now open and free through summer.
Now, the latest from KIRO Newsradio and MyNorthwest.com.
Live from East Lake Avenue.
You're listening to Charlie Harger and Manda Factor, Seattle's morning news.
It's 7:31. Good morning. There was a shocking turn yesterday in the case of Brian Kohberger, the man charged with the brutal murder of 4 University of Idaho students. A plea deal has been reached, allowing Kohberger to avoid the death penalty.
And joining us live from Moscow, Idaho, where members of the community are reacting, is KIRO News Radio's Luke Ducey. Luke?
Hey, good morning, Charlie. Yeah, I'm here at the scene of those murders that happened back in 2022 here at the University of Idaho. I'm actually looking at the lot where that house once stood. It's an empty lot now. Of course, the house was demolished some 2 years ago, but this is where investigators say Kohberger walked inside. People still leaving notes here for the victims in a makeshift memorial at the beginning of this lot. Stuffed animals. There are plenty of candles here as well. You know, news of this plea deal is hitting people who live here in Moscow pretty hard. The majority of people I talked with this morning, like Brittany, they wanted the death penalty for Kohberger.
I feel like he should have gotten the death penalty. So, I mean, I feel like that's really frustrating, but
I feel like he got off easy.
Yeah, definitely got off easy.
So what prosecutors get out of this is a conviction. Some of the family members, though, the victims, say they feel betrayed by prosecutors. They learned about it after the deal was struck. Kohberger is expected to enter that guilty plea in court sometime tomorrow and spend the rest of his life in prison. Live in Moscow, Luke Ducey, KIRO News Radio.
Luke, just following up, is there any sense that anybody there expected this plea deal?
No, it's a shock to them. News got around. I arrived here really early this morning before the sun came up, and I went to a parking lot. They have a 24-hour market, and they already knew. People already knew. Word had spread already, but they were shocked, and the majority of people here, they want justice for the families and the victims, but they didn't think this was the route. They wanted the death penalty.
Luke Ducey, live in Moscow, Idaho. Thank you, Luke. 7:33 now.
And time to get to the Beacon and Plumbing Traffic Desk. Chris Sullivan is here.
And we are still struggling trying to get from Sedgwick Road on westbound 16 up and into Port Orchard, around the corner into Gorst. Long-term crash we had there just on northbound 3, halfway up Sinclair Inlet is out of the way, but still have a 15-minute delay to deal with there. Once you get over to this side of the lake, the lake of the Sound, we're going to be dealing with pretty heavy brake lights. A pretty typical Tuesday out there. Federal Way to Seattle, about an hour and 15 minutes, 35 minutes up to South Center, 35 minutes from Valley Freeway, struggling from Pacific all the way up past Emerald Downs. So we got an hour trip from Puyallup to Renton, and then Renton to Bellevue is getting closer to 40 minutes. Coming down from the north end, definitely solidifying away from the Linwood split, hour and 5-minute trips from Everett to Seattle or Everett to Bellevue. 204 is really heavy. Highway 9's its typical self getting down through Snohomish. The lake bridges, though, are in good shape. Olympia to Tacoma, off and on braking through Lacey up to DuPont. 45 minutes to make the drive up into Tacoma. KIRO News Radio Real-Time Traffic. I'm Chris Sullivan.
Really nice holiday week on tap. Today, a high of 82 with plenty of sunshine, maybe some more clouds tomorrow, 74 for a high. Morning clouds, afternoon sun on Thursday. Still great if you're outside camping, 69. And on 4th of July, Friday, we have some clouds, but mostly sunny, a high of 72. Right now in Seattle, we have sunshine and 61.
Seattle's morning news on KIRO News Radio.
It's now 7:35. Well, the morning continues in Coeur d'Alene following the arson and ambush that killed 2 firefighters over the weekend.
County Sheriff is offering an update on the investigation, along with stunning details about the alleged gunman. KIRO News Radio's Gwen Baumgartner joins us with the latest. Gwen?
Charlie, Amanda, the Kootenai County Sheriff identifying a homeless 20-year-old man as responsible for killing battalion chiefs Frank Harwood and John Morrison and injuring a 3rd firefighter. That gunman being named as Wes Rowley, who used a flint to start a brush fire on Sunday, then a shotgun to target responding fire crews. Rowley's alleged actions toward firefighters seem inexplicable, especially after what investigators learned this week.
We have information that he at one time wanted to be a firefighter. So we don't know if there's a nexus to that desire and what happened.
In a statement to ABC News, the family of Rolly writing their condolences to those families affected, adding, quote, "We do not understand why this happened or how this came about." Rolly killed himself after an hours-long manhunt. Investigators still searching for a motive.
Thank you, Gwen. It's 7:36. Another shooting at 12th and Jackson, this time in broad daylight.
Seattle police say a man was shot in the leg just before 5 yesterday afternoon. This happened in the Chinatown International District in a spot notorious for drugs and violent crime. Medics took the victim to Harborview in serious condition. Officers searched the area but did not find the shooter. No arrests yet.
Drivers in Washington are waking up to higher gas prices. That's because today the state gas tax just rose by 6 cents. That puts it at 55.4 cents per gallon. Only California and Pennsylvania are higher in this country. Lawmakers say the hike is needed to fix a $1 billion budget gap. It's part of a $3.2 billion transportation package passed earlier this year. The diesel tax also went up by 9 cents a gallon, and both taxes will keep rising with inflation starting next year.
Also starting today, drivers will have to pay a bit more to travel on Highway 99 through Seattle. KIRO News Radio's Nate Connors details another toll rate hike at the downtown tunnel.
When tolling began in 2018, the Washington State Transportation Commission approved a 3% toll increase every 3 years. July 1st, that goes up 5 cents during off-peak and morning hours, 10 cents during peak evening hours. Toll revenue goes towards tunnel maintenance and construction debt. According to WashDOT, roughly 52,000 commuters use that tunnel daily. Before tolling began, that number was closer to 77,000. Nate Connors, KIRO News Radio.
2 federal cases from Western Washington are making headlines in what's being called the largest healthcare fraud takedown in U.S. history. KIRO News Radio's Aaron Granillo reports.
An anesthesiology resident is accused of stealing narcotics, including fentanyl, from local hospitals. The Department of Justice claims Andrew Vogel-Potadera used the drugs while treating patients at Seattle Children's, Harborview, and University of Washington Medical Center. And Seattle-based Pinnacle Health PC is agreeing to pay over $1 million to settle claims that it billed the government for unapproved experimental treatments. Aaron Granillo, KIRO News Radio.
Prosecutors call him a criminal ringleader. He calls himself not guilty. Monday, the Seattle man accused of orchestrating the break-ins at several high-profile homes went before a judge.
Count 2, residential burglary. Count 3, robbery in the first degree. Count 4, residential burglary.
Just a snapshot of the charges Earl Riley IV is facing. 7 in total, including burglary, robbery, and evading police. Some of the King County homes he targeted include those of former Seahawk Richard Sherman and Mariners stars Julio Rodriguez and Luis Castillo. Riley pleaded not guilty. He returns to court next month.
Well, half an hour ago, we were talking about Cal Raleigh's chances of getting into the All-Star game. Well, we have a Seattle Storm forward who is starting at this year's WNBA All-Star game.
Nneka Ogwumike slamming in down low.
It's the 10th career All-Star selection for Nneka Ogwumike and her 4th consecutive season as a starter. She's averaging 17 points and 8 rebounds per game this season and was just named the Western Conference Player of the Week. The All-Star game tips off July 19th in Indianapolis.
That's awesome. It's 7:39. Chris Sullivan, what's your traffic hotspot?
Well, it continues to be westbound 16 trying to get into Port Orchard and on up into Bremerton. We'll break it down for you next.
A KIRO News Radio exclusive on the G and Ursula Show.
New Seattle Police Chief Sean Barnes, with the mass deportations and the actions by ICE, clarify when Seattle Police would step in and when they would not step in.
Just to be clear, Washington state law prohibits us from being involved. The only time we would get involved if there was a dangerous situation, if there was gunfire, just like we would for anything else.
Watch the full interview on the KIRO News Radio YouTube page.
Hey, it's Matt, your leaf filter trusted pro. Gutters are an often neglected part of the home. They're also one of the most important. Clogged, overflowing gutters can cause serious problems like foundation damage or basement flooding, which can cost thousands of dollars to fix. Let's face it, cleaning gutters yourself is not only a hassle, it can be dangerous. But when you get Leaf Filter, you'll never have to worry about cleaning clogged gutters again. Get started today by visiting leaffilter.com/radio to schedule your free inspection. If you decide to move forward, we'll professionally clean, realign, and seal your gutters before installing our patented stainless steel micro mesh system. Leaf Filter keeps out everything but the water. And it's backed by a lifetime transferable no-clogs warranty, so you're protected for good. We're in your neighborhood and ready to help. Visit Leaf Filter today for a free inspection and estimate, and you could save up to 30%. Visit leaffilter.com/radio. That's leaffilter.com/radio.
Change is always happening. It's part of life. And when it comes to music, change is all around us. Songs are rewritten. Classics are remixed. Bands and artists come and go. Even our taste in music changes. Here at Xfinity, we know there's still good in keeping some things the same. That's why we want to do our part with a 5-year price guarantee on our internet. It means no matter what changes, you get 5 years of the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best equipment included for a price that stays exactly the same. Surprised? Life is full of them. One internet price, 5 years, guaranteed. Learn more at xfinity.com/deals. Restrictions apply. New residential customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024.
What's the biggest mistake you can make when selling your home? Settling for less money. That never happens with Orchard. Disappointing offers can wear you down, causing you to settle for thousands less. You don't have to settle when you sell with Orchard. Orchard reinvented the real estate industry by guaranteeing your home sale and helping you sell on the market for top dollar. First, Orchard gives you cash up front so you can buy and move into your new home first, on your timeline. No waiting, no showings, no double moves. Then once you're all settled in, your Orchard agent helps sell your home on market for top dollar. Here's what one Orchard customer said. I never could have sold without Orchard. I made way more than I expected, and it couldn't have been easier. With Orchard, you never have to settle for less. Buy before you sell and get top dollar for your home with Orchard. Curious how much your home is worth? Visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com. Orchard.com.
7:43. Let's head over to the Beacon Plumbing Traffic Desk with Chris Sullivan.
And it's actually a little heavier Tuesday than I was anticipating, and you probably were too as you go into the holiday week. But I guess people are trying to wrap things up before they get out of town. But we've got heavy drives. The biggest one that we have was caused by a crash. This is on westbound 16. We are backed up well before Sedgwick. I mean, we're getting back down to Mullenix Road trying to get it through Bethel and on up into Port Orchard. This is about a 6.5 mile backup now, all because of a crash on northbound 3 around the Sinclair Inlet, which appears to have cleared, but it's really heavy. And then northbound 3 is backed up as well. So if you're heading over to Bremerton, I'd delay my trip a little bit coming up out of Tacoma or Gig Harbor. It's going to take you an extra 20 minutes. Looking at northbound I-5, seeing some brake lights up the hill to 18, and then about an hour and 15-minute trip now from Federal Way to Seattle. 40 of those minutes are from South Center, so just the typical grind for you guys from the beginning of Boeing Field. Renton to Bellevue is getting close to 40 minutes. Behind that on the Valley Freeway, still an hour from Puyallup up into Renton. The brake lights are really heavy through Pacific and Algona. They kind of thin out a little bit past Emerald Downs. Coming down from the north end, it's not too bad on I-5 until you get down to Linwood, but then it's really slow through Mountlake Terrace, and then from 85th on down, southbound 405 bumper to bumper from Linwood. Hour and 10-minute trips, and if Annette were up and working, we hit the $15 mark on southbound I-405 as you work your way away from Canyon Park. It will save you about 20 minutes. This traffic report brought to you by Northwest Hope and Healing. Join them for Life in Color August 17th, honoring the journey of those impacted by cancer. You can get your tickets at nwhopeandhealing.org.
Another sunny, warm day, much like yesterday, just a tad cooler, a high of 82. Then we'll start to see a mix of sun and clouds for Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday. High of 74 tomorrow, around 70 for Thursday, and 73 for your holiday on Friday. Right now in Seattle, it's warmed up to 63.
The lead singer of a British rock band may have just shaded Taylor Swift. This will not stand, Katrina Gishard.
No, it won't, especially for the Swifties. Matt Healy is the frontman of the band 1975. He raised a pint and declared himself probably the best songwriter of his generation at the Glastonbury. Listen to this.
What this moment is making me realize, I'm probably the best songwriter of my generation. The best, a poet,
ladies and gentlemen, is what I am. Generational wordsmith. And I just wanted to remind you.
Okay, now listen. Fans quickly clocked the not-so-subtle nod to Taylor Swift's Tortured Poets department. The album is widely believed to be about their very brief romance back in 2023, after which she moved on to a Kelsey brother. But Healy even wore a Peter Pan pin echoing her lyrics from her song Peter. So do you think this is a coincidence?
No such thing as coincidence.
I just want to read a couple album names for Sully for the 1975. Sully, are you sitting down?
First of all, I have no idea I've never heard of this person that
Taylor
you're talking
Swift?
about.
Big surprise.
No, the other
1975.
person.
They're actually
that's okay.
Really good. They are on Alt Nation all the time. I enjoy listening to them. But
no idea.
I want to read you these album titles. Okay.
Okay.
From 2016. I like it when you sleep, for you are so beautiful yet so unaware of it. That's the album title, Sully.
Great. And people bought this?
Okay, hold on. The next one is A Brief Inquiry into Online Relationships.
And again, what's the name of this band?
The 1975. From 2020, Notes on a Conditional Form.
Yeah, whatever.
Okay.
Notes on a condition of...
Do you know all these, or are you looking them up?
Terrible nonsense.
Now, 2022, their latest album, maybe one of your favorites, Being Funny in a Foreign Language.
Oh, great. Perfect. Yeah, or naming a band after a year.
Okay.
It's 7:47. More of our day's top headlines coming up here on KIRO News Radio.
Check out the Puyallup Tribe's Firecracker Alley's new location at 3509 72nd Street East in Tacoma. Stock up now for your 4th and enjoy great food at Firecracker Alley. 3509 72nd Street East in Tacoma. Open now through July 4th.
Need a new roof now? With State Roofing and Exteriors, you can get started with 0 down, 0 payments, and 0 interest for up to 24 months. That's right. Protect your home now and pay later. Call 866-ROOF-ROOF or visit stateroofing.com today.
Guys, did you know your testosterone affects everything in your system, including how you feel and perform every day? Right now, Revive Men's Health Seattle will check your testosterone for free. Knowing your T levels is the first step in understanding if you have low T. Your testosterone level impacts your energy, libido, sleep, weight, hair loss, mood, and even ED. Maintaining an appropriate T level can change your whole life. Most men start to see changes in their hormone levels in their 30s. Experience and results matter. So what are you waiting for? Get your T levels checked today by local, experienced, and trusted men's health experts. They've helped thousands of men since 2011. They're so confident they can help you, they even guarantee it. Call Revive today and schedule your free testosterone test, free exam, and free consultation. Call Revive Men's Health at 206-529-1111. That's 206-529-1111. Or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com.
Tune in each Tuesday morning for KIRO's Financial Update, sponsored by Madrona Financial. Each Tuesday at 6:45, Charlie Harger talks with CPA Brian Evans about what's going on in the financial world and how that affects you. Get the latest information and updates that impact your ability to navigate these financial times. Charlie and Brian discuss the stock market, retirement planning, interest rates, and anything else that will help you understand what's going on in your financial life. Tune in every Tuesday morning at 6:45.
There's a sink at the brink and a drain that's a pain.
DayandNight.net.
Your old water heater, she's starting to peter.
DayandNight.net.
Plumbing emergency? Don't feel trapped. Do the smart thing and get a second opinion. Hi, I'm Bruce with Day and Night Plumbing and Heating. I guarantee you, whether Day and Night is your first choice or smart second opinion, we'll work harder than anyone to earn your trust.
DayandNight.net.
Seattle's tradition for news and conversation. This is Seattle's Morning News with Charlie Harger and Manda Factor.
Good morning. It's 7:50. President Trump will visit a new immigration detention center in South Florida today. And CBS's Michael Toscano reports it's acquired a colorful nickname.
Florida spent $450 million to put up a 5,000-bed tent city on an abandoned airfield in the heart of forests and swampy marshes and grasses teeming with reptiles. And that's given it a nickname, Alligator Alcatraz. Attacks by alligators on humans are rare, but the center will be surrounded by an estimated 200,000 of them.
Federal immigration raids continue in Southern California. CBS News correspondent Adam Yamaguchi reports.
In the heavily Latino community of Santa Ana.
It's no longer a safe place to be for a lot of people.
Martin Charez is a minister who arrived from Mexico at age 9. He's among those known as dreamers, people brought into the U.S. as children who hope to get its citizenship.
Are you afraid?
Yeah, I mean, I'm going to be racially profiled.
He tells us much of his ministry has moved online because people are too scared to go out. Now, Pasadena's mayor says he won't go anywhere without his U.S. passport.
We have to ask ourselves as a society, is this who we are?
That's the voice of Pasadena Mayor Victor Gordo.
7:51 now here on Seattle's Morning News. And beginning today, colleges nationwide can pay around $20 million per year to their student athletes directly. It's expected most will distribute the majority of the money to their highest revenue producing sports like football. This all comes after a nearly $3 billion settlement with the NCAA and former student athletes. Gary Parrish is with CBS News.
Name, image, and likeness deals were approved by the NCAA sort of in a blanket case. Like if you could secure an NIL deal, however you could secure it, it was allowed, if only because the NCAA was concerned about challenging it and then ending up back in court. The way the new system is supposed to work is universities can revenue share with their student athletes up to roughly $20 million annually. And then NIL deals will have to be submitted through the university for approval by an independent body.
Backyard cookouts, barbecues, block parties. You may want to hold the beef this July 4th. Here's CBS News correspondent Danya Backus.
Wells Fargo estimates this year a 4th of July gathering for 10 people will run you about $130 for food and beverages. That's up 2.2% year over year.
Everything's gone up. Everything's expensive.
Yeah. If you're looking for savings,
Steaks, throw it on the grill.
Wells Fargo suggests swapping out a favorite.
You're going to be paying more for your beef this year. That's because of strong demand for beef as well as supply shortages of beef.
Ground beef prices hit a record high in May, just in time for the summer grilling season. Ranchers have been dealing with drought, high grain prices, and inflation, forcing many to reduce the size of their herd.
I've been at the grocery store lately, and I'm looking at ground beef. It's like $10 a pound. Mm-hmm. I'm going to myself, what is going on here?
Costco is the only spot. You got to buy it in bulk, but it's still a pretty good price there.
You know what? That's how I celebrated gas tax hike day early, is I went to Costco yesterday to fill her up, along with about 1 million other people.
Yeah.
Once you get in that line, you can't get out.
Nope. Save that 6 cents.
I did.
All right. It's 7:53. Let's head over to the Beacon Plumbing Traffic Desk with Sully.
Speaking of Costco gas.
Yeah.
One of my biggest pet peeves.
Here we go.
Costco gas.
Oopsies.
Why in the world do people sit and wait for the row that has the gas can, a cap on that particular side?
Reach into the choir, Sully.
Why? Because
you can get it on both sides.
The thing, and it's clearly marked, go both sides. There are times I go in there and there are 2 lanes open, but there are 6 people backed up for another line. I'm like, what are you doing?
Also, sitting in your car once you get up to the pump and just fiddling with your wallet.
It's
all tap now. You just tap it.
It's okay. You just tap. You can do it.
Scratch the paint.
Oh, no. You pull it around. Come on. It's easy to do. I mean, it's great for me because I don't have to wait, but I look at them like, really, guys, you're wasting your time.
How's the drive?
It's great. It's fabulous. No, that's not true. It's like a Costco gas line trying to get through Bethel and Port Orchard, westbound 16, 6 miles worth of a backup because of a crash on northbound 3 just around the corner in Sinclair Inlet. It's ugly there. Come over to this side of the water, and we've got a typical Tuesday. No holiday week discount. Hour and 20 minutes now. Federal Way to Seattle. 40 minutes into South Center, 40 minutes from. 45 minutes Renton to Bellevue, hour Puyallup to Renton, and over an hour from Everett to Seattle or Bellevue. The one spot that's behaving, the Lake Bridges, they're still doing okay. No issues going westbound. KIRO Newsradio real-time traffic. I'm Chris Sullivan.
Looks like we'll have a beautiful day today. Low 80s for Seattle, upper 60s to low 70s the next couple of days. Looks like it'll be low 70s and partly sunny on 4th of July Friday. Right now in Seattle, it's 61.
Coming up, KIRO News Radio's Luke Ducey is in Moscow, Idaho this morning, where 4 University of Idaho students were killed over 2 years ago. Word of a plea deal in the case. He'll have the latest coming up on Seattle's Morning News.
You listen to John Curley every afternoon. What does John listen to every morning?
Here's how I start my morning. Get my pot of coffee going, and then I turn on Seattle's Morning News. I listen to Charlie and Manda. This is how I prep for my show, as I know those guys have, hundreds of years of experience, although Manda looks better than Charlie. I'm going to get the straight news.
Experience matters. Seattle's Morning News, weekday mornings 6 to 9 on KIRO News Radio, 97.3 FM, and the KIRO Newsradio app.
An illegal alien from Guatemala charged with raping a child in Massachusetts. An MS-13 gang member from El Salvador accused of murdering a Texas man. A Venezuelan charged with filming and selling child pornography in Michigan. These are just some of the heinous migrant criminals caught because of President Donald J. Trump's leadership. I'm Kristi Noem, the United States Secretary of Homeland Security. Under President Trump, attempted illegal border crossings are at the lowest levels ever recorded, and over 100,000 illegal aliens have been arrested. If you are here illegally, you're next. You will be fined nearly $1,000 a day, imprisoned, and deported. You will never return. But if you register using our CBP Home app and leave now, you could be allowed to return legally. Do what's right. Leave now. Under President Trump, America's laws, border, and families will be protected.
Sponsored by the United States Department of Homeland Security.
Hey, Green Gobbler here. So you've got a clogged drain in your bathroom. Water in the sink's overstaying its welcome. You're spitting today's toothpaste on top of yesterday's toothpaste. You hope that it go away. Yeah, clogs don't just go away. I make them go away. I'm Green Gobbler, the only clog dissolver you need. I'm bleach-free, safe for your pipes, and I work. Guaranteed or your money back. Because I never met a clog that was gonna unclog itself. Green Gobbler. Let the gobbler get it.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
John always listens to his truck. So when his brakes start talking, he goes to AutoZone, where a helpful AutoZoner gets him the right parts. If John has time to put them in, he borrows a kit with Loan-A-Tool. And if he doesn't, he gets a free shop referral. No hassles, just help. Everything you need, nothing you don't.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Deposit required for Loan-A-Tool. Restrictions apply.
Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. This weekend only, Friday through Sunday, Angel of the Winds Arena, Everett. Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. This weekend only, Friday through Sunday, Angel of the Winds Arena, Everett. 18-month interest-free financing. Our factories have demanded we sell 1,000 hot tubs and swim spas this weekend. Angel of the Winds Arena, Everett. Huge factory incentives, factory rebates, this weekend only. Angel of the Winds Arena, Everett. We can remove your old hot tub. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Hot tub starting at $2,999. Angel of the Winds Arena, Everett. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Just relax and enjoy. Angel of the Winds Arena, Everett. Friday, 2 p.m. to 8 p.m. Saturday, 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. Sunday, 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Free admission. Free delivery. Angel of the Winds Arena, Everett. Call 833-SPA-SALE or visit hottubandSwimSpaSale.com.
When the heat's in 11, cool AC would be heaven.
Dayandnight.net.
Beat the rush. Act now before summer, because that heat's a real bummer.
Dayandnight.net.
This is the time to plan ahead, so you stay cool this summer. Hi, I'm Bruce with Day and Night Plumbing and Heating. Call us about installing a high-efficiency cooling system or servicing your existing one so you're cool when you need it.
Get 10% off an air conditioner or heat pump. Call for details.
Dayandnight.net.
Lori here from Guardian Roofing, Gutters, and Insulation. Upgrading attic insulation is a popular and cost-effective way to make your home more energy efficient, slashing utility bills. Call now and save $299 off attic ceiling and ventilation, or visit us at guardianroofing.com.
Your best source for local news. KIRO News Radio, KIRO FM, and HD1, Tacoma, Seattle, Northwest News.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
I'm Steve Kathan. President Trump says migrants would know how to run away from an alligator to flee the new detention center he's about to visit in the Florida Everglades.
We have a lot of bodyguards and a lot of
cops that are in the form of alligators, you don't have to pay them so much.
And dubbed alligator Alcatraz, critics call it a cruel symbol in the Trump immigration crackdown. CBS's Aaron Navarro.
The state officials in recent weeks have really sped up the completion of, have described it as a, quote, one-stop shop, not only to house migrants, but to use the runway in this facility to potentially deport them to another country. And this is really the president throwing his full weight behind this project.
Well, the Senate is set to vote soon on President Trump's budget bill, and a high-profile critic of it is targeting it again and proposing a new political party, touching off a fresh war of words.
Elon Musk, the former head of President Trump's Department of Government Efficiency, the DOGE, is blasting the president's big, beautiful bill, and the president is hitting back.
We might have to put Doge on Elon. You know what Doge is? Doge is the monster that might have to go back and eat Elon.
Musk vows to boot out Republicans who vote for the bill.
He's losing his EV mandate, and he's very upset about things, but he could lose a lot more than that.
Congressional Republicans could pass the bill by July 4th. Lindy Kenyon, CBS News, the White House.
Now to Idaho, where the man charged with murder and the stabbing deaths of 4 college students has agreed to a plea deal. It means Brian Kohberger will avoid the death penalty and spend life in prison.
It's going to be nothing nice to go through for the rest of your life, and he'll have to think about that every day, all the terrible things he allegedly did.
Benjamin Mogan's daughter, Madison, was one of the victims. A note emerged from the jury this morning as deliberations entered a second day in the Sean Combs trial. No word on the contents. CBS's Katrina Kaufman.
For the racketeering conspiracy charge, the jury has to find that Sean Combs and at least one other person made a knowing and willful agreement to commit at least 2 underlying predicate acts. It could be 2 times that drugs were distributed.
At last check, it was 98 sweltering degrees in Paris, hot enough to close the upper portions of the Eiffel Tower. This tourist is just fine with that.
Earlier we thought that we would be going up the stairs for the second floor, but we won't do that. We will skip that.
The high heat in Europe is expected to begin to start easing off tomorrow. Wall Street, right now the Dow is up 290 points. The S&P is lower. This is CBS News.
Sponsored by Progressive Insurance. We offer auto, home, and commercial auto insurance, plus a variety of business insurance options. Visit Progressive.com today.
Coming up, a live report from Moscow, Idaho, where people are reacting to Brian Kohberger's guilty plea. We'll check that after we check the Beacon Plumbing traffic desk.
And we continue to struggle trying to get into the Bremerton area from Gig Harbor, Tacoma. Westbound 16 is backed up about 6 miles now, well before Bethel and Sedgwick Road, all the way up around the corner and through Gorst because of an earlier crash we've been dealing with there that had been in the right-hand lane, or the left-hand lane, excuse me. We're backed up really significantly, losing about 20 minutes on that drive. If you could wait a little bit before you have to make that drive, you would probably save yourself a little bit of time. We have a new crash to tell you about. This one is in Parkland on westbound 512, right there before you get to Highway 7 there in Parkland. Not sure which lane yet, but we're backed up pretty heavily almost all the way to Canyon. Looking at the Valley Freeway, it's trying to get better, but it's still about an hour from end to end, maybe a little under, and then Renton to Bellevue is about 40 minutes. We're getting better through Federal Way up through South Center, but struggling at the north end of that drive. Hour and 15 from Federal Way to Seattle. Out of the north end, it's a really good drive in most places in Snohomish County. Highway 9 is one of the exceptions, but away from Linwood, it's going to struggle. Hour and 10 minutes, Everett to Seattle or Bellevue. KIRO News Radio Real-Time Traffic, I'm Chris Sullivan.
Tuesday, July 1st, 2025. This is Seattle's Morning News. I'm Charlie Harger, along with Manda Factor.
A shocking turn yesterday in the case of Brian Kohberger, the man charged with the brutal murder of 4 University of Idaho students. A plea deal's been reached, allowing Kohberger to avoid the death penalty.
Joining us live from Moscow, Idaho, where members of the community are reacting, is KIRO News Radio's Luke Ducey. Good morning, Luke.
Good morning, Charlie. I'm here at the scene of those murders, and I'm actually looking at the spot where Kohberger walked inside a house and stabbed 4 University of Idaho students in 2022, according to prosecutors. The following year, the school demolished the house, so the lot is empty right now, but there's been no development, and it's going to stay that way, according to the school. Instead, at the front of the lot, where there used to be a concrete driveway going uphill, there's a makeshift memorial now full of, I see, flowers. There are plenty of candles and notes for the victims. And this morning, There's plenty of reaction here in Moscow.
I think after the case is complete, I think that's when the healing will begin. Even though he's just, he's not going to get the death penalty, that's up for us to decide. We just got to move on but continue to honor the family and honor those people that passed away, and we'll heal together.
Yeah, Scott there told me this morning that he's hoping that this is a moment where the town and the family can heal. But, for others like Nicole, the news of these murders, if you'll remember, it was shocking to everyone across the country, but especially in this sleepy college town. And Nicole told me she is still scared.
It crosses my mind all the time that someone could just break in and just kill my family. I've got 2 little girls too, so I'm always worried.
Prosecutors say this plea agreement ensures Kohberger will be convicted and will spend the rest of his life in prison without any possibility of parole. But family of the victims took to social media yesterday. A sister of one of the victims blasted the deal, calling it shocking and cruel, and that they believed in the system and the system failed them. This case was just weeks away from trial, of course. Kohberger is now expected to ask a judge to accept his guilty plea tomorrow in court. Live in Moscow, Luke Ducey, KIRO News Radio.
The other big story in Idaho, we're learning new details about the deadly ambush of 2 firefighters in Coeur d'Alene.
This morning, a public procession is planned for the fallen heroes, and KIRO News Radio's Gwen Baumgartner joins us live with details.
Charlie, Amanda, that procession starting at 10 this morning, a motorcade through the city, ending at a funeral home. That public tribute is for slain battalion chiefs John Morrison and Frank Harwood. Thousands are expected to line those streets, many just struggling to understand this tragedy, including Kootenai County Sheriff Robert Morris. He's identified 20-year-old Wes Rowley as the arsonist and gunman.
We have not been able to find any manifesto. We have information that he at one time wanted to be a firefighter.
So in a statement to ABC News, the family of Rowley writing in part, "We do not understand why this happened or how this came about." Rowley shot and killed himself after an hours-long manhunt. The 3rd firefighter he's accused of shooting remains in the hospital this morning and stable. That brush fire that Rowley is accused of starting is now contained.
Gwen, thank you. All 4 senators from Washington and Idaho called for a moment of silence for the firefighters killed Sunday in Coeur d'Alene. Here's Idaho Republican Mike Crapo.
While business continues here, life for the North Idaho community of Coeur d'Alene remains at a very painful standstill as we mourn the horrific loss of 2 firefighters.
That community will be devastated for a long time to come.
That's Washington Democrat Patty Murray.
Keeping you informed since 1974. This is the city's longest-running radio news show.
Seattle's Morning News on KIRO News Radio.
Well, here comes the sun for a beautiful Independence Day week. A lot of people
already here,
taking time off and enjoying it. I was out yesterday. I busted out the Blackstone, made some shrimp for myself, had some hot dogs and brats for the kids. It's just perfect weather to be outside.
This is why I never vacation in the summer. I want to stay here and vacation when it's cold.
That's actually next level thinking.
It's beautiful.
I hadn't thought of that. All right. Well, that's Manda. I'm Charlie. Sully is in the studios on this gas tax day.
Yeah, I know we're all celebrating, wearing our American flag shirts for the 6 cents extra a gallon we're paying.
Well, or diesel, 9 cents, so you got that going for you.
It's not like we weren't already $1.24 over the national average before this happened.
Yeah, we were.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
Hey, what's coming up in your choke point?
Well, it's kind of just some advice if you're heading down for the coast for the 4th. If you've never been there, some do's, some don'ts, and kind of this weekend's kind of weird with the tides, so I'm just trying to warn everybody what to expect.
Okay, that's on the way, and G. Scott will stop by. He has some thoughts on that gas tax going up and thoughts on my feet.
I'm not sure why, but we'll find out, won't we?
You got to stick around to find out about my feet.
Okay, it's 8:09. Well, we, again, already have some of the most expensive gas in the country. Now gas costs even more starting today. The tax went up 6 cents a gallon. That brings the total to 55.4 cents per gallon, 3rd highest gas tax in the country.
Frontline workers walked off the job at Multicare in Parkland. Emergency department employees are frustrated over contract negotiations, and they now claim labor violations. This is KIRO 7 TV's Ranji Sinha reporting.
The strike was seen as a last resort, and the workers say having it go into a holiday where
emergency calls add up wasn't planned.
The care isn't going to be there, which is very disheartening.
Staffing has also been an issue for these workers since the union says the staff levels dwindled from 120 to about 75 workers.
Multicare says it's negotiating in good faith, adding it does not anticipate any disruption to patient care.
We now know former Seahawks All-Star cornerback Richard Sherman blew a .11 when he was arrested for DUI in February of last year. Sherman was on I-405 in Renton when he was pulled over. Troopers noted Sherman was swerving in and out of the lane. His speech was slurred and they could smell alcohol. Charges were delayed as prosecutors waited for toxicology, that is, from the State Patrol Crime Lab. Here's Casey McNerthney with the King County Prosecutor's Office.
We just wanted to make sure that we had the most complete information available from the State Patrol. And once we had that report, then we made the charging decision.
Sherman is due back in court late next month.
Seattle still waiting on federal money for counterterrorism ahead of the World Cup. The Center Square reports the city sued the Department of Homeland Security over the delay. Seattle is set to host up to 6 matches in 2026 with hundreds of thousands of fans expected. City says it needs radiation detection gear and other tools to keep people safe. DHS released some money last week, but over $1.1 million is still on hold. Seattle City Attorney Ann Davison says it's just not enough, and that's why she's filing suit.
And Cal Raleigh continued his historic season last night, launching home run number 33 into the center field seats.
2 balls, 1 strike. Here's the pitch. Swung on a drive, center field, Isbell back, he's at the track, he's looking up, makes a jump, it's over his glove, it is gone! Cal Raleigh has done it again!
That gave the Mariners a 6-1 lead late in the game against the Kansas City Royals. They ended up winning 6-2. Raleigh, of course, is a finalist for the All-Star team and currently sits as the MLB home run leader. The two teams face off again today. T-Mobile Park, first pitch 6:40. And you can hear every Mariners game on our sister station, 710 Seattle Sports.
Well, it's 8:12. Let's check the weather, brought to us by State Roofing and Exteriors. It's a big week for vacations, outdoor fun, and it looks like this year, weather is going to cooperate. Tomorrow, well, make that today, 82 and sunny for a high. Tomorrow will be 74, and then the next couple of days, Thursday, July 3rd, 69 with afternoon sun, partly sunny on Friday, so not a washout like we've gotten in 4th of July's past. Friday, we're headed for a high of 72. Mid-70s for the weekend. Right now in Seattle, a lot of sun. It's now 52.
And it's 8:13. We check traffic every 10 minutes on the 3s. Back to Chris Sullivan. He's at the Beacon Plumbing Traffic Desk.
Well, it turns out the right lane is still blocked on northbound 3. I thought this crash over in the Gorst area had cleared around the corner in Sinclair Inlet, but apparently it's still in the right lane, and that's why we're backed up about 6 miles on westbound 16 from Mullinex all the way up and around the corner. We've got about a 20-minute delay there, so big-time delays. Going down to Parkland now, I'm taking a look at what we've got going on there. Westbound 512, actually both lanes are blocked for this crash that we're dealing with right there at Pacific Ave SR7. People are getting by on the shoulder in one lane. State troopers out there cleaning up the debris by hand, but a 4-mile backup there. Big time delays trying to get from South Hill over to I-5. The rest of the map is trying to get better. It's just going to take some time. I mean, Federal Way to Seattle, about an hour and 15 minutes. 45 of that, though, from South Center. Northbound 167 is getting much better in Sumner and Pacific and Algona, but it's still heavy through Auburn. Back under an hour, but not by much to get up into Renton. Renton to Bellevue is about 40 minutes. The Lake Bridges now, I-90 is definitely seeing some westbound slowing approaching the Mount Baker Tunnel. Not sure if we've got going on something going on there mid-lake or right before the tunnel, but I'll have more for you in 10 minutes. Coming down from the north end, it's all away from Linwood. We have an hour and 10-minute trip from Everett to Seattle or Everett to Bellevue. This report brought to you by Global Credit Union, where members enjoy no-fee accounts and early payday with direct deposit. You can learn more at globalcu.org.
8:14 now. Rihanna hit the blue carpet for the Smurfs movie premiere. The KIRO Newsradio's Katrina Gashard says her karaoke confession got fans singing.
Yeah, it did. Maybe it was the blue of the Smurfette character that she voices or the theme of the day, but when a reporter asked Rihanna what her go-to karaoke song was, this was her response.
Oh my gosh. It's maybe Burning Blue from Mariah DeSantis.
And if you're like Sully and not familiar with the song, I've already...
Good assumption. Good assumption.
I've already prepared a preview for you. Take a listen.
I'm burning blue. I'm letting it burn, letting
So what's your go-to karaoke song, Sully?
I don't have one. I think I've only done karaoke once.
What?
Yeah.
I can't picture you singing karaoke for some reason.
No, it's not kind of my thing. I enjoy watching.
Oh, yeah, watching is fun.
Should we be singing
And
about
judging.
burning anything blue at a Smurfs movie?
It's not good, is it?
Probably not, but it's on theme, though.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Katrina. 8:15 now.
Charlie Harger and Manda Factor, Seattle's morning news.
Hey, oh, let's go.
Now, Choke Points with Chris Sullivan.
Presented by Carter Subaru.
All right, Sully, you stick with the choke points, not the karaoke. Thousands of people headed out to the coast this week to celebrate the 4th of July. That means a lot of first-timers will test their driving skills in the sand.
And Sully, you have some tips for us.
Yeah, definitely. This is one of those weekends where it's probably not the best idea to go out into the sand driving if you've never really done it before, because the sand is going to be packed with people. Long Beach Peninsula expecting 100,000 people over the holiday weekend. Its normal population is about 10,000, so it gets really, really crazy down there. Ocean Shores told me it can't even begin to estimate how many people they're going to get, but they're going to get a ton. So there's going to be no room to move and no room for error if you're driving. And if you don't believe me, here's Paul, who volunteers with Long Beach Peninsula 4x4 Rescue.
And if you've never driven on the sand, best thing is don't make the 4th of July weekend your first try.
The nonprofit rescue group volunteers its time getting people out of trouble who are stuck in the sand.
We're just a bunch of people down here that realize that tourism is the lifeblood to the peninsula, and so we're here to help as locals. And that, we don't take any money. We just help people get out.
So here are some really good tips for driving in the sand if you don't want to meet Paul and any one of his volunteers to get you out of the sand. When you're on the approach and you're looking down towards the water, depending on the rutting, some approaches are better than others, and some places on the coast do a better job at doing with their approaches. But pick a line that you want to go and then just go with it. Keep your speed up. Don't go super fast. Watch for deep ruts that can kind of take you in places you don't want to go. And one thing is, don't just assume that your truck or SUV is going to take care of it for you.
All-wheel drive versus four-wheel drive, they are not the same. If you have four-wheel drive or all-wheel drive and you're on the beach, disengage your traction control. That will get you stuck faster than anything.
And don't even try to get onto the sand with anything bigger than a truck or a car.
People with motorhomes and vans and stuff, just don't try it. We've pulled, in the last 2 or 3 weeks, we've pulled several motorhomes off and Sprinter vans that are four-wheel drive, but they just, for whatever reason, don't do well.
So the 4th of July weekend, in addition to having all the extra people down there, is going to be particularly dangerous because of the tides. The high tide on the 4th of July will be between 9 and 10 p.m., which is right about the time you're going to be shooting off fireworks or watching the big displays. It's also a high tide, meaning the water is going to come in maybe a little bit more than even a seasoned person might expect. It's going to come up, and it's going to get up there quickly. Paul's advice is to park up a little higher in the soft sand to make sure that all of a sudden your car isn't in the ocean.
If you're going to be down there firing fireworks, you want to be up above that on the dry sand because the tide is coming in, and your car, if you don't think about it, is going to be all of a sudden in the water.
And I've seen this more times than I can count. I've seen it almost happen to our family where we get distracted. You know, you've got the bonfire, you've got the fireworks, you got the kids, you're barbecuing, you're doing whatever. And then you look up and you're like, oh my gosh, the water is coming in towards my tires. And what was soft sand is now kind of wet sand. And that's a problem. And the other issue when there are that many people down at the beach with a high tide is when the fireworks are over, everyone, it turns it into NASCAR. They're running to get off the beach at the same time. You're going to be doing this in the dark. You're going to be doing this while the ocean is coming in. There are unpredictable people and pets running all over the place, raging bonfires that people just left, debris piles, and of course, drunk drivers. It's the worst possible time to get stuck in the sand because there's just so much going on. It's really chaotic. You can get really, really flustered a lot of the time, and it can be really dangerous. So if you do get stuck and maybe at that worst possible time, the best thing to do is to try to stay calm. Put on your flashers and ask for help. Now, I know you're worried about the ocean, and you're like, I got to get out of here now. I got to get out of here now. And the first guy who offers you a chain to lock onto something on your undercarriage that you can't see, you might want to be careful with that because it might rip off your bumper, might take care of your suspension in a bad way. So just be careful. The best thing to do, carry a small shovel, maybe something you use to dig your pit toilet, which I know you're going to be using, a piece of flat wood, maybe so you can wedge under the tire to get yourself a little bit of traction and dig yourself out. You can call a tow, or if you're in Long Beach, you can call 4x4 Rescue.
We'll jump people. We'll get them unstuck out in the sand. But if they're in the surf, we won't touch them. They're going to have to go to a tow company to get out for that. We just can't do that.
Yeah, so where you're calling that tow company, if your car's in the surf, you probably should be calling your insurance company as well, because that thing's not coming out. The number, other contact information for the group, and the phone number you can find at mynorthwest.com. So go have a great 4th. Be safe, be smart, and always point your car toward the ocean so you can always see it and it won't sneak up on you.
Last time I drove on the beach out at Mo Clips, which is fantastic, by the way.
Oh, yeah, gorgeous up there.
Been out
Over
there. Somebody brought a horse trailer with them. They were in a Ford F-250 350 thinking they could do just fine bringing a horse trailer. Guess what they had to have done?
I'm thinking they got stuck.
They got very stuck.
Couldn't they have used the horses to tie them up and pull them out the old-fashioned way?
Oh.
Maybe they were thinking ahead.
Okay, all right. It's like the 40 mule team for borax, but no, it said 40 horse team.
Yeah.
Yeah, so just don't do it. Don't bring a trailer. Do not bring your RV. See that happen all the time. Great video content for the web.
Certainly. but again, it's, it gets so chaotic when the tide's coming in late and you're trying to get off and everything's happening. Maybe the kids that's been a long day. It gets really flustering down there, and just don't do it. Don't put yourself in that situation.
Am I the only one here also wondering what G. Scott must think of this? He's never been to the beach in Washington State. If he were to hear that people can actually drive on the beach in Washington State...
Probably not good to be down there in his Tesla or whatever he drives now.
Yeah.
But yeah, just be careful. And also just, again, not to be super morbid on this, but Paul reached out to me this morning and he was like, also a reminder, this time of year with the weather, swimming in the ocean can be deadly. He said we've already had 5 deaths on the coast this year in water. One of them we talked about, obviously that kid and the teacher from the east side of the state. Alcohol, darkness, and the thing about you don't understand about the beach there, it's not that nice soft sand all the way out. They're crab holes and tidal pools that you can't see, and you can go from your knees, take the next step, and you're up to your chest.
Yeah.
And it's over. So you just be careful. Don't keep a close eye on your kids and on your pets. But yeah, I'm hoping for a safe weekend down there. But yeah, just be careful.
All right, got to listen to Sully, Amanda.
Oh, I know. I learned that right away.
We also want to listen to him do traffic for us at the Beacon Pulling Traffic Desk. Where do we start?
Should I sing it to kind of give you a karaoke version?
No, absolutely not.
I guess okay. I could, but I won't. We're still working with a 6-mile backup on westbound 16, trying to get all the way up and through Port Orchard and around the corner in Gorse because of this crash that's been in the right-hand lane for the better part of the morning. And so we're losing at least 20 minutes there. So big-time delays. Haven't had a chance to check the camera. I'm waiting to get an update right now. Looks like the crash in Parkland on westbound 512 has cleared, so the lanes have reopened. We still have a couple miles worth of a backup. Pat yourself on the back, trooper, who was cleaning that debris off the road by hand and with a little shovel to try to get those lanes reopened. So, again, great job to State Patrol for getting that taken care of. Looking at the rest of the map, Pierce County's trying to get better. In fact, we're back under an hour from Puyallup to Renton, probably closer to 50 minutes now, so we've picked up the pace there. Renton to Bellevue is about 40 minutes. Federal Way to Seattle, we're getting better through the Kent-Des Moines Road, but still struggling past the north end of the Boeing Field area, really from the beginning. It's about 40 minutes from South Center and about an hour from Federal Way, so that's positive. We do have a crash over on the right-hand side of westbound I-90 right before you get to the Mount Baker Tunnel. That is why we're slow across Mercer Island. You're going to need about 30 minutes, maybe a little bit more, to get from Bellevue to Seattle on I-90. 520 appears to be in pretty decent shape. Coming down from the north end, it's all about Linwood on down. We've got about 50 minutes from Linwood to Seattle or Bellevue, which puts us at about an hour and 10 all all the way. This traffic report brought to you by FlySeaportAir.com, introducing 20 convenient flights per day between Boeing Field and Portland. Easy parking, no TSA. Book today, FlySeaportAir.com.
Beautiful weather for the holiday week today. Another warm one, 82 in the sunshine. And then we'll see some clouds build for tomorrow and Thursday and Friday. But a mix of sun and clouds, very pleasant. 70 for tomorrow, 70 on Thursday. And your 4th of July, 73. Right now, it's sunny and 64 in Seattle.
KIRO News Radio is the only radio or TV station in Seattle reporting live from Moscow, Idaho this morning, where those 4 University of Idaho students were killed over 2 years ago. Now the murderer is accepting a plea deal. Luke has reaction from community members coming up here on Seattle's Morning News.
A Pacific Northwest community searching for answers.
Tragedy in northern Idaho.
Unbelievable. You just don't expect somebody to do that to a firefighter.
KIRO News Radio's Luke Ducey is there.
Those firefighters, they arrived here to put out a fire started by the suspect. They had no idea where those bullets were coming from.
Stay with KIRO News Radio for the latest from the local voices you trust.
Attacks on first responders is sick.
KIRO News Radio on 97.3 FM and the KIRO News Radio app.
Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa this weekend only. Friday through Sunday, Angel of the Winds Arena Everett. Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa this weekend only. Friday through Sunday, Angel of the Winds Arena Everett. 18-month interest-free financing. Our factories have demanded we sell 1,000 hot tubs and swim spas this weekend. Angel of the Winds Arena Everett. Huge factory incentives, factory rebates, this weekend only. Angel of the Winds Arena Everett. We can remove your old hot tub. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Hot tub starting at $2,999. Angel of the Winds Arena Everett. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Just relax and enjoy. Angel of the Winds Arena Everett. Friday, 2 p.m. to 8 p.m. Saturday, 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. Sunday, 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Free admission. Free delivery. Angel of the Winds Arena Everett. Call 833-SPA-SALE or visit hottubandSwimSpaSale.com.
Citizens, since we each upgraded to Xfinity in our homes, the Wi-Fi has been booming. It's fair to say our town has officially become a boomtown.
Mayor, will I be able to drop into multiplayer gaming battles with low lag?
The lag won't be an issue, but your questionable skills may be.
And what if I have hundreds of devices on the Wi-Fi? Purely hypothetical.
Seems like a lot, but sure, hundreds of devices all booming together with the Xfinity Gateway. Yes, friends and neighbors, with Xfinity, the Wi-Fi is booming.
The Wi-Fi isn't the only thing that's booming. Now get the most reliable Wi-Fi and our best-in-class equipment for one consistent price for 5 years guaranteed. All in. Plus, get unlimited data included and no annual contract. All with the 5-year price guarantee from Xfinity. Visit Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. New residential customers only. Select plans only. Xfinity Gateway with XFi Complete required for unlimited data except in certain areas. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024. Actual speeds vary.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
Oh no, stomach issues again?
Stomach issues? Who are you? Your pancreas. I could be the real reason for your diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or loose oily stools.
I thought it was my stomach.
People often do, but any of these symptoms could mean having a condition called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. With EPI, the pancreas doesn't release enough enzymes to break down food, but EPI is manageable. Use the symptom checker on identifyepi.com and speak with your doctor. That's identifyepi.com. Sponsored by AbbVie.
You just invested in new gutter guards to keep the junk out. So why are they clogged with moss and gunk? Well, here's the missing link between just any gutter guards and ones that actually work. You see, most gutter guards, sure, they stop leaves, but they don't stop what grows on them. Moss, algae, grime, they take over, turning your new gutter guards into a plugged, soggy mess. And that's where Moss Eater's gutter guards come in. They're changing the game. It's the only gutter guard with copper-infused tech. That means moss, algae, and gunk won't grow on it. It's like having a built-in Moss Eater on your home. And look, at Moss Eaters, we're not just going to install your guards and then let you fend for yourself. No, we're going to maintain your roof, too. because a clean roof and clog-free gutters means no water, no leaks, and no stress. Get the only gutter guard that truly fights back. Call Moss Eaters at 206-531-7800 or visit mosseaters.com today. That's 206-531-7800 or online at mosseaters.com.
4,000 women are diagnosed with breast cancer every year in Washington state. I'm Dr. Suzette Miranda with Northwest Hope and Healing. We provide a lifeline to breast and gynecologic cancer patients. Join us at Life in Color, a brunch auction and fashion show on August 17th at the Columbia Collective in Woodinville for an unforgettable afternoon celebrating 25 years of hope and support. Get your tickets now for Life in Color on August 17th at nwhopeandhealing.org. That's nwhopeandhealing.org.
When the heat's in 11,
cool AC would be heaven.
Dayandnight.net.
Beat the rush.
Act now before summer,
because that heat's a real bummer.
Dayandnight.net. This is the time to plan ahead so you stay cool this summer. Hi, I'm Bruce with Day and Night Plumbing and Heating. Call us about installing a high-efficiency cooling system or servicing your existing one so you're cool when you need it. Now save $50 off our pre-summer AC tune-up. Dayandnight.net.
Subaru of Puyallup has you covered with over 300 new Subarus on the lot. Come in now so you can secure today's pricing on tomorrow's car at Subaru of Puyallup, your stress-free dealership.
Now, the latest from KIRO Newsradio and MyNorthwest.com.
Live from East Lake Avenue.
You're listening to Charlie Harger and Manda Factor, Seattle's morning news.
Good morning. It's 8:31. There was a shocking turn yesterday in the case of Brian Koberger. He's the man charged with the brutal murder of 4 University of Idaho students. A plea deal has been reached, allowing Koberger to avoid the death penalty.
And joining us now live from Moscow, Idaho, where members of the community are reacting, here's KIRO News Radio's Luke Ducey.
Hey, Charlie, I'm looking at the lot right now where those murders took place back in 2022. The lot is empty, has been for a while. The house that was here was demolished some 2 years ago by the university. But this is where, according to prosecutors, Koberger walked inside and murdered 4 University of Idaho students. You know, people still leave notes for the victims here, stuffed animals. I'm looking at some candles, some crosses as well. You know, news of this plea deal is hitting people here in town really hard. The majority of people I talked with this morning, like Nicole, they were hoping for the death penalty.
I'd rather see him get the death penalty, but also prison's not easy because there's a lot of people in prison who's from Idaho, you know, so they're not gonna let it slide.
A lot of people here, like Nicole, also really angry, including some family members of the victims. You know, prosecutors get a conviction out of this, but some of those family members say they feel betrayed by prosecutors. They didn't know a deal was being struck until they were informed it had already been signed. Koberger is expected to enter that guilty plea in court tomorrow and spend the rest of his life in prison without the possibility of parole. Live in Moscow, Luke Ducey, KIRO News Radio.
8:33 now. Let's head over to the Beacon Plumbing Traffic Desk where Chris Sullivan is on top of things today.
And we're continuing to work with the biggest issue of the morning over on the Kitsap side of the water. We're looking at this crash on northbound 3 just around the corner in Gorst in the right-hand lane. Right-hand lane. And we are backed up 6 miles now from well before Sedgwick on westbound 16, just trying to get into Port Orchard. 20-minute delay there at a minimum. Now, you head over to this side of the water, things are starting to get better, especially in Pierce County. It's thinning out. We do have brake lights westbound 512. We had an earlier crash in Parkland, so we have the last little bit of that right by Canyon, but after that it gets better. The Valley Freeway is getting much better, under 50 minutes to make the drive. In fact, closer to 45 at this point from Puyallup to Renton, and then Renton to Bellevue is about 40, so not too bad. Federal Way to Seattle is running at about an hour and 10 minutes, but 45 of those minutes are from South Center. It's those last couple of miles which are going to struggle. Right lane is blocked on westbound I-90 as you approach the Mount Baker Tunnel. This is a stall, and we're backed up into the middle of Mercer Island. Plan on about 5 extra minutes trying to go from Bellevue to Seattle at about a half an hour. Total drive westbound on 520 is about 22 minutes. Out of the north end, still have well over an hour from Everett to Seattle or Everett to Bellevue. KIRO News Radio Real-Time Traffic. I'm Chris Sullivan.
A lot of sunshine in the forecast for the rest of the week. Sunny and 82 today. We'll be into the low 70s before tomorrow. Partly sunny, a mix of clouds and sun for Thursday and Friday. Friday for the holiday, about 73 for the high, and this nice stretch of weather continues on into the first part of next week. Right now it's sunny and 64 in the city.
This is the city's longest-running radio news show, Seattle's morning news on KIRO News Radio.
8:35 now. A homeless 20-year-old is suspected in this weekend's deadly ambush in Coeur d'Alene.
He is accused of starting a fire to lure fire crews to their deaths, shooting and killing battalion chiefs John Morrison and Frank Harwood.
KIRO News Radio's Gwen Baumgartner joins us live with new details. Gwen?
The Kootenai County Sheriff identifying Wes Rowley as this weekend's gunman, killing 2 firefighters and injuring a third. Hours later, Rowley turning the gun on himself. The biggest question days later that remains, what could possibly prompt someone to do this? Here's Sheriff Robert Norris.
We just don't know. Yeah, we just don't know. But we will certainly find out, or if there is any evidence to believe that there was a motive.
Sheriff Norris says Rowley had once aspired to be a firefighter, adding to the confusion about a motive. The day of the deadly attack, Rowley posted to social media a photo of himself in camo along with a song. The lyrics in that song stating, "I'm going hunting." Coeur d'Alene continuing to mourn today. Law enforcement offering offer protection to fire crews as they head out on calls this week. And later this morning, we'll be following a public procession planned for those fallen firemen, with thousands expected to line the streets in tribute.
Thank you, Gwen. It's 8:36 now. There was another shooting at 12th and Jackson, this time in broad daylight.
Seattle police say a man was shot in the leg just before 5 o'clock yesterday afternoon. This happened in the Chinatown International District, in a spot notorious for drugs and violent crime. Medics took the victim to Harborview in serious condition. Officers searched the area but did not find the shooter. No arrests yet.
More security could be coming to King County Metro. According to the Center Square, the county's budget plan now includes over $26 million for transit safety. That would mean more deputies, more security officers, and better coverage. The push comes after a Metro driver was killed on the job last year. Seattle, the city, is also adding $5 million to help boost transit security.
Pierce County deputies say a modified M80 firework damaged a home near the corner of 19th Avenue East and East Gaylor Street Saturday. We get more details from KIRO News Radio's James Lynch.
Pierce County deputies say the M80 had been modified to increase its explosive power and was thrown from a passing car. Deputy Carly Capetto says it was a targeted attack. Fortunately, no one was injured, and this could have been a lot worse.
Essentially, this home could have burned down, and then it would have been even more destructive than just a hole in the side of the house.
The 45-year-old suspect faces felony charges. James Lynch, KIRO News Radio.
This morning, you'll start paying even more to fill up your tank. The 6-cent gas tax increase is the first of its kind in nearly a decade. KIRO 7 TV's Brooke Griffin is reporting from Tacoma.
Lawmakers tell us, though, without the increase, these road projects that need to be done across the state will not get the funding. Now, in the spring, Washington lawmakers passed a transportation revenue package that includes a 6-cent gas hike, bringing the per-gallon tax up to 55.4 cents. Diesel is also increasing by 3 cents per gallon today, too. By next year, the tax will increase 2% annually to keep up with inflation. Washington drivers pay the third highest gas prices in the country, behind California and Hawaii.
This is why you have to be watching the YouTube live feed, because
Sully's reaction to these stories is quite
it's remarkable. We're not going to have you react right now because I want you to save it for G. Scott. He's talking about the gas tax increase in like 7 minutes or so.
It's okay.
Okay.
I just going to share some knowledge, but that's okay. Okay. Our listeners don't need it.
Share your knowledge later.
Yeah. Stick around. It's called a tease, Sully.
Right. Okay.
Teasing them to listen.
I'll collect my thoughts.
Here's something else you're going to have to pay more for. Traveling through Highway 99 through Seattle. KIRO News Radio's Nate Connors details another toll rate hike taking effect today at the downtown tunnel.
When tolling began in 2018, the Washington State Transportation Commission approved a 3% toll increase every 3 years. July 1st, that goes up 5 cents during off-peak and morning hours, 10 cents during peak evening hours. Toll revenue goes towards tunnel maintenance and construction debt. According to WashDOT, roughly 52,000 commuters use that tunnel daily. Before tolling began, that number was closer to 77,000. Nate Connors, KIRO News Radio.
Mariners kicked off their homestand with a big win last night over the Kansas City Royals. M's outfielder Randy Arozarena came up big in the game, leaving the yard not once, but twice.
Now the stretch. And the 2-1 to Randy. Swinging a fly ball into deep center field. Going back his belt to the one. He tracked the wall. He does it again. Randy Arozarena with his second home run in back-to-back at Bats.
101st home run of his career. Cal Raleigh hit home run number 33 last night.
Wait, that's shocking.
It's great.
He's on fire.
He is. Mariners won 6-2. They face the Royals once again today, 6:40 p.m. You can hear it on 710 Seattle Sports.
What a nice week for them to be in town. It's 8:40. Chris Sullivan, what's coming up in traffic?
Well, we're going to take a look at the two issues we have on westbound I-90 and update you on what's happening over in Bremerton. Break it down for you next.
A KIRO Newsradio exclusive on the Chi and Ursula Show.
New Seattle Police Chief Sean Barnes, with the mass deportations and the actions by ICE, clarify when Seattle Police would step in and when they would not step in.
Just to be clear, Washington state law prohibits us from being involved. The only time we would get involved if there was a dangerous situation, if there was gunfire, just like we would for anything else.
Watch the full interview on the KIRO Newsradio YouTube page.
Get in the zone, AutoZone. John always listens to his truck. So when his brakes start talking, he goes to AutoZone, where a helpful AutoZoner gets him the right parts. If John has time to put them in, he borrows a kit with Loan-A-Tool. And if he doesn't, he gets a free shop referral. No hassles, just help. Everything you need, nothing you don't. Get in the zone, AutoZone. Deposit required for Loan-A-Tool. Restrictions apply.
With Progressive, you can reach customer service in the way that's easiest for you, by phone, app, or online. We know it would be great if we just magically appeared, but that's more of a genie thing, and we do insurance. But with us, you'd be like, well, it wasn't a genie, but it was great customer service, so that's nice. And sure, you probably would still like the whole 3 wishes thing, so if you meet a genie, you should definitely ask. But when you need us, contact Progressive by phone, app, or online. Just no genies. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
Hi, it's John Curley. Longevity Medical Clinic has been helping people live longer, healthier lives for more than 25 years. I've recently talked with Dr. Mixon about his approach to proactively focusing on prevention. Dr. Mixon, I first met you in 2009, and I went in there and I told you I wasn't feeling well, couldn't gain any muscle mass, couldn't sleep well, I was stressed out, and you looked at me and you said, yeah, I know what your problem is.
And all we did was we measured your values and we moved your values back to those of a nice, healthy 25-year-old man.
I have taken your blood work to my doctor, and he was shocked. He couldn't believe the depth in which you study my blood.
We need to draw a distinction between living a long time and getting old. And that's what longevity is all about, is we are here to do the measurements and help you fix those problems.
So get your free health analysis. Go to longevitymedicalclinic.com. That's longevitymedicalclinic.com.
Guys, did you know your testosterone level impacts your energy, libido, sleep, weight, hair loss, mood, and even ED? And right now, Revive Men's Health Seattle will check your testosterone for free. They've helped thousands of men since 2011 feel and perform better. They're so confident they can help you, they even guarantee it. Schedule your free testosterone test, exam, and consultation today. Call 206-529-1111. That's 206-529-1111. Or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com.
8:43. Let's head over to the Beacon Plumbing Traffic Desk with Chris Sullivan.
Well, I'm going to start on the I-90 drive westbound. We have 2 issues. One of them just cleared, but another one just popped up. So about the middle of the lake, heading up towards the Mount Baker Tunnel, we had the stall in the right-hand lane. That's gone, but we have a new crash just on the island across the East Channel Bridge in the right lane. And so we've got 2 little spots of braking to deal with there, and a total of about 30 minutes from Bellevue to Seattle on I-90. 520 is much better. Still have about 6 miles worth of slowing on westbound 16, trying to get into and through the Port Orchard area around the corner in Gorst, which is our good friend Scott from the 509 on the text line. His favorite town to say. Mine too, Gorst. It's always interesting. But yeah, crash there, right lane, just after the corner up northbound 3 has really just put us behind all morning. The rest of the map trying to get better, especially in Pierce County. It's not too bad. And then Federal Way to Seattle, we're running still at about an hour and 10 minutes. 45 of those minutes are from South Center. Just getting reports of a new stall northbound 5 near Albro in a center lane, so that's going to leave a mark if it sticks around. Rented to Bellevue, about 40 minutes. Behind that on the Valley Freeway, still hovering right around 50. Coming down from the north end, we're getting better south of Linwood on I-5, but then picking up across the Ship Canal Bridge. So it's still an hour from Everett to Seattle. Everett to Bellevue, also about an hour. Most of the brake lights there are pulling away from Canyon Park. KIRO News Radio Real-Time Traffic. I'm Chris Sullivan.
Beautiful day, sunshine, another warm one. We'll be into the low 80s for today. Tomorrow, partly cloudy, 74, and then a mix of clouds and sunshine for the rest of the week. 69 on Thursday, 73 for your 4th of July. Right now, sun is shining. It's 64 in Seattle.
The stars of F1, the movie, just turned a press tour into a picnic debate. Katrina is here with an explanation.
Brad Pitt and Damson Idris sat down with YouTube's Lad Bible series to go head-to-head over one of the internet's biggest debates, including this epic and very timely question, burgers or hot dogs?
We're Americans, man. You can't have one without the other. I mean,
burgers are better than hot dogs.
No, like if you had a baseball game, you want a dog, summer barbecue, burger or dog.
Onions?
Absolutely. Cheese?
Yes.
So if you're at a barbecue, what is it going to be?
Well, if burgers are an option, which sometimes they're not, yeah, I'm going burgers.
I think a barbecue, you have to do hot dogs.
I
think a burger, you can get at any fast food place or, but a hot dog, especially a Seattle dog, that's like quintessential barbecuing.
As long as there's potato salad, I don't care.
I'm just going seared scallops.
No, you're not.
I don't even know what that is.
Little ahi tuna.
Yeah. No, you better cook that tuna through. I'll tell you what. That's not I'm not a raw tuna guy.
Thank you, Katrina.
Good to know.
G. Scott stops by.
Interested.
Coming up, he's going to talk about my feet. This is Seattle's Morning News.
Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. This weekend only, Friday through Sunday, Angel of the Winds Arena, Everett. Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. This weekend only, Friday through Sunday, Angel of the Winds Arena, Everett. 18-month interest-free financing. Our factories have demanded we sell 1,000 hot tubs and swim spas this weekend. Angel of the Winds Arena, Everett. Huge factory incentives, factory rebates, this weekend only. Angel of the Winds Arena, Everett. We can remove your old hot tub. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Hot tub starting at $2,999. Angel of the Winds Arena, Everett. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Just relax and enjoy. Angel of the Winds Arena, Everett. Friday, 2 p.m. to 8 p.m. Saturday, 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. Sunday, 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Free admission. Free delivery. Angel of the Winds Arena, Everett. Call 833-SPA-SALE or visit hottubandSwimSpaSale.com.
Hey, get in. What? Who are you? I'm future you. Constipation with belly pain still coming back? Yeah. Mia, our doctor figured it out. She said it's irritable bowel syndrome with constipation, or IBS-C, and Linzess could help you get ahead of it.
Linzess linaclotide is a prescription medicine that treats IBS-C in adults. It's not a laxative. It's a once-daily pill that helps you get ahead of your symptoms. It's proven to help you have more frequent and complete bowel movements and helps relieve overall abdominal symptoms, belly pain, discomfort, and bloating. These symptoms were studied in combination, not individually. Do not give Linzess to children less than 2. It may harm them. Do not take Linzess if you have a bowel blockage. Get immediate help if you develop unusual or severe stomach pain, especially with bloody or black stools. The most common side effect is diarrhea, sometimes severe. If it's severe, stop taking Linzess and call your doctor right away. Other side effects include gas, stomach area pain, and swelling. Talk to your doctor and say yes to Linzess. Learn more at linzess.com or call 1-800-LINZESS.
AAA asked me if I would change my name from Sir Mix-a-Lot to Sir Mix-a-Lot. I said, why would I do that? They said, you're more than just a rapper. You're a car collector. You're a businessman. You're an inventor. Just like AAA is more than just towing. They have awesome travel advisors and insurance agents. And they got 3 A's in their name. Maybe I should change my name. Give me 3 A's. Mix A, A, A. Mix A, A, A. When I say mix, give me 3 A's. Mix A, A.
Celebrate 50 seasons of Seahawks football at Lumen Field and take your game day to the next level with premium hospitality and incredible views. Host a one-of-a-kind event in a private game day suite or get front row access with sideline and end zone field seats. For more on how to elevate your game day at Lumen Field, visit Seahawks.com/premium.
Seattle's Morning News. Hear it live, stream it online, watch the show, or catch the podcast anytime on mynorthwest.com.
So the thing you need to know is when you text G. Scott and he has a one-word reply, sometimes that's a good topic to discuss with him. And what was the one word?
Awful.
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 So here's what happened. 15 years ago, this Facebook memory popped up, and 15 years ago, I had a pair of footwear, and I said, I'm loving wearing thongs today. And that was G's reaction.
Awful.
Thongs. It's a fun play on the words. It's also kind of a troll. So I sent that to G, and all he could say was,
awful.
Yeah.
And all I know is he had a tattoo right above.
Tattoo?
You have a tattoo on your foot?
I have no tattoo on my foot.
Oh, you're talking about footwear.
I thought you said thongs.
I thought you said thongs.
Is thongs another word for flip-flops?
Yes, can we call them flip-flops?
Clarify, please.
Yeah.
I'm thinking you got something.
See, you know what? That's
on
the
your
problem.
cheek.
Ever since Manda Factor showed up,
yeah,
all you want to talk about, Charlie, is underwear. Now you want to talk about thong. You talked about it. I thought you were talking. You said thong.
I'm kind of distraught
the
right
flip-flops.
Can you explain? But there's listeners right now. Lois right now is listening. Like, oh my God, Charlie's talking about thongs.
Yeah.
Explain a little bit more.
We always used to call the flip-flops the thongs. And then somehow the name of thongs got supplanted by the draws. But I want to bring it back. They're thongs. I'm wearing nice thongs.
All due respect, we called them thongs in my household, too, when I was a kid.
Yeah.
But that has changed. That changed probably 20 years ago.
Can we also just stop adult men wearing flip-flops or
Thank you.
thongs?
Amen. Thank you.
We don't need to
Amen.
see your feet. I have not worn a flip-flop
Thank you.
since I was 12 years old.
Now, wait, hold on. I'll tell you what's even worse. Something that I can see Charlie wearing.
Yeah.
Not only you wearing those thong-type flip-flops, but then you have socks on with those. And it looks... Oh, and incredible. Now, somebody's going to get mad and going to email my boss about me offending them wearing those flip-flops with the socks. I apologize. But can we talk about news?
Yes.
Oh, sure.
As y'all know, 61 million people, according to Sully, is about to get on the road because of the 4th, right? Everybody get on the road. And what happens today? Sully been telling y'all all day, you know what time it is. You're now getting ready to pay more money at the pump in the state of Washington. I'm going to say something that I'm going to have all of my conservative brothers and sisters excited about. And here's what I'm about to tell you. Repeal that damn Climate Commitment Act yesterday. And the reason why I'm saying that, watch this. What has the Climate Commitment Act done for you?
Nothing
you can't
that I
even
know
answer
of.
it.
Yeah,
Most people can't answer it.
Don't know
and
what it
the
does.
whole idea, when Governor Inslee and them was talking about it, love Governor Jay, miss him, that's my partner. But the whole point was, if we increase it, and then that's going to force people not to want to drive. Man, Lois got to go to work. People got to go to work. So let's repeal that damn thing, and we're going to save 50 cents on a gallon, and we good. Right now, we can't expect the state of Washington to solve climate change in the damn country. This is rough. Repeal the Climate Commitment Act yesterday. You heard what I said?
Preach, brother. Amen. Woo!
Might have Jim Walsh giving you a call now, running for office, Gene.
First of all, me and that dude don't see eye to eye at all. But damn, we probably agree on this one right here. Oh, man. But anyway, I had to come in and say that. Because it is what it is. And by the way, try to have one of your liberal friends explain to you, hey, explain to me the Climate Commitment Act. The green emissions, and it'll save, but we need to continue to do research. You need to continue to give me my 50 cents back on a gallon of gas. That's what the hell you need to do.
G is mildly fired up this morning.
Just a scooch.
By the way, just so you know, the state of Washington has now built its first charging station.
Oh.
From the billions of dollars it's collected from that CCA.
And
it's
how do you
up in
feel
Arlington.
about that?
Well, I'm glad there's a charging station, but for God's sake, like we're changing the climate by taking our money? Come on.
So anyway, Charlie, back to that thong.
Yeah. So, here's my question about thongs. Can I wear thongs while driving? Is that safe? I don't know.
No, that is not safe. And what is that tattoo above the thong called?
We're not going back there.
It's a little daisy.
Oh, my goodness.
You have a butterfly above?
All right, it is time to get on to traffic. And
silly G.
For that, we check in with Sully. He's at the Beacon Plumbing Traffic Desk.
And we have cleared the second issue on westbound I-90, just onto Mercer Island there on East Mercer Way. So the drive there is getting a little better. Still dealing with about an hour and 5-minute trip from Federal Way to Seattle because of the 45-minute trip. We have not only a stall near Albro, but a new crash up near Seneca that is out kind of putting us behind. Renton to Bellevue's up over 45 minutes now, really struggling all the way up through Factoria. Behind that, the Valley Freeway back up to 50 minutes. Out of the north end, still hour drives from Everett to Seattle or Bellevue. And we're starting to see a few breaks on westbound 16, but it's still going to be a 15-minute delay trying to get up through Gorst. KIRO Newsradio Real-Time Traffic, I'm Chris Sullivan.
And our forecast of beautiful sunny skies today. We're going to warm up to about 82. For tomorrow, cooling off to 74, but nice, lots of sunshine through the holiday weekend. Right now, it's 64 in Seattle.
Apparently for guys, it's called a champ stamp.
Oh,
just if you were curious about the above.
Thank you.
Tattoo. This is Seattle's Morning News.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate today at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Your car can be picked up as soon as the next day. Receive a tax deduction and vacation voucher.
1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
KIRO FM and HD1 Tacoma, Seattle.
Hey, it's Matt, your leaf filter trusted pro. Gutters are an often neglected part of the home. They're also one of the most important. Clogged, overflowing gutters can cause serious problems like foundation damage or basement flooding, which can cost thousands of dollars to fix. Let's face it, cleaning gutters yourself is not only a hassle, it can be dangerous. But when you get Leaf Filter, you'll never have to worry about cleaning clogged gutters again. Get started today by visiting leaffilter.com/radio to schedule your free inspection. If you decide to move forward, we'll professionally clean, realign, and seal your gutters before installing our patented stainless steel micro mesh system. Leaf Filter keeps out everything but the water. And it's backed by a lifetime transferable no clogs warranty. So you're protected for good. We're in your neighborhood and ready to help. Visit Leaf Filter today for a free inspection and estimate, and you could save up to 30%. Visit leaffilter.com/radio. That's leaffilter.com/radio.
The old throne's not too well, and ooh, does it smell?
DayandNight.net. Hi, I'm Bruce, General Manager of Day and Night Plumbing and Heating. Over the past 70 years, I think we've seen every drain clog out there. If your pipes aren't draining, I promise you, our experienced technicians will find the issue, the right solution, and do it at a fair price. We'll work harder than anyone to earn your trust.
Call Day and Night to save $50 off any drain cleaning.
DayandNight.net.
Sponsored by Johnson & Johnson and Bristol-Myers Squibb. Stroke is a leading cause of death and disability worldwide, with over 12.2 million strokes occurring each year and 795,000 taking place in the U.S. alone. Dr. Clay Johnston, Chief Medical Officer and co-founder of Harbor Health.
The signs of stroke can be subtle and hard to recognize, so educating yourself and others is key to